In my last life, I was a reconstruction engineer, and the last thing I ever did was hold an emergency crane cable by hand so a stranded work crew could climb out from under a collapsing deck. The cable should have held on its own. I did not trust it to. So I stayed, and I gripped it, and I decided alone that no one else would finish the job for me. That decision was the one that killed me. I did not wake in a hospital. I woke in a moving carriage, in a body younger and taller than mine, wearing morning clothes stiff with dust and an old grief that were not mine either. A steward sat across from me with a ledger on her knees and a look that said she had already buried one lord this month and was bracing herself to bury a second. Her name, I would learn, was Mara Vess. She told me the facts flat. As you read a sentence you cannot appeal. My father, the Duke, was dead. My elder brother was dead. I was the younger son, and everything left had fallen to me. What was left was a province called Arkenford. In the treasury sat 23 coins. Against those coins sat a royal order, sealed and dated, giving me 7 days to sell the whole province off for scrap. Arkenford was a war province. For a generation, it had forged siege engines and cannon and armor, and then the wars ended and the crown disarmed it and locked the workshops and walked away. 12,000 veterans lived there now, with nothing to make and no one to fight. The fields were thin, the forges were cold. On paper, my inheritance was a graveyard, and the crown wanted it buried fast. The man they had sent to bury it was already waiting at the gate. A local scrap dealer named Oscar Pell, hired by the crown to weigh my father's life work and pay it out by the pound. Mara said people were gathering in the yard for the sale. Then the carriage rolled under the old fortress gate, and I looked up, and every calculation I had just been handed stopped mattering at once. The gate was a stone arch, and it was dying. I did not need this world's experience to see it. A keystone reads the same in any century, and this one had shifted, and the crack above it ran the wrong way. Water had gotten into that joint and frozen and thawed for 8 winters with no one to catch it, and the whole arch was holding its breath over the road my carriage was rolling onto right then. The coachman was leaning down from his box under the worst of it, fighting a jammed brake, sitting in the exact spot where the first block of stone would land when the arch let go. I had no plan and no title anyone here respected yet. I had a voice, so I used it. I shouted at him to get down off the box and come to me now, and to leave the horses where they stood. He looked at me like the boy lord had lost his mind on his first morning. Then he saw my face, and whatever was on it moved him, and he jumped down off the box and ran toward me. The arch let go a breath later, not all at once. First a hiss of grit from the joint, then the keystone dropped, and then a full ton of old fortress fell through the space where his shoulders had just been. Dust rolled across the whole yard. When it cleared, the coachman was on his knees beside me, alive, staring at the pile of stone that should have had him under it. Nobody was laughing at the new lord now. Into that silence, standing on a cart at the far end of the yard with a ledger of his own already open, Oscar Pell decided it was a fine time to begin the sale of everything I owned. Oscar Pell was not a fool, and I want that on the record early. He was a smiling, careful man who had spent years learning exactly how much a desperate house would take and how to make the number sound like mercy. He looked at the armory, the largest building still standing in Arkenford, packed floor to rafter with the metal of a whole war, and he offered me 2 horses for it. 2. Take it, he said, or watch it rust. The yard went quiet as a room does when everyone agrees a robbery is legal. Mara's jaw tightened. She knew the number was an insult. She also knew we had 7 days and 23 coins. So I asked to see the ledger before I signed anything. Oscar handed it across easily because a boy reading numbers was no threat to a man who had already counted them. That was his first mistake of the day. I did not read it like a noble. I read it like a man who spent 14 years signing off on material counts, where a missing beam means a dead crew and a padded invoice means a slow, quiet theft. The tallies were neat. Far too neat. The intake weights from the old war years sat on one page, the current stock sat on another, and between those 2 pages, a full third of the recorded metal had simply evaporated, not rusted. Rust does not carry a cannon barrel out of a locked room. Somewhere between the war and this morning, roughly a third of Arkenford's iron had walked out the door, and the man offering me 2 horses stood right where it had passed. I could have called him a thief on the spot. It would have felt good for about 4 seconds, and then his word would have outweighed mine because he had a name here and I had a dead man's coat. So I did something else instead. I offered him a wager in place of an accusation. 7 days, I told him, the same 7 the crown had handed me. Let me try to earn more from this scrap than your 2 horses, out in the open, in front of the whole town. If I fail, I said, you take the main armory at your own price, and I make no argument. If I win, you buy nothing in Arkenford and you go home. He smiled wider, because greedy men love a bet they cannot picture losing. He took it. Of course, he took it. He shook my hand in front of the entire yard, already spending the horses he was sure he would keep, and he left me his mercy and his ledger and a 7-day rope to hang myself with. Then Mara pulled me aside, and for the first time since I woke in that carriage, someone in this world looked at me like a person instead of a title. Mostly because she was furious with me. You just staked the last building worth anything in this province, she said, low and even, on a bet, on your first morning here, and you did not ask me first. She was right, and that is the part I did not say back to her. I had not even thought to ask. In the old life, I held that cable alone too. I decide for the people I am trying to protect, and I tell myself it is protecting them. Before she could answer, the yard filled with the sound of boots hitting stone in step, and 100 old soldiers marched in and stood at attention, waiting for orders, led by a gray mountain of a man named Sergeant Brom. Brom had heard the word wager, decided it meant the young lord was declaring a quiet war on someone, and turned out the whole garrison to arm. It took me half the afternoon to convince him we would be fighting with cranes, not swords. To lift a war's worth of metal, I needed a crane, and to build a crane, I needed a smith, and Arkenford had one worth the name. Her name was Cora Dane, and she owned the only forge still lit in the province. She had already heard about the boy lord and his bet, and she met me at her door with her arms folded and no intention on earth of wasting good iron on a dead man's whim. I did not argue with her craft. That would have been the fast way to lose her for good. Instead, I asked her to bring me one of her own forged links, the best she had, the one she would stake her name on. She brought it out, half proud and half daring me to insult it. I turned it over in my hands, and I did not test it by pulling on it. I looked at the grain of the metal, at the weld line, at where the heat had gone in and where it had not. Then I told her where it would break. Not that it was weak, she would have thrown me straight out. I told her the exact spot, a hair inside the weld on the inner curve, where the metal had cooled a shade too fast under her hammer. Show me exactly where it breaks, she said, or I'm not wasting good iron on you. So we clamped her own link in her own vise, and she loaded it, and it held, and then it snapped. It snapped a hair inside the weld, on the inner curve, exactly where I had put my finger. And Cora Dane went very quiet, and looked at the break, and then looked at me like I had done a card trick she could not find the seam on. I did not gloat. I told her the plain truth, which is that I could not forge a chain to save my life, that she could, and that I only knew where iron fails, never how to make it stop failing. That gap needed both of us. We built the crane in 2 days from the bones of the war. The mast came from a siege tower's spine. The winch came from a ballista's drum. The gears were catapult gears, filed clean and recut by Cora's own hand. For the lifting line, I made a mistake, and it is worth telling because it nearly finished me on day 3. I used a heavy rope from the old stores, rated on its tag for far more weight than the load I meant to lift. The tag said it would hold. In my old world, a tag meant something, because someone inspected the rope and logged it and swapped it out on a schedule. Here, the tag was 8 years old, and so was the rope under it. We rigged the first real test load, a bundle of cannon barrels, and I gave the word, and the winch took up the strain, and the bundle lifted clean off the ground to the height of a man. And then the rope let go. It did not fray politely. It burst, and the barrels came down like the sky falling, and the crack of it went across the whole yard, and every veteran who had bet on the boy lord flinched backward at once. No one was standing under it, because I clear a drop zone by reflex and always will. But the message was plain enough. The load was well inside what the rope was rated to hold, and the rope had failed anyway. That is the lesson this world kept trying to teach me, and it begins right here. Nothing in Arkenford is what its label claims. Everything is inherited, aged, rained on for years, and never once written down by anyone. Cora did not say she had told me so, which is how I knew she had stopped being a spectator. She said something better. She said a rope was the wrong soul for this machine, and that she would give it an iron one instead. She forged a new chain overnight, and before she would let me hang a single barrel from it, she loaded it far past the test weight until it screamed, just to see for herself where it would go. It did not go anywhere. That was her whole point. We tested her chain to destruction, and it survived, and only then did she nod. By then Oscar had heard we were ready, and he set the terms for the morning himself. A public loading contest, his porters against my machine, counted in plain sight. Oscar came to the contest certain he had already won, because he was not betting on horses anymore. He was betting on the one thing every lord like my father had always trusted: backs. men and their backs and their hours. He brought 40 porters, hard men who moved cargo for a living, and he lined them up against my one machine and 3 nervous veterans, and he let the crowd see the odds because the odds were his entire argument. The task was simple and public. Move a stack of scrap metal from the yard to the loading dock by the river, and whoever moved the most weight by midday won. His 40 men started fast, the crowd cheered them on, and I let them run. The crane did not tire. Cora worked the forge chain, Brom called the swing like an artillery drill, and we lifted bundled metal 10 barrels at a time, out over the yard and down onto the dock in one clean arc. The first swing landed, and the cheering faltered. The second swing landed before his porters had finished their third trip on foot, and the whole yard did the arithmetic without me needing to say a single word aloud. I was already past his number, already past the 2 horses, already winning the bet in front of the entire town. And that is precisely the moment the old watchtower at the corner of the yard began to crack. The watchtower stood where the yard met the dock, and it had been leaning for years, and the shudder of a full morning of real work was the last thing its rotten footing was ever going to take. It went as the gate had gone on my first day, with a hiss and a shudder and a slow lean that turns fast at the end. And under it, loading a barge at the dock, stood 6 men, Oscar's porters, his own crew. I had the crane loaded, mid-swing, with the bundle that would have sealed the wager beyond any argument. Finishing that swing meant winning in front of the whole town. It meant the armory saved and Oscar sent home for good. I dropped the load. I let the winning swing fall into the dirt, and I threw the boom around toward the tower instead, and I heard Mara somewhere behind me shout that I was throwing away the entire bet. I knew I was. I did not care. I have never once, in 2 whole lives, been able to watch a structure come down on a crew and do the sensible thing about a contract instead. That reflex is the best and the worst thing about me. We swung the boom in over the dock and dropped the chain, and the porters grabbed it, and we hauled 3 of them clear in one lift while the tower shed stone around them. Brom waded straight in and dragged the rest out by their collars. The tower came down into the river with a sound like the end of the world, and the wave of it soaked everyone on the dock. And when the spray cleared, 6 of Oscar's men were alive on my side of it, coughing and whole. On paper, I had lost. The load was in the dirt, the deadline swing unfinished, the wager forfeit by its own terms. Oscar could have claimed the armory on the spot, and by the letter of our bet, he would have been within his right. He opened his mouth to do that. He was a businessman to the bone. The paper said he had won, and he fully meant to collect on it. He got as far as raising his ledger into the air. And then the dockmaster, the man who ran the river trade and had just watched his own loading crew nearly die under my father's rotten tower, stepped in between Oscar and me and refused to let the morning be written down as a loss. Then he did the one thing Oscar could not counter, because it was not an argument, it was a decision. He offered me a contract, not for the scrap, for the crane and the men who ran it and the thing they had just done on his dock. 5 years, he said. A lifting contract for 5 full years, at a rate that made Mara go still beside me, because it was not 2 horses. It was 4 times the entire stake of the bet I had just technically thrown away. He did not offer it because the numbers were clever. He offered it because I had thrown away my own winning morning to catch his men, and he was the kind of man who paid a thing like that back. The reward came from gratitude, not calculation. Mara signed the contract with a hand that was not quite steady, and she did not say she had been wrong about the wager, but she stopped keeping her careful distance from me, which from Mara meant the same thing as saying it. Cora looked at her chain, still hanging on the crane, having lifted 6 living men that morning instead of a pile of dead scrap, and something in her face had shifted. She did not say a word about it. She just started planning the next machine. 23 coins that morning. A 5-year contract by that same night. The treasury had a floor under it now, thin but real, and for the first time the 7-day clock felt like something I might beat instead of something burying me alive. Oscar Pell did not fight the dockmaster. He was far too smart to make a scene he already knew he could not win. He folded his ledger and he smiled his empty smile, and he congratulated me, and then he left the yard faster than any winner ever leaves. But before he went, he stopped at the gate a moment, looking back at my crane, and I stood close enough to watch his mouth move. He was not talking to me. He was asking himself one question, over and over. How does the boy already know the number? Because I had known the exact weight of metal he had stolen before he ever offered me 2 horses for it. And a careful man like Oscar does not forgive being read like that. He does not fight you in the yard. He writes a letter. That night, while I sat counting a contract I could hardly believe, Oscar sat down and wrote to the one man in the capital who might care about a scrap province that had suddenly learned to build. The Chancellor of the Imperial Weapons Chamber. A man named Varro. The letter to Varro would take days to reach the capital. The fire in the lower quarter took about an hour, and it did not wait for anyone's permission to start. It began in a chandler's shop, as these things always do, with too much tallow and too little care, and by the time the alarm bell rang, it had already jumped to the roof of the house next door. I got there with Brom and half his veterans at a dead run, and the first thing I looked for was not the fire. It was the water. In a fire, water is the only number that matters, and ours that night was terrible. The nearest well was nearly dry from a hard summer, and the river was 3 streets away down a slope no bucket line could beat. The old bucket chain was already losing the fight house by house, and everyone in the street knew it. People stood watching their own homes go, holding the few things they had grabbed on the way out, and a woman near me was screaming a name up at a second-floor window where the smoke was pouring out the thickest. Her son was up there. The stair was already gone, a solid sheet of flame, and no ladder in the quarter was long enough to reach the sill before that room went. The bucket line kept throwing water that turned to steam before it ever landed. I had one thing in that street taller than the fire and stronger than any ladder, and it was parked 2 streets over at the dock. My crane. So I sent Brom for it at a run, and Brom, being Brom, decided to ride it in himself. The crane came down the street faster than a thing that size has any right to move, veterans hauling it along on the dock rollers, and Brom rode the hook up into the smoke with a wet blanket over his head and a rope lashed around his chest. He swung in through the window feet first, and for a few long seconds there was nothing but smoke and the woman screaming. And then Brom came back out on the hook with a boy under one arm and his own coat already smoking. We swung them down into the street, and the mother had her son back, coughing and alive, and Brom beat the embers off his sleeves and announced that the window had been successfully taken. That was the easy rescue. The hard part was the fire itself, still eating the quarter, and no water to fight it with. And that was the moment I looked past the crane at the dock behind it, stacked with the exact thing I had spent all week lifting. Cannon barrels. A cannon barrel is a tube of good iron, bored straight and smooth, and built to survive far worse pressure than any water main will ever meet. Empty of its powder, it is not a weapon at all. It is a pipe that has forgotten its job. So I told the veterans we were going to remind it. We were, I said, about to make the artillery fire water for the first time in its miserable life, and half of them laughed and the other half started rolling barrels before I finished the sentence. We ran a line of them from the river up the slope, barrel to barrel, sealed at the joints with wet rag and clay, and Cora's fast hands on a solder iron, a rough, hard pipe laid straight down the middle of the burning street. At the bottom, we rigged the crane winch to a barge pump, and at the top, we aimed the last barrel at the fire, and I gave the word, and the river came up the hill through a row of old cannon and hit the flames standing up. The inspector arrived at the fire, not with a bucket, but with a book of regulations. He was a small, important man from the town office, and he planted himself directly in front of my outlet barrel to inform me that this water main was unlicensed. I did not have time to argue municipal code with a row of houses on fire, so I did the polite thing and asked him to please step away from the outlet. He took this as a challenge to his authority and stepped in closer instead. Now there is a real problem with a pipe made of rigid iron barrels and no give in it anywhere. When you shut the flow off fast, the water does not simply stop. It slams into the closed valve, and the pressure spikes hard enough to break things. One of the veterans, following my earlier order, shut the top valve fast to reset the aim. The whole line shuddered, the pressure jumped, and the weakest joint let go. It happened to be the joint the inspector was standing directly over. The barrel burst its seal, and a column of river water caught the inspector square in the chest, lifted him clean off his feet, and set him down, book and all, in a horse trough across the street, in front of half the quarter. The street, which had spent an hour watching their homes burn, laughed for the first time that night. Even the woman with her rescued son laughed. The inspector sat in the trough and dripped and looked around for someone to arrest. I would like to tell you I planned that. I did not. But a failure is only an insult if you learn nothing from it, and this one had just shown me where my rough pipe would kill a man if I ever built it for real. The pressure spike on the shutoff was the flaw, so I fixed it right there the proper way. An air chamber at the top, a sealed barrel of trapped air that squashes down and swallows the slam, and a simple relief valve to bleed off the worst of it. We ran a second line with the air chamber built in, and this time when the veterans shut it fast to re-aim, the pipe only breathed and held, and nobody went swimming. The inspector, dripping, declined to test it a second time. With a real pipe and real pressure, the fight stopped being a fight. A bucket line loses a quarter in a night. A pumped main puts a whole river through one nozzle, and it put this fire out in minutes, not hours. We walked the outlet barrel up the street from house to house, knocking the flames flat, and behind us the quarter that had been burning to the ground an hour before stood wet and black and above all, standing, scorched, but standing. Mara arrived with the last of the count because Mara counts even a fire. 9 houses damaged, she said, not one of them lost, and no dead. On the old bucket math, that same fire took the whole lower quarter every generation. I should have felt nothing but that number. Instead, I was watching the water, because the last barrel had a leak I had not put there, and the water going into the ground at the foot of one old wall was coming back up wrong. It came up muddy, and then it came up worse than muddy, carrying a fine gray grit and a smell of old powder, out from under a windowless brick wall that had no business having a flooded cellar beneath it at all. So instead of walking the hose to the next hot spot, I turned it on that cracked wall, and I opened it all the way, and I let the river do to that brick what 8 winters of neglect had already done to my fortress gate. The wall came apart under the pressure, brick by wet brick, and behind it was not a cellar anyone had ever built to live in. It was a vault, low and long, and it was packed to the roof with metal. Cannon barrels stacked like firewood, dozens of them, dry and oiled and cared for in a way nothing else in Arkenford had been cared for in 8 years. Someone had been keeping these particular barrels very well indeed. I climbed down into the muck and put my lantern on the nearest one, and I found the stamp near the breech. The mark every barrel carries saying which foundry made it and where it went, and the stamp was wrong. It had been struck twice. Under the top mark, if you held the light sideways, you could read the ghost of the first one, filed down and hammered over. The barrels said they had been sold overseas years ago. These barrels had never left. These were the missing third. The Metal Oscar's own ledger swore had been sold and shipped and gone. It had never gone anywhere. It had been carried down here in the dark and bricked up to wait for a buyer who paid better than the crown. I called Mara down, and I did not say a single word. I just held the light sideways on the double-struck stamp and let her read it herself. And then I watched her go very still and reach into her coat for the registry. Mara keeps the provincial registry as I keep drop zones, out of a bone-deep certainty that the one time you skip it is the time it kills you. She had every stamp and every sale in it, going back to before my father died. She knelt in the muck with her good skirts ruined and matched the barrels against the book one by one, and her face got harder with every line. The barrels down here were all listed in her registry as sold, confirmed, paid out. Gone. This cellar, she said, is where 3 years of sold weapons actually went. Every barrel the province was paid nothing for because on paper it already belonged to someone else, is sitting under our feet with a false mark on it. A scrap dealer who buys a province's weapons for 2 horses and resells them whole and armed to whoever the crown least wants holding them is not a petty thief. He is a smuggler, and that missing third was his entire business. I was still working out how carefully I would have to move to make an accusation stick, because a man like Oscar has friends, and I had a dead man's coat. I was overthinking it, as I do. Oscar solved the problem for me himself. One of his men had been in the crowd the whole time, watching the wall come down, and the instant the barrels showed he bolted, not away from the cellar but toward it, with a lit torch, straight for the powder still stored in the back. There was powder in that vault. Of course there was. You do not store 40 live cannon without the powder to sell alongside them, and Oscar's man knew exactly where it sat and what a torch would do to all of us. If that magazine went, it took the cellar, the evidence, the block we had just saved, and everyone standing in the street, me and Mara and the woman and her boy along with it. He was not trying to escape. He was trying to erase the whole thing. My fire main was still charged. My crew was 2 hours old. Veterans who had been hauling buckets this same night and had never once trained on a pumped line under real stakes. And I had no time to give them a single instruction, so I did the only thing the moment allowed. I trusted the system instead of the men. I shouted one word, the aim point, and Brom did the rest, because Brom had been aiming heavy things at targets his entire life. They swung the outlet barrel around and put the full river on the man before he reached the powder. And the torch died in a hiss, and the water pinned him flat against the far wall of the vault like a leaf against a grate. It was not a rehearsed rescue. It was a 2-hour-old crew and a pipe made of dead cannon holding a line in front of a live magazine on the very first try, and it held. That is the whole difference between a machine and a miracle. While the crew held the man and the crowd dragged him clear, Mara was already back in the smoke of the cellar, ruining her hands, hauling out the thing that mattered more than the barrels. Oscar's transport ledgers, soaked but whole. Oscar Pell should have run that night. A smart smuggler, seeing his walled vault opened by a lord who could already read his ledger, gets on a horse and is 3 provinces gone by dawn. Oscar was smart. He was also greedy, and greed is slower than fear. So instead of running, he came back for them. In the last dark before dawn, while the quarter slept off its fright, Oscar came down to the open cellar himself, alone, to pull the ledgers out of the wreck before anyone read the buyer list. He did not come alone by choice. He came alone because the men who used to carry for him would not walk a step with him anymore. And that, more than the vault, more than the registry, was the thing that truly finished Oscar Pell, his porters. The 40 hard men he had lined up against my crane and lost. The men who had watched me throw away a winning bet to haul 6 of their own out from under a falling tower. Some of those 6 were his porters too. They had spent a week working my docks under the new contract, lifting with the crane instead of breaking their backs for Oscar's coin, and by now they had heard whose stolen iron had nearly burned the whole quarter down. When Oscar slipped down to the cellar in the dark, it was his own former porters, standing my night watch, who saw a lantern move where no lantern should be. They did not call for me. They did not need me. They went down themselves. I got there to find Oscar Pell on his knees in the muck of his own vault, a ledger clutched to his chest, held fast by 2 men who had carried his cargo for years and were finished carrying anything for him. He was not smiling now. The town watch took him at first light, in front of a street that had watched him lowball their dead lord's estate a week ago and try to burn their homes down a night ago. Nobody spoke a word for him. That silence was its own verdict. Oscar Pell, who had valued a whole armory at 2 horses, was carried off his own smuggling vault by the porters he used to own, for a crime the fire itself had dug up. The man who came to bury Arkenford was the first thing the province buried. By full morning the fire was cold, the quarter was standing, Oscar was in a cell, and his vault of stolen cannon sat open to the daylight for the whole province to walk past and stare at. It should have been a clean, simple win. The best part of it was not the arrest. It was a small thing, in the street, while the veterans coiled the hoses and knocked the char off the cannon pipes. The woman whose son Brom had carried out of the smoke came looking for them. She did not thank me, and she was right not to. She walked up to Brom and his soot-black crew, old soldiers who had spent 8 years being told they were finished, useless, a garrison guarding a graveyard, and she looked at them properly. "You are not soldiers anymore," she told them. "Whatever you were in the war, that is over. Look at what you did tonight. You are the Fire Watch now." She said it like a promotion, and not a loss, and every man of them stood a little straighter. That was the thing I could never have built with any crane. 100 men who had defined themselves by what they destroyed, handed a new name by an ordinary woman for what they had just saved. The Fire Watch. It stuck that same day. Even Cora, who had spent a whole week insisting my machines were rich boys' toys, stood looking at the row of barrels she had soldered into a pipe at a dead run, still dripping river water, and could not quite keep the wonder off her face. "That pipe," she said, half to herself, "just saved the quarter." She did not say it to flatter me. She said it as a craftsman admits a thing worked, which from Cora was worth more than any speech, and I did not push my luck by answering. 23 coins 6 days before. Now a 5-year contract, a fire main made of cannon, a smuggler in a cell, and 100 veterans with a new name. I let myself believe, for about the length of one breakfast, that the hard part was behind me. It was not, of course. It never is. The letter Oscar wrote had a week's head start on me, and while I was pulling smugglers out of cellars, an answer was already riding the other way, sealed with the mark of the Imperial Weapons Chamber. It reached me before noon. It was not about Oscar. It did not mention the fire, or the theft, or the quarter I had just saved. It ordered me, in the Crown's name, to surrender every last cannon barrel in Arkenford back to the Empire at once. The order to hand back every cannon barrel sat on my desk for one night. I did not answer it. You do not win an argument with an empire by writing a letter. You win it by making the thing they mean to seize too useful to take. Winter was coming to Arkenford, and 12,000 veterans were going to spend it in stone barracks built to house soldiers, not to keep families warm. Cold kills a poor province quietly, a few of the old and the young every hard week. So while the Crown counted the barrels it wanted back, I went looking for the metal it had already forgotten. Not the cannon, the shields, thousands of them, stacked in the armory, dented and retired, too damaged to fight with and too heavy to sell. A shield is a curved sheet of good iron, made to spread a blow across its whole face without cracking. Turn it over, give it a firebox and a flue in a door, and that same shape spreads heat instead of force. A war shield makes an excellent stove. We built the first one in Cora's forge in an afternoon and lit it in the yard to test the draft, and it smoked like a funeral pyre because I had the flue angle wrong. Brom, standing too close, caught the worst of it in the face. His boots began to smolder. Any sane man steps back. Brom, having decided the stove test was a military position to be held, stood at attention beside his own smoking boots until I ordered him to fall back, because a sergeant does not retreat from furniture. I fixed the flue, and the second stove drew clean and threw real heat. And then Cora and I did the thing I actually came to this world to do. We took one good design and turned it into 100 and then into 1,000. In 10 days, working shields into stoves on a line, we went from a single prototype to 1,000 finished units, and they went out to every cold barracks and farmhouse in Arkenford. And the province was warm in a winter it used to only survive. I let myself enjoy that for about a day. Then a farmer came to the gate, gray in the face, and told me one of my stoves had burst apart in his kitchen in the night, and that his young daughter had been standing right beside it. The girl was burned, not killed, and that mattered more to me than anything else in the story. But a burn on a child turns a town against you before you can say one word in your defense, and it should. I went cold when he said it, not because of the contract or my name, because I build things that people stand next to, and the entire point of everything I know is that they are supposed to be safe when they do. A stove of mine had hurt a child, and that was mine to answer for. By the time I reached the farmhouse, there were 2 more complaints waiting. A cracked stove in the next village, a door blown off its hinges in a third. 3 failures in one day, from a design that had run 10 days without a single fault. And standing in the market square by the time I got back, telling the story to anyone who would listen, was a man with a guild badge and a familiar way of smiling. One of Oscar's old associates landed on his feet wearing a new master's colors. Kale sells death dressed as a stove, he told the square, loud and sorrowful, as a man sounds when he has practiced sounding sad. He builds his toys out of war scrap and lets your children stand beside them while they burn. It was good. I will give him that. It was a good attack because it was half true. The stoves were made from war scrap. Children did stand beside them. And 3 of them had failed in a single day, and I could not yet say why. So I did the only thing I trust when a system fails. I stopped listening to the story about the failure and went to look at the failure itself. I had the burst stove brought to my yard, every twisted piece of it, and I got down on the ground with it. A broken machine is a confession if you know how to read it. Metal fails in a specific way for a specific reason, and the break face tells you the reason as a wound tells a surgeon what made it. So I sat in the dirt and read this one. The first thing I saw was that the iron was wrong. My stoves were shield iron, tough and a little springy, made to bend before it breaks. This was brittle gray cast, cheap and hard and prone to shatter under heat. I had never once used it. The second thing was the hinge. My hinges were forged by Cora, and she puts a mark on everything she makes, a small, deliberate flaw in the scrollwork that only she knows the shape of. This hinge was stamped, not forged, and the mark was a copy. Close. But a copy, as a forged signature, is close. Someone had studied Cora's mark and reproduced it well enough to fool a farmer, then struck it into a cheap cast hinge on a cheap cast stove and sold the whole thing wearing my name. The stove that burned that child was not mine. None of the 3 were. Somewhere there was a second forge turning out brittle imitations of my design, stamped with a copy of my mark, sold to people who trusted the mark and got death instead. It was clever, and it was cruel, and it was the guild. They could not outbuild me, so they built worse versions of me on purpose. Let them fail, and let the failures wear my face. Every counterfeit that cracked was a free attack on my name. I knew all of that, kneeling in the yard with the proof in my hands, and I could not prove a word of it. Because the fake mark looked identical to a farmer, to a magistrate, to the whole shouting square. My truth and their lie carried the same stamp. You do not beat a good forgery by shouting that it is a forgery. You beat it by making your real thing impossible to copy and easy to prove, and you do it before the next child gets hurt. So I stopped defending myself and started redesigning. The problem was that my mark lived on the outside, where anyone could see it, and therefore anyone could copy it. The fix was to put the truth somewhere a counterfeiter would never think to look, because he only cares about the surface. Inside. We began stamping every real stove on the inside of the firebox in a spot you only see when you take the stove apart with a serial number, each one unique, each one logged in Mara's registry against the buyer, the date, and the metal batch. A counterfeiter copies what he can see. He would go on stamping my outer mark because that is the one that sells a stove. He would never know the real one carried a second hidden name his never could, one that tied every unit to a written record. But a serial number only proves which stove is mine after something has already gone wrong. I wanted something that made sure the wrong thing was never a dead child. So Cora and I built a weakness in on purpose, and that is the part I am proudest of. We engineered one seam, low on the side, to be the weakest point in the whole stove. Weaker than the firebox, weaker than the door. If a real stove was ever pushed past what it could take, that seam would split first, low and slow and loud. It would vent the heat sideways into the floor and hiss like a kettle, instead of bursting outward into a room. A real stove, overloaded, fails safe and downward, with a warning. A cheap cast fake, overloaded, does the thing that burned that girl. The difference was now built into the metal itself, and it could be shown to anyone with a fire and 2 stoves. Which is exactly what the guild, still certain a mass-made thing had to be a worse thing, walked straight into and demanded of me. A public burn test. The guild wanted the burn test because they thought standardization was my weakness. In their world, a thing shaped by one master's hands is always better than a thing made 1,000 times on a line. They were about to learn how wrong that is. We said it in the market square, the same square where the guildsmen had called me a killer, so the crowd that heard the accusation would see the answer. 2 stoves, side by side. Mine, with its hidden serial. Theirs, with its copied mark. I did not choose which fake we tested. I let the guild bring their own, so no one could say I rigged it. They brought one proudly, certain their master's copy was as good as my original, because they still did not understand what my original actually was. The test was simple and brutal and public. Build the fire in each stove hotter and hotter, past a cooking heat, past a safe heat, up to what a stove might reach if some fool packed it with coal and walked away. Push both until one of them fails. We stoked them together, matched load for matched load, and the square went quiet as a crowd does when it has come for a verdict. Mara read out the batch numbers. Cora worked my stove's fire. The guildsman, sweating already, worked his own. For a while nothing happened, and a stove getting hot in silence is not much of a show, and I could feel the crowd wondering if they had been promised a fight that would not come. Heat is patient. I have always been willing to wait on it. Then, well before either stove reached the top of the test, the guild's fake began to make a sound, not my seam's low hiss. A sharp, dry ticking, the sound cast iron makes just before it lets go, the sound of a thing about to come apart fast. The guildsman heard it too. His confident face changed. He reached to pull his fire, to stop the test before it could finish, and I told him, loud enough for the whole square, to leave it where it was. He had asked for this. He would get all of it. The fake went first, and it went as I had promised the square a cheap stove goes. Not a crack, an explosion. The cast iron split all the way around, the door blew clean off, and a gout of fire and ash punched out sideways across the platform. The crowd flinched back as one body. The guildsman threw himself flat. Nobody was hurt because I had set the safety line far back on purpose, but every soul in that square had just seen with their own eyes what happened in that farmhouse kitchen. That was their stove. The one with my mark copied on the outside, the one they had sworn was as good as mine. It had blown apart like a shell, in front of the whole town, before it even reached the top of the test, and my stove kept burning. Hotter now, past the point where the fake had died, and the crowd watched and waited for it to do the same, and it did not. When my stove finally reached the limit of what it could hold, it did the thing we built it to do. The low seam split, where Cora and I had made it weakest, and it vented its heat down into the stone platform with a long hiss. And the body of the stove stayed whole, and the door stayed shut, and the fire stayed inside where it belonged. A real stove, pushed past its limit, sat down and failed quietly. A fake, pushed less, killed. The whole square understood it in a single breath, without one word from me, and that silence was worth more than any speech I could have made. Then I finished it. I had the split fake carried up, showed the crowd its outside mark, my copied name, and then I broke the ruined thing fully open and showed them the inside, where a real stove carries its hidden serial. The fake had nothing there. Blank iron. No serial, no record, no name. And then because the guild had been careless, I showed them the one mark the fake did carry inside. Faint in the cast where a forge always leaves its trace. Not my mark. Their master's, stamped into his own crime. The square turned that same hour. People who came to see Kale the child killer watched the guild blow up its own lie, and by evening, buyers across the province were carrying their cracked fakes back. Not to my shop, but to the guild hall that sold them. Something changed in Arkenford that week, and it was bigger than one argument. Before the burn test, people bought a stove because they trusted me, the lord who pulled a boy out of a fire. That does not scale. I cannot know every buyer alive. After the burn test, people bought a stove because they trusted the mark. The hidden serial, the registry, the promise that this iron had a name and a record and would fail safe if it ever failed at all. They were not buying my face anymore. They were buying a guarantee. And a guarantee is a thing you can sell to a stranger in a city you have never visited because it does not depend on them knowing you. It depends only on the thing being true every time, which is what a standard is. That was the real product. Not the stove. The certainty. I had spent the whole week thinking I was defending my name, and somewhere in the middle of it, I had accidentally built something better than a name. A reason for strangers to trust me at scale. Cora saw it before I said it aloud. She had spent our entire partnership certain that standardization was the enemy of craft, that a thing made 1,000 times had to be a lesser thing than a thing made once by a master's own hand. Now she stood in the shop looking at a row of identical stoves, each one carrying her hidden hinge mark and a unique serial, and admitted, in her way, that a standard did not kill her craft. It carried it further than one forge ever could. She did not say it warmly. She said it like a woman conceding a point in an argument she still meant to win in the end. But she said it, and a week after calling my machines toys, she was stamping her mark on 1,000 of them on purpose. Then the orders came, and they did not come from Arkenford. They came from the next province over, and the one past that, cities I had never set foot in, asking for stoves by the mark, by the serial, by the guarantee. The standard had traveled without me, which was wonderful, and which was a problem, because Cora's forge was one building with one fire, and it could turn out 1,000 stoves in 10 days, only by working every hand in it half to death. 2 cities worth of orders would break it. This is the trap of every good thing I have ever built. You solve the problem of making a thing, and the reward for solving it is a bigger problem, the problem of making enough. Demand is a hungrier master than any deadline the crown ever set me. I stood in Cora's shop that night doing the arithmetic, and the numbers pointed only one way. More orders than the forge could hold, more veterans than the docks could employ, and a province that needed both work and warmth faster than one shop could give. We could stay a workshop and stay safe, and turn away half the cities asking for us, and let the guild slowly build its own capacity and take the trade we could not fill. Or we could become something Arkenford had not had since the war ended. A place built to make many things at once, on a line, by people no guild would ever license, turning the metal of war into the machinery of ordinary life by the thousand. I said the word out loud to Cora, and it felt heavier than it sounded. We need a factory, I said. And Cora, who a fortnight ago would not waste good iron on me, looked at the long row of stoves wearing her mark and did not argue. She only asked me where we would put it, which is a smith's way of saying yes. We had picked the ground for the factory and were arguing over the flue count when the news came down from the mountain road. The high bridge on the eastern pass, the one that carried half of Arkenford's trade, had given way beneath a caravan. A bridge does not fall on an empty day. This one fell under a loaded train, and the train belonged to the Sorn Trading House, which is to say it belonged to Livia Sorn, though I did not yet know how much that name was about to matter to me. The pass was a knife cut through the mountains with a river far below, and the old timber bridge across it had rotted at the far anchor, the same way everything in this region rotted, quietly, for years, with no one ever paid to look at it. When I got there with the crane and a crew, half the caravan was across on solid ground, and half of it was not. The middle span was simply gone. 6 wagons and their drivers were stranded on a stub of old bridge that was still, slowly, coming apart under them. On the safe side stood a woman in a travel coat worth more than my whole treasury, watching her own cargo hang over a drop, and she was not screaming or weeping or wringing her hands. She was doing arithmetic, out loud, faster than her clerk could write it down. That was Livia Sorn. She did not run to me for rescue. She turned as I climbed down and looked me over as I look at a load, weighing what I could bear, and she skipped the greeting entirely and asked me one question. How fast, and what would it cost her? Her own bridge engineer was already there, a guild master she had hired at the capital's rates, and he had given her his professional answer. 3 weeks to rebuild the span properly, with parts cast to fit, and not one single wagon crossed before then. 3 weeks meant 6 wagons of perishable cargo lost, a trade season missed, and a rival house taking the route while she waited. The guild master said it as these men always do, as if the slowness were a law of nature and not a choice he was making. No pre-made part fits a crooked old bridge, he told her, and he meant it as wisdom. He was right in his world, where a bridge is a single custom thing you cast once to fit and cannot rush. In my world, that sentence is not wisdom. It is a problem statement, because I do not build one custom bridge. I build a temporary span out of standard sections, as I build everything, from parts that are the same as each other, and can be swapped, adjusted, and thrown together at speed. I did not need 3 weeks. I told her 7 hours. Not 7 days. 7 hours to put a crossing over that gap strong enough to walk the drivers out and roll the lighter wagons after, with a proper rebuild to follow once the people were off the dying span for good. The guildmaster laughed, which I was coming to expect from that profession. Livia did not. She looked at the crane, and at the broken bridge, and at me, and she made a decision, as she seemed to make all of them, fast and out loud. 7 hours, she said. Prove it. We anchored the first standard bridge section, one of the modular spans we had built for exactly this kind of work, and swung it into place across the gap. It did not fit. The old stone anchors on the far side sat at the wrong spacing, gone crooked with age. The guildmaster enjoyed that. A standard part, he said, does not fit a bridge that was never standard, and for one bad moment he had the truth of it. My swappable section was built true and square, and the anchor it had to meet was neither of those things. This is the gap between what I know and what this world is. My knowledge says every joint should be uniform. Here, every joint was made by different hands in different years and matches nothing else. A standard part, meeting a crooked world, which is why I do not work alone and never will again. I knew the section would not fit. Cora knew how to make iron do what a drawing cannot. I did not tell her to cast a new part, which would have taken the very 3 weeks the guildmaster had promised. I asked her for a joint that could move, and Cora, standing over the gorge with the wind pulling at her, forged an adjustable coupling on a field anvil, a joint with a sliding throat and a wedge lock that could take the crooked anchor and clamp it true. It was in no drawing of mine. It was her answer to my problem, made from her own craft, and it did in 1 hour what a fresh casting would have taken 20 to do. She fitted it, hammered the wedge home, and the standard section sat down onto the crooked anchor and held. The guildmaster stopped laughing. He came over to look at the coupling, because a real craftsman cannot help himself, and I watched him understand that he had just been shown a way of working that made his 3-week estimate look like a plain excuse. We had a span. Rough, temporary, ugly, and strong enough. I sent the first drivers across on foot with a rope line, and they came, white-faced and grateful, and for one moment, it looked like the easy version of the day. Then a wagon began to move. Not a wagon, we were moving. One of the stranded ones, still out on the dying stub of the old bridge, shifted as the timber under it finally gave, and it started to slide toward the edge with 2 drivers still on it trying to free the panicking horses. There was no time to reach it on foot. There was, however, a crane, and a crane is only a machine for putting a strong arm where a human arm cannot reach. So I swung the boom out over the gorge and dropped it against the sliding wagon like a brace. The boom caught the wagon's frame and held it, groaning. Cora's chain taking a load it was never rated for, and the slide stopped with the rear wheels already half over the drop. It bought us a minute. A minute is a very great deal, if you do not waste it. Brom and 2 veterans went out along the boom itself, as Brom will go anywhere I point him, and cut the horses free, and hauled the 2 drivers back along the arm hand over hand, while I worked the winch to keep the brace steady under all of them. The drivers came off, the horses came off, and the wagon hung there on the end of my boom, out over the gorge, and I finally had a second to look at what was in it, the thing heavy enough to have started the whole slide in the first place. It was a machine. Crated and roped, bigger than any other cargo in the caravan, and I knew the shape of it through the slats before Livia said a word. A printing press. A good one, capital made, the single most valuable thing in her entire train. A printing press, in this world, is not a convenience. It is power. Whoever prints controls what people can be told at scale, which is why the craft is licensed and guarded and costly, and why the press was the true crown jewel of Livia's whole cargo. And it was hanging off my crane by a chain that was already complaining, over a drop that would smash it to scrap, with the whole rig straining to hold a weight it had never been built to hold. Something had to give, and I had a choice about what. I could try to save the press, swing it back, set it down, spend the next crucial minutes coaxing a machine across the gap while the old bridge kept dying under the last stranded wagon and the people still stuck on it. Cargo first. It is what a contractor does. Livia made the call before I did, and that told me everything I needed to know about her. Drop the press, she said, flat, no hesitation, watching her own fortune swing over the gorge. Nobody dies for a machine. Get the last wagon. Get the people out. She was right, and I had already half decided it, but here is the part she did not expect. I did not simply drop the press to shed weight. I used it. A press is dead weight, and dead weight, hung right, is a counterweight waiting for a job. I let the boom swing the press out and down on its chain as a balance, and its falling mass pulled the boom back the other way, and I used that pull to haul the last stranded wagon up off the dying stub and across the gap faster than the winch alone ever could. The last drivers came over the gap riding their own cargo, dragged clear by the falling weight of the most expensive thing Livia owned. And every single person who had been stranded on that broken bridge was now standing on solid stone. The moment the last wagon's wheels hit solid ground, the chain holding the press gave out. It had done its work and taken far more than it could bear doing it, and with a crack like a shot, the counterweight line parted out over the open gorge. The press fell. Livia's crown jewel, the most valuable thing in her train, dropped the full height of the gorge and hit the river rocks below and came apart into 100 pieces of iron and brass that would never print a single word again. Nobody was on it. Nobody was near it. Every driver, every horse, every soul that had been stranded over that drop was standing safe on the road, and the only thing the gorge took that day was a machine. That was the trade I had made, and I would make it again. But I want to be honest about the cost, because there is always a cost, and I do not believe in pretending otherwise. That press was worth more than everything I had built in Arkenford so far. It was irreplaceable in this whole region. And it was gone, on my watch. Livia stood at the edge and looked down at the wreck of it for a long moment. Then she looked at me, and I braced for the bill, because I had just cost this woman a fortune to save 6 drivers she could have hired 10 more of by the turn of winter. The guildmaster got there first, of course. With the cargo lost, he announced the crossing contract was void. No delivery meant no payment, and the temporary span I had thrown across the gap was, in his professional opinion, an illegal structure he would report. I let him talk. I had learned with Oscar that a man that eager to declare victory is usually the one about to lose it. Livia had not said a word about payment or contracts or blame. She was still looking at me, doing that arithmetic, and she was not yet finished. The 7 hours were not up. That was the thing everyone had forgotten in the noise of the near disaster. I had promised Livia a crossing in 7 hours. The clock was still running, and a promise is a promise even when the cargo it was meant to carry is gone. So while the guildmaster drafted his complaint, I finished the job I had actually been hired for. We dressed the temporary span, laid a proper deck across Cora's adjustable joints, tested it with sandbags to twice a wagon's weight, and made the thing real. With an hour to spare on my 7, I put the first loaded wagon of the surviving cargo across the gap the guildmaster had sworn needed 3 weeks. It rolled over slowly, a full load, drivers walking beside it, and it reached the far side and kept going. The guildmaster stopped drafting his complaint. A loaded wagon was crossing his impossible bridge, on a span built from swappable parts and one Smith's field-forged joint, hours after he had staked his professional name on the thing being undoable. He did not apologize. Men like that never do. But he folded his complaint back into his coat and left without another word about illegal structures. And that silence, in front of Livia, was its own kind of verdict on his 3-week estimate. And Livia, instead of tallying her losses, was watching Cora. Down by the near anchor, Cora had climbed to the wreck line and was pulling the salvageable pieces of the ruined press up out of the rocks, and she was not throwing them onto the scrap pile. She was sorting them, gear, by thread and by size, laying the brass parts out in careful rows as you lay out parts you mean to use again. Livia watched a smith treat a destroyed machine as a box of parts instead of a loss, and her face changed. Because that is the thing about a press, or a stove, or a bridge. Once you stop seeing objects and start seeing parts. The press was destroyed. The gears were not. A press is only an idea holding a box of gears in one particular arrangement, nothing more. I did not offer Livia an apology or a payout for the machine I had dropped. I offered her something better, because an apology is worth nothing, and a solution is worth a trade route. I told her to give us 20 days, and I meant it. Give us 20 days, I said, and we will build you a better press than the Capitol's. Not a copy of the one in the gorge, a simpler one, made from local parts and its own salvaged gears that any competent hand can run and any competent smith can repair. She did not answer right away. She was a traitor to the bone, and she was pricing it, the risk of it. The strangeness of a scrap lord promising to outbuild the Capitol's licensed printers in 20 days after dropping her last press off a cliff. Then she did the thing she did, decided fast and out loud. 20 days, she said. Fail, and you owe me a press and a season's trade, and I tell every house on this route you are a man who loses cargo. Succeed, and we will talk about more than a press. It was not a gift. Nothing with Livia was ever a gift. It was a contract with a knife in it, priced exactly to what she thought I was worth, which was already more than anyone in the capital would have offered a scrap lord that same morning. I took it. We walked back toward Arkenford together in the dusk, her caravan reduced and rerouted but alive, and I expected her to spend the walk itemizing what the day had cost her. She did not. She spent it studying me, which was worse and more interesting. You could have saved the press, she said finally. A better contractor would have. You had the crane on it, you had the seconds, and instead you turned my most valuable machine into a counterweight to save 6 drivers I could have replaced by spring. Why? Because a driver is not replaceable to the driver, I told her, and because a machine that costs a life is a machine built wrong, and I do not build them wrong. She listened to that as she listened to a price she had not expected to hear, recalculating. Most men in your place, she said, would have let the people take their chances and saved my cargo, and I would have thought them the better business partner for it. She paused. I am not sure I think better of you, but I trust you more, which is rarer. Then she smiled for the first time all day, and it was not a warm smile. It was a trader's smile, the smile of someone who has spotted a thing the whole market has mispriced and means to buy it quietly before anyone else works out its real value. If you throw away cargo for people this easily, she said, I should invest in you before my rivals understand what you are. She said it like a joke, but Livia Sorn never said a thing lightly, and I understood I had just gained something far more dangerous than a client. The wrecked press came back to Arkenford in crates of broken pieces, and Cora had already done the thing that made rebuilding it possible. She had refused to see scrap. She saw a parts bin. While I had been walking Livia home, Cora had climbed down into that gorge and hauled up every gear, spring, and screw that survived the fall, and now she had them laid out on a long bench, sorted not by where they came from, but by thread and by metal. That sorting was the whole secret of the thing, and it is the part most people miss entirely. A machine is not one object. It is a conversation between standard parts, and if you can read the parts, you can rebuild the conversation. The capital press had been a marvel, hundreds of finely cut gears meshing to a hair's tolerance, the kind of precision only a licensed master shop could hold. It was also, for that exact reason, impossible to repair anywhere but the capital that made it. One worn tooth, one cracked spring, and the whole marvel became a very heavy table, because no smith in the provinces could match the tolerance it needed. That is not strength, that is a leash. A machine you cannot fix is a machine that someone else owns. So I did not try to rebuild the capital's press. I sketched a worse one, on purpose. A press with a third of the precision, larger teeth, looser tolerances, made from the metal we actually had, that any provincial smith could cut and any of us could mend. Cora and I split the rebuild as we split everything now. She decided what the metal could actually do, I decided what the machine had to do, and where those two disagreed, the metal won, because the metal always wins and only fools argue with it. It would print slower and rougher than the capital's marvel ever did. It would also never, not once, need the capital again to keep it running. We had the press running in 12 days, well inside Livia's 20, and the first thing I printed on it was not a book. It was not poetry or scripture or a grand proclamation. It was a single page of numbered assembly instructions for a stove. Everyone around me expected literature, or at least something grand for the first page off a new press. I printed a numbered checklist for bolting a stove together, and I have rarely made a better decision. Our factory was staffed by people no guild had trained, and a trained worker carries the steps in his head while an untrained one guesses. A guess is a defect. A printed step, held in the hand, is the same every time, for every worker, on every single line. We put a printed instruction sheet at every station in the factory, and in 1 week the defect rate on the stove line dropped by half. Not because the people got better, because the knowledge stopped living in one master's head and started living on every bench. The first man to work a full shift off a printed sheet was a plowright who had never built a stove in his life. When the shift ended, his count matched the trained smith's, and he stood staring at his own tally as if it belonged to someone else. Brahm took to the printed instructions with the joy of a man who has finally found rules in writing. He posted them like standing orders and enforced them like standing orders, which is how we ended up holding a tribunal over a single bolt. A new man turned a bolt the wrong way, against the printed step, and Brahm convened what he solemnly called a hearing, charged the bolt with insubordination, and demoted the man to bolt-watching duty. It was ridiculous. It also somehow worked. Once I saw what a printed page could do to a factory, I understood what it could do to a whole province. So I printed the next thing, and the next thing was not instructions. It was prices. For years, the people of Arkenford had bought salt and iron and grain from Oscar's network at whatever price they were told, because there was no other price to check it against. A man alone with a debt does not know whether he is being robbed. So I printed the debts. Every standard price, every fair rate, every sum Oscar's associates had actually charged against what the goods were truly worth, laid out in plain columns any farmer could read aloud to his neighbor by firelight. It was not an accusation, and that is why it could not be answered. It was arithmetic, printed, the same on every page for everyone who held one. A rumor, a man like Oscar's associate can shout down. A number printed on 1,000 identical pages, sitting in 1,000 kitchens, he cannot. The town read, in plain ink, how many years and how many coins the network had quietly taken from them. One of them was a widow named Hesse, who kept a market stall 2 streets from my gate, and who had paid Oscar's iron price every season for 11 years, without ever being able to prove that it was too high. She brought the printed page to me herself, not angry, just steady, laid it on my table, put one finger on the line for barrel hoops, and said she had known it in her bones for a decade, and now she had it in ink. That was the whole win, in one woman. The reaction was not a riot. It was worse than a riot for them. It was people simply refusing to pay the old price, all at once, because now every one of them knew the real one, and every one of them knew that all the others knew it too. Oscar's associates saw the danger at once, and they did the only thing men like that know how to do with a problem. They tried to buy it. They sent agents to purchase the entire print run, every page, at generous prices to make the numbers disappear. They did not understand the machine they were fighting. You cannot buy up a printed thing, because I can print more of it faster than you can buy it. Mara worked that out before I did, and her answer was quiet and lethal. She started giving the next run away free. You can measure how dangerous a thing truly is by who moves to stop it. Nobody in the capital had cared when I built a crane, or a stove, or even a bridge. The moment I built a machine that printed the truth cheaply, the capital noticed within the week. It did not come as an army, or an inspector, or a threat. It came as paperwork, which in an empire is often the sharper weapon of the two. A royal edict, sealed and official, declaring that unlicensed printing was a threat to public order, and that the right to operate a press belonged to the licensed scribes guild alone, by ancient charter, and to no provincial lord, however clever he thought himself. The Scribes Guild had spent centuries as the only people who could copy a document, slowly, by hand, at a price only the powerful could pay. A press any smith could build and any farmer could read from was not a nuisance to them. It was the end of them, and behind the scribes, though I could not yet prove it, stood a larger office that did not care about scripture at all, only about who controlled what people were allowed to be told. The same office that had written to me about cannon barrels. The pattern was there. I did not seal the press, but I did not have to, because that same night someone decided the slow legal route was not fast enough, and did the quiet physical thing instead. They came for the press in the dark. Printing forms are the heart of a press. The type, the plates, the set frames that carry the words. The press itself is only a machine that squeezes them onto paper. Steal the forms, and the machine is a very heavy paperweight until you cut every one of them again. They knew that. Whoever sent them knew exactly what to take. They broke into the print shop in the last dark hours, and they did not smash the press, which would have been loud. They went for the forms, to carry off the words and leave the machine mute. They got clean away with half of them before anyone in the shop so much as stirred. Half our words, gone into the night, and the thieves very nearly had the rest. What stopped them was a worker sleeping in the shop that night because he had nowhere warmer to be. A quiet man missing his left arm below the elbow. A veteran named Yaren, whom no guild had ever once thought worth training. Yaren woke to the noise. He did not raise an alarm and wait, and he did not try to fight armed men in the dark with one arm. He did the useful thing. He gathered the remaining forms, hid them, and sat in the black on top of them until the thieves gave up and ran. When we found him at dawn, he was still sitting there, cramped and cold, the forms safe underneath him, and his only complaint was that he had not managed to see a single face in the dark to give the watch a name to hunt. We lost half our forms that night, and that was the true price of open information. A secret only has to be kept. A truth you hand out freely can be stolen, burned, or banned, and you must be willing to make it again and again. I was, and I said so. But I was also short a set of hands the press could not spare, and standing in the ransacked shop at dawn, it was Yaren, the man who had just saved us, who pointed at the machine and told me its real weakness was not thieves. It was that it needed too many hands to run. A press, as we first built it, took 3 people, one to ink, one to lay and pull the paper, and one to work the heavy lever that brought the platen down. 3 sets of hands, in a province short of hands, for every single page. Yaren looked at that lever as a man looks at a thing that has personally insulted him, because a man with one arm spends his whole life around tools built for 2, and he had thought harder about doing more with fewer hands than any 2-armed master ever had to. Give the lever to a foot, he said. Not the hand, the foot. And he was right, and it was obvious the instant he said it, as the best ideas are obvious only after someone has already had them. Your legs are stronger than your arms, and otherwise idle. He built a pedal drive, a treadle linked by a crank to the press lever, as a spinning wheel or a lathe is worked by foot, so the operator's hand stayed free to ink and feed, while his leg did the heavy pressing in a smooth, fast rhythm. We tried it that same afternoon. Yaren sat to the press, set his foot to the treadle, and fell into a rhythm at once, because his body already knew how to make one arm and 2 legs do the work of 2 arms. The pages came off faster than 3 of us had ever managed. The change it made was not a small improvement to be noted and forgotten. It was enormous, the kind that quietly resets what the machine even is. With the pedal drive, one person could now do what three had done, and do it faster, because a foot in rhythm never tires as an arm pumping a lever does. Our print speed went up fourfold, and the press stopped needing hands the province did not have. A man no guild would license, whom the world had written off as a cripple guarding a print shop for want of anywhere better, had just quadrupled the output of my most important machine. With an idea every licensed master had been too whole-bodied to ever have. I have been given a great many things across 2 lives. Very few of them landed as hard as watching Yaren step back from that pedal, wipe grease on his good sleeve, and understand that the thing worked, and that he was the one who had made it work. In this world, an invention belongs to the master whose shop it comes from. A journeyman's idea becomes the master's name, the master's patent, the master's glory. Yaren had no master and no shop, and no name the guilds would ever write down. So I wrote it down. I did the simplest thing the press made possible. I printed it. On every instruction sheet for the pedal drive, where a maker's mark goes, I set his name, the Yaren drive. In ink, on 1,000 identical pages, in a form no guild could quietly bury. Yaren did not have words for it, and I did not need him to. He just stood there and kept reading his own name off the page over and over, as if it might vanish the moment he looked away from it. Because a printed name does not vanish. That is the whole point of the machine. A hand-copied credit can be lost, altered, or simply never written at all. A thing printed 1,000 times, sitting in 1,000 places, is beyond any single man's power to erase. The press had already proven it could carry a stove's cereal, a town's debts, a factory's instructions. Now it had carried the one thing this world was most careful never to give a man like Yaren: public, permanent proof that the work was truly his. The other workers saw it too. A man they had quietly pitied for a year was suddenly the name on the drive they all now used. And the pity turned into something better and more useful, which is the respect a man earns in front of the people he works beside. That was the moment the machine stopped being Livia's delivery and became a thing I knew I could never sell or seal. A press does not only copy words, it decides whose names survive, and that is a power that men have always been willing to kill to control. Livia understood it before I finished explaining. She had come to collect a press, and instead she stood watching a one-armed veteran read his own name in ink, and she said the thing I had been slow to say myself. The real product was never the press. The real product, she said, is that you can make any truth impossible to bury, cheaply, faster than anyone alive can stop you, and she was already pricing what that was worth on an open trade route, which for Livia was the same as saying she was in. The Scribes Guild did not appreciate having their centuries-old monopoly outrun by a foot pedal and a one-armed man. The buy-up had failed. The break-in had failed. The edict had been printed around faster than they could enforce it. So they escalated. They stopped writing edicts and sending thieves. They came to the workshop in daylight, a full delegation of them, and they made the choice very simple for me. Seal the press, their master told me in front of my own workers, or we seal the workshop. Not just the press, the whole shop, the factory beside it, every machine in it, under guild and royal authority, for running an unlicensed trade against the crown. My workers went quiet. Every one of them had a stake in that shop now, a wage, a name on a drive, a printed sheet with their own station on it, and they were watching to see whether the Lord who had handed them all of that would fold the moment the crown leaned on him. It was not a bluff. Behind the Scribes Guild stood the royal edict, and behind the edict stood the office in the capital that had wanted my cannon barrels, and I was one provincial lord with a printing machine and no license, standing against all of it. I looked at Yaren's name on the page, and at my workers watching to see what the Lord would do when the crown finally pushed, and I understood the small fights were over. Whatever came next would not be about a press. It would be about who is allowed to know things. The Scribes Guild could not seal my press, so the guilds changed the target. If they could not stop me printing, they would stop me building. And the factory ran on one thing the scribes did not control, but the Weapons Guild did. Licensed smiths. Every trained smith in Arkenford held his license from the Weapons Guild, and a license in this world is not a diploma. It is permission to work at all. Lose it, and you never lift a hammer for pay again, anywhere in the Empire. So the guild sent one quiet message to every licensed smith on my payroll. Leave the Scrap Lord's factory by week's end, or lose your license empire-wide. Not a fine, not a warning. The end of your trade, for you and your sons, forever. They left. I do not blame a single one of them. A man with a family does not gamble his children's bread on a lord he has known for 2 months, however well the factory pays this season. By the end of the week, my trained smiths were gone. The last to go was a gray old master named Talus, who had shod horses in Arkenford before I was born into this body, and he would not meet my eye at the gate. A license, he said, was the one thing a guild could take that a lord could not give back. All of them, in one stroke. The guild had reached into my factory and pulled out every skilled hand in it without once setting foot on the floor, and they timed it perfectly, as a good enemy does. Because sitting on my desk was the largest order I had ever taken, stoves and pipe for 4 cities at once, with a delivery date I had put my name to, and now no one licensed to build it. Cora was as angry as I had ever seen her, and for once, not at me. The smiths who walked were her people, her craft, and she understood better than I did what it meant to strip a workshop of every trained hand it had on the eve of its biggest job. "We cannot fill this order," she told me. "Not with who is left." And who was left was the province itself. Widows off the stove line, veterans off the fire watch, the one-armed man at the press, farmers, anyone the guild had never thought worth licensing. Cora watched me hand her forge to farmers and said nothing, which from her was louder than shouting. She had spent her whole life inside the idea that skill is earned slowly and cannot be handed out, and I was about to bet her craft against that. "Untrained hands," Cora said, "will ruin my drawings faster than they help." She was not being cruel. She was being accurate. A stove is precise, and precision in untrained hands becomes a leaking seam and a door that will not shut. She was right about the hands. I thought she was wrong about the problem, because I had seen this exact thing before, in my old life, on disaster sites where you never have enough trained people and the work has to happen anyway, with whoever showed up. You do not solve a shortage of skill by demanding more skill you do not have. You solve it by changing the work so that less skill is needed for each piece of it. That is not an insult to craft. It is the only way a poor province ever builds anything at scale. So I staffed the line with everyone the guild had thrown away, and I told Cora to trust me for one batch, and we began building stoves for 4 cities with hands that had never built a stove in their lives. The first batch told us how that went. It went badly. It went, in fact, about as badly as Cora had promised me it would, and she had the grace not to say so out loud, which I know cost her something. The first batch came off the floor almost entirely defective. Seams that leaked when we tested them with water. Doors that hung crooked and would not seal. Fireboxes riveted a hair out of true so the draft ran wrong. Most of it was scrap before it had even cooled. The workers took it harder than the scrap deserved. They had heard the guild call them worthless their whole lives, and the first leaking seam felt like proof of it. I watched good people decide they had been fools to try. That was the real damage of the batch. The ousted smiths heard within a day, because a town this size keeps no secrets, and they gathered at the tavern to toast the scrap lord who thought anyone could do their work. "Let the widows build his stoves," they laughed. "Let us see who buys a leaking pot." It would have been easy to agree with them. Easy and wrong. Because when I walked the failed batch, piece by piece, I did not find bad workers. I found good workers making the same few mistakes over and over, at the same few points on the line. A worker learning 10 operations does all 10 badly. The same worker doing one operation all day does that one well by afternoon. The failures were not spread across the people. They clustered at the handoffs, where a half-trained hand tried to do too much at once. So I did the thing I actually know how to do. I timed every operation with a sandglass, found where the work piled up and where hands sat idle, and I stopped asking each person to build a stove. I asked each person to make one cut, one weld, one fold, all day. We tore up the floor and laid it out again as a line. Not a room full of people each building a whole stove badly. A river of stoves flowing past stations, each worker doing one small thing perfectly, the half-built stove moving on to the next pair of hands. The second run was a different world. The same untrained hands, the same people the guild had written off, now each doing one thing they had done 200 times that morning, and the stoves that came off the end of the line were clean, sealed. True. Output climbed every day as the line found its rhythm, and I watched widows and farmers outproduce the licensed smiths who had walked, not because they were more skilled, but because the work had been arranged so that their skill was enough. Brahm naturally took the new discipline and made it military. He walked the line like a parade ground, and when a nervous new man dropped a bolt, Brahm stopped the shift, had the bolt formally recovered, and declared it a deserter to be court-martialed at dawn. The line laughed, which was the point, because a laughing crew is a crew that has stopped being afraid it will be the next thing declared a failure. The line also, I could not help noticing, stopped dropping bolts. Within a week, the line that could not build a kettle was turning out more finished stoves in a day than the licensed shop had ever managed in 3. and the only thing anyone had changed was where each person stood. But speed has a price, and I had pushed the line hard, and a fast line is a dangerous one if you have not built the danger out of it first. The stove door press was the worst of them, a heavy machine that brought a die down hard to fold a door edge in one stroke. It came down with enough force to fold iron, and it came down whether or not a hand was clear, because a machine does not know the difference. On the third day of the fast line, a tired young worker reached in to straighten a slipping door half a second too late. The press was already falling, its full weight committed, and his hand was flat under the die with no time left to pull it clear. In another heartbeat, the fast line I was so proud of was going to take a boy's fingers off at the knuckle. What saved his hand was a piece of iron Yaren had bolted to that press 2 days before, without being asked, because Yaren looks at machines as a man who has already lost one arm looks at machines, with respect for exactly how they take limbs. He had built a clamp, and it made me grin. It was the pedal drive again, run backward. The drive took the force of a foot and delivered it to the press. The clamp did the reverse. It took the force out, fast, the instant it should not be there. A sprung bar sat across the mouth of the press so that anything in the danger zone, a hand, a sleeve, a stray tool, pushed it, and the bar threw a wedge into the drivetrain and seized the machine dead. A brake, tripped by the very thing it protected. The boy's hand struck the bar as he reached. The bar tripped the wedge. The press, a finger's width from folding his hand into a door edge, locked solid and stopped, groaning. The die stalled against his knuckles, hard enough to bruise and not hard enough to break. He kept his hand. He also kept, from that day on, a habit of tapping Yaren's bar twice before every stroke, a small ritual of thanks, and half the line picked it up until that double tap became a sound the factory made all shift. He pulled a bruised hand out of a machine that should have taken it, and he sat down on the floor and shook, and every worker on that line understood in one breath that the one-armed man they used to pity had just kept a boy whole. I have stood in front of a great many clever machines across 2 lives. I am not sure any of them ever moved me like that ugly sprung bar, bolted on by a man nobody licensed, doing the one thing I care about more than output: sending everyone home with their hands. Cora did not react like the others. She reacted to the clamp. She crouched in front of that press and studied Yaren's sprung bar far longer than she looked at the shaken boy, because a real smith knows a great idea the moment she sees one seize a machine. By the next morning, Cora had put a version of Yaren's clamp on every dangerous machine in the factory. Not because I ordered it, because she had seen it work, and a thing that works is the only argument that has ever moved Cora Dane an inch. And somewhere in fitting those clamps, alongside the widows and veterans she had sworn would ruin her drawings, something in her changed. She stopped standing over them correcting mistakes and started standing beside them showing them how. I had watched Cora supervise. This was not that. Supervising is a master guarding the gap between herself and lesser hands. Teaching is a master closing that gap on purpose. For the first time, she treated the unlicensed crew not as apprentices to endure, but as equals. It changed the floor. A crew that is trusted works differently from a crew that is watched. Injuries dropped to 0 for the rest of the order, not only because of the clamps, but because people who are taught instead of policed stop making the frightened mistakes. And the stoves kept coming off the line, clean and fast and sealed. 4 cities worth of them, built by the very hands a guild had thrown into the gutter as worthless a fortnight before. We closed the 4-city order a full day ahead of the date I had signed, with a crew the guild swore could not build a kettle, on a line laid out by a man from another world, and made safe by a man with one arm. I have been prouder of things, not many. The numbers are worth saying plainly, because numbers are where the guild's whole story fell apart. The licensed smith's best claim time for an order that size was a benchmark they were proud of. We beat it by a day, with unlicensed hands. And the money told the same tale. The shop earned more than it spent, cleanly, on civilian stoves and pipe, without one single crown weapons contract propping it up. Arkenford was paying for itself by making things people wanted, not war the crown ordered. That was the number that mattered most to me, more than the delivery date. A province that had lived and died on the crown's weapons money for a generation had just earned a season's wage building things for ordinary life, owing the crown nothing. The tavern went quiet on the matter of leaking pots. It is hard to laugh at a factory that just beat your best time and paid its people while you sat drinking on principle. And principle buys a man exactly as many suppers as he can afford, no more. So the Smiths began to come back. Not in a crowd, which would have cost them their pride. One at a time, quietly, a man appearing at the factory gate in the morning as if he had merely been away, asking whether there might be a place for him. Talus, the gray master who would not meet my eye when he left, was among the first back. He stood at the gate a long while before he came in, and when he did, he asked for a station on the line, not a master's bench, which told me he had already understood the terms. I let them back. Of course I let them back. A man who turns away skilled hands to punish them for being afraid of the guild is a man running his factory on spite, and spite does not build stoves. But I did not let them back on the old terms. The old terms were a master's terms, where a licensed smith stood above the unlicensed, and the work bent around his pride. Those terms had walked out the door with them. The factory that beat their record ran on different ones, and I was not going back. A returning smith took a station on the line like everyone else. He accepted the flow, where no one builds a whole stove alone. He accepted the standard, the serials, the hidden seam. And he accepted Yaren's clamp on his press, whatever his pride felt about it. Not one of them argued, and that is the part I want to be clear about, because it is the whole point. I threatened no one back into line. I did not have to. The work spoke. A man who has watched a clamp save a boy's hand does not lecture you about the old ways. A status reversal, delivered without one threat spoken. A month before, these masters would not license my crew. Now they asked to join it on its terms, and the terms were better than the ones they had left. That is how you beat a guild. You make it unnecessary. Cora put it better than I did. The guild did not lose because we outshouted it, she said. It lost because a willing hand on a well-built line makes a truer stove than a frightened master on a bad one, and the whole province could see that now. I let myself think, for a few good days, that this had settled the matter of the guilds. It had not. It had only raised the fight to a level I could not reach. Because a guild that loses its smiths to a scrap lord does not shrug and find a new trade. It goes to the one power larger than itself, the one it had been feeding all along, and asks that power to do what the guild can no longer do for itself. The Weapons Guild and the Scribes Guild, who had never much liked each other, discovered a shared enemy in me and did the thing shared enemies do. They stopped competing and combined. They wrote a joint petition, both seals on one page, and sent it to the capital. I did not see the petition. I did not need to. I saw its answer ride into Arkenford a week later, and the answer was not a letter this time, and not a lone inspector I could dunk in a horse trough. It was a unit, uniformed, mounted, official, carrying the seal I had learned to recognize on the order about my cannon barrels. Not the local watch, not the guild. The Imperial Weapons Chamber itself, riding in under Chancellor Varro's authority, come to inspect what I had built. They did not shout or threaten or draw a weapon. They dismounted in my yard with clipboards and measuring chains and the calm of men who have never once been told no, and their officer asked politely to see every machine I owned. And I understood, watching them ride through the gate my crane had rebuilt, that every fight until now had been a rehearsal. Oscar, the counterfeiters, the scribes, the smiths, all local, all mine to beat. The thing coming through my gate now was not local at all. The officer of the Imperial Weapons Chamber did not inspect my machines. He condemned them. He walked my factory with his measuring chain and his clipboard, and at the end of it, he read me an order in the flat voice of a man reading out the weather. Every machine in Arkenford made from former weapon metal was, by that order, still weapon metal, and therefore crown property, and therefore to be seized at once and returned to Imperial control. The crane, the fire pipes, the stoves, the press, all of it. It was the cannon barrel letter grown teeth. Where Varro had once asked for the barrels back, he now claimed everything I had ever built from them, on the logic that melting a cannon into a water pipe does not change what the crown says the metal is. And the logic, in this world's law, was not stupid. That was the frightening part of it. It was airtight. Weapon metal belongs to the crown. My pipes were made of weapon metal. A child could follow the chain, and a court would be obliged to follow it too. I had beaten Oscar with a ledger, and the guilds with a burn test and a better factory. Those were fights I could win with iron and arithmetic. This was a fight with a definition, and you cannot dunk a definition in a horse trough. That was Varro's first real mistake. He treated my machines as crown property sitting in a warehouse. They were not in a warehouse, they were in homes. And the first soldier to learn that difference reached for a fire pipe bolted to a house wall. Here is a thing about a fire main that a soldier from the capital does not know. It holds pressure. Even shut off, even quiet, a charged pipe sits full of river water pushed uphill and waiting, and it does not care about the seal of the Imperial weapons chamber. The soldier put his wrench to the coupling of a live pipe and cracked it loose without bleeding the line first, because nobody in the capital had ever taught him to, because in the capital pipes are for palaces and someone else always tends them. The pipe took over his education from there. It did the teaching the capital had neglected all at once, at the pressure of a river standing 3 streets uphill and impatient. The coupling let go, and the full head of the fire main hit him in the chest and lifted him off the step and set him down in the mud of the lane, soaked to the bone. His order of seizure turned to gray pulp in his fist, in front of a gathering street. The street laughed. They had learned to laugh at soldiers and pipes the night we saved the quarter, and there is no fear so quickly cured as the sight of an empire's man sitting stunned in a puddle of his own making. A small thing. It mattered more than it looked, because it reminded everyone watching, the soldiers included, that these were not crates in a warehouse. They were the living plumbing of a town, and pulling them out was never going to be a clean afternoon's requisition. Then a second soldier, drier and wiser than the first, went where the water could not reach him. He went indoors, into a widow's home, for her stove. I need to tell you about this stove, because it is the heart of everything I built in Arkenford, and I did not fully understand that until a soldier tried to carry it out a door. Back when we first turned shields into stoves, one of the shields had come from a widow, whose husband died in the last war. It was his. His shield, the one he carried, the one that came home when he did not. She had brought it to the line herself. She had not given it away to be rid of it. She had given it because I promised her that his shield, made only ever to protect one man in a war that killed him, would now keep her and her children warm through every winter he was going to miss. We had built it into a stove with his regiment's mark still faint on the door, and it sat in her kitchen throwing heat, and it was the last piece of him that still did a living thing in the world. And a soldier of the same empire walked in to take it for scrap. She put herself between the soldier and the stove. A small woman, no weapon, no title, nothing but her own body and a voice that did not shake. "That is my husband's shield," she told him. "You are not taking it." The soldier was not a monster. He was a young man following an order, and he stood there with his requisition in his hand and no idea what to do with a widow who would not move, because the order had a line for metal and no line at all for this. And the street saw it. The whole lane, drawn by the soaked soldier, now watched a small widow hold the empire off her dead husband's shield with nothing but the word no. That is the moment Arkenford stopped being my factory and became their town. It was also the moment it could all have gone wrong, because a crowd watching a widow defied by an empire is one shove from a riot, and a riot was the thing that would let Vero seize everything and call it order. So I stepped into the middle of the lane. Every part of me wanted to give the crowd the word. There were hundreds of them and a handful of soldiers, and we could have driven the Imperial weapons chamber out of Arkenford in about 4 minutes, and it would have felt magnificent. A fight loses this before the court does, I told them, loud enough for the whole lane. The moment we lay a hand on a soldier, we stop being a wrong town and become a rebellion, and a rebellion the crown is allowed to crush. That is the door they want us to open. So I asked the widow to stand down, which was the hardest thing I asked of anyone that day. And I asked the soldier to leave the stove for now, not because he could not take it, but because taking it here would start something neither of us could stop. They both listened, which still amazes me. The widow stepped back with her hand on the door of the stove that had been her husband's shield. The soldier lowered his requisition, and a lane that had been one breath from blood went quiet instead, and held. The Imperial officer had watched all of it from his horse, and he understood he had a problem that force would only make worse. So he changed weapons. He came to me privately once the street had thinned, and he offered me a deal. "Keep your title," the inspector said. "Stay the Lord of Arkenford. Keep your fine house and your name and your seat. Simply sign over the factory, the press, the patents, the standards. Give the crown the machines, and you may go on being a nobleman." To most lords it would have sounded generous. A lord is his title. Take his factory, leave his title, and he is still, in every way his world counts, exactly what he was. But I am not a lord. I am an engineer who was handed a title, and he had it backward. He offered to keep the costume and take the person, so I said no. Instantly, flatly, without a heartbeat's pause, without turning to Mara, who was standing right there, who ran the whole legal life of the thing he wanted, and had every right to be asked. I felt her go still beside me, and I knew even as the word left my mouth that I had done the thing I do. The crane in my old life, the wager on my first morning here. I had decided for all of us, alone, in a single breath, because I was certain I was right. And I was right, which is the part that makes it dangerous. If deciding alone always failed, I would have learned to stop. It mostly works, and every time it works, it teaches me the wrong lesson. And Mara knew that even then, even if neither of us had the words yet. That same night, before Mara and I had finished not talking about what I had done, the summons came. Not a local matter anymore. The Crown was calling me to answer for my machines in the Capitol Court itself, in 3 days, in front of the king. The Capitol Court was not Arkenford. In Arkenford, I had a street that would laugh at a soaked soldier and a widow who would face down an empire. In the capital, I had a coat, a summons, and a law that had already decided against me before I arrived. The case was simple, which is what made it deadly. The prosecutor did not accuse me of anything I had not done, he simply stated the chain. This metal was forged as weapons. Weapons are crown property. What is made from crown property remains crown property. Therefore, he said, every machine in Arkenford belonged to the crown and had from the moment it was cast, and I had merely been using the crown's iron without leave, and the only question before the court was how much I owed for the privilege of it. I argued use. I said a pipe is not a cannon, that a stove warming a child is not a weapon by any honest meaning, that the crown had disarmed Arkenford precisely so this metal would stop being weapons. It was a good argument. It was the wrong argument entirely, because the law did not care what the metal did. It cared what the metal was and where it came from. Origin, not use. In the court's eyes, a cannon melted into a pipe was a cannon wearing a disguise, and the disguise did not change the ownership one bit. The court would rule the next morning. Everyone in the room knew which way. I went back to my rooms to lose a province, and Mara, who had not forgiven me for the inspector and had come anyway, sat down with the full imperial legal code and did not sleep. This is the part of the story where the hero is supposed to find a clever argument. He does not. I had no argument left. The law was the law, origin beat use, and I had spent it all. The person who saved Arkenford that night was Mara, and she did it with a book, because Mara does not argue morality. She reads code. And somewhere in the driest, oldest, least read corner of the imperial statutes, in a section 2 generations dead, she found the crack the prosecutor, so proud of his airtight chain, had never thought to check. The crown, she found, could indeed own weapons and reclaim weapon metal and seize it wherever it lay. On that, the prosecutor was completely right. But the statute had a limit, written in an age when the empire still pretended to care about its towns. The crown can own weapons, Mara read to me at some black hour of the morning, her finger on a line no one had needed in 60 years. It cannot seize public infrastructure already granted to a civic body. Property given to a town, for the town is the town's. The machines were doomed only so long as they were mine. The moment they belonged to the Fire Watch, the widows, the workers, the towns, they stopped being one lord's weapon metal and became public infrastructure, and the old statute closed over them like a lid. It was the whole answer, and it was terrifying because the price of it was everything. To keep the machines out of Vero's hands, I had to give them away. All of them. Out of my own ownership entirely, that night, before the court ruled in the morning. So I did the one thing my whole life had been warning me I would have to learn. I went back at dawn and asked the court for one thing only, not a dismissal, not an appeal, a single day's delay for paperwork. The most boring request in the world. They granted it. I have built a great many things against a deadline. A crane in 2 days, a bridge in 7 hours, a press in 12. That night, I built the fastest and most important thing of my 2 lives. And it was not made of metal. It was made of paper and signatures. We had 1 day to move every machine in Arkenford out of my ownership and into the people who used them, legally and irreversibly, before the court reconvened. Mara wrote deeds until her hand cramped. I signed until my own name stopped looking like a word. The fire pipes went to the Fire Watch, not to Brom, not to me, but to the Fire Watch itself, as a civic body, the mains and the pumps and the cannon that fired water now the property of the men and women who fought the fires with them. The stoves and the line went to a widows' union we formed on the spot. The women off the factory floor who had built them, with the widow whose husband's shield still threw heat in her kitchen first on the charter. Her stove could never be seized now. The bridge sections went to the allied towns they connected, shared property of the roads between them, so that no single crown seizure could ever again strand a caravan over a gorge. The press went to a printer's trust. Yaren signed for the drive that carried his name. And the factory, the great prize, the thing Vero wanted most of all, went to the people who ran it. A workers' cooperative, every widow and veteran, and returned Smith on the line a part owner, the whole works held in common by the hands that built with it. Cora signed for the forge. Livia witnessed half of it, pricing something enormous behind her eyes. and Mara turned my one empire into 100 small ownerships between dusk and dawn, one deed and one cramped signature at a time. When the sun came up, I was, on paper, one of the poorest lords in the empire. I owned my father's title, his empty house, and almost nothing else. Every machine, every patent, every standard I had built was now someone else's, spread across a whole province. It should have felt like ruin. It felt like the safest I had been since I woke in that carriage. Because you cannot seize from one man what 1,000 people already own. I had not lost the province. I had made it impossible to take from us. The court reconvened, expecting to rule on the seizure of one lord's weapon metal machines. The prosecutor had his airtight chain ready. Origin beats use. The crown owns the metal. He was going to win. He knew it, and he was very nearly bored by it. So I let him win. That is the part I am proudest of, and the part it took me 2 lives to learn how to do. I did not fight the ruling. I stood up and I agreed with him. Every word. The metal was crown property. Origin beat use. He was completely correct. And then Mara laid the deeds on the table. Every machine in Arkenford, she said, transferred to civic bodies before this court reconvened, under a statute the crown itself wrote and never repealed. The metal may be the crown's. The infrastructure is the town's. You may seize a weapon from a lord, she said. You may not seize a fire main from a fire watch, a stove from a widow's union, or a factory from the workers who own it. Not under your own law. Show us the line that lets you, and we will comply this hour. There was no line. The prosecutor knew the statute the moment she read it, as you know a door you forgot to lock. He argued. He blustered. He called it a trick, which it was, in that every legal thing is a trick to the man it beats. So the court did the only thing left to it. It ruled for the prosecutor, completely, and it changed nothing at all. The metal of Arkenford was formally, officially, unarguably crown property, and the crown could not touch a single pipe of it. It had won the argument and lost the province, and every envoy and clerk in that room understood the difference. That was the day Arkenford stopped being a thing a lord owned and became a thing that owned itself, and no ruling could put that back in a box. I had come to the capital, a lord about to be stripped of everything. I left owning almost nothing, and far safer for it, having learned the one lesson that would carry the whole rest of the story. The way to keep a thing forever is to stop holding it alone. Varro did not rage. I never once, in all of it, saw the man rage, and that was the most frightening thing about him. A loud enemy tells you where he is. Varro simply closed one file and opened another, and I did not know he had until the wagons stopped coming, because a man who cannot seize your machines can still starve them. My factory did not run on air. It ran on iron ore, on coal for the furnaces, on timber for the frames, and almost all of it came into Arkenford along a handful of roads and rivers the crown controlled. Within a week of the ruling, the ore stopped. Then the coal. Then the timber. No proclamation, no order I could fight in court. Just suppliers who suddenly could not sell to Arkenford, haulers who suddenly could not deliver, and reasons that were always someone else's. It was a blockade, invisible and perfectly legal, because it is no crime to simply decline to sell a man coal. Varro had learned the same lesson I had, one fight too late for him. You do not attack the thing directly. You attack what it runs on. I had made Arkenford impossible to seize. I had not made it impossible to strangle. A factory the crown cannot take is worth nothing if it has no iron to shape, and my furnaces were already burning through the last of the stockpiled ore. Mara ran the numbers that night as she runs everything, and gave them to me plain. At the current rate, with no new supply, the factories of Arkenford had iron enough for 9 more days. After that, the machines the crown could not seize would go cold on their own. 9 days of iron. That was the whole war now, reduced to a number Mara wrote at the top of a slate each morning and crossed out each night. 9, 8, 7. The furnaces ate the stockpile and the blockade let nothing in to replace it. I sent men to buy ore the honest way, at any price from anyone. They came back empty, not because there was no ore, but because every seller within reach had been quietly told that a wagon sold to Arkenford was a wagon that would find no other buyer, ever. That told me the blockade was not just the crown declining to sell. It was the guilds, the whole network Varro fed, closing ranks around one province to strangle it in the dark. Perfectly legal, perfectly deniable. A siege made of polite refusals. You cannot fight a polite refusal with a crane. So I did what I always do when a supply line is cut. I stopped looking for the road the enemy had closed and started looking for the one he had forgotten. and Arkenford had a source of metal no blockade could touch. It was in Oscar's old ledgers, the ones Mara had pulled from the smoke the night of the fire. Buried in his lists of stolen weapons was a place name he had used again and again, as a source and a hiding spot both: the War King's Cemetery. It was a field a day's ride out, where the old war kings and their armies had been buried generations ago, and buried with them, by the custom of the time, were their siege engines. Whole trebuchets, rams, towers. Hundreds of tons of iron, lying in the ground. Metal the crown had forgotten it owned, in a place the blockade did not think to guard, because who digs up a graveyard for iron? I did not love the answer. But 9 days of iron does not leave a man much room to love his answers. Cora stopped me before I gave the order. She had come to look at the ledger with me, and when she understood what I meant to do, she put her hand flat on the page, over the name of the cemetery, and told me there was a line she would not cross. "We don't melt down what belongs to the dead," she said, and she did not say it softly. She said it as she says a thing about metal, as a fact of the world that arguing with only makes you a fool. Those men were buried with their arms. That is theirs. I could have overruled her. 9 days of iron is a strong argument, and a dead man does not need his sword. But the moment you start deciding the dead do not need their dignity, you have already become the kind of man the dead needed protecting from. So I agreed, and I meant it. We would take the siege engines, which were provincial property, built by the province and owned by the province, buried as machines and not as men. The trebuchets, the rams, the towers, those were Arkenford's, and Arkenford needed them, but the personal arms stayed. The swords in the graves, the shields on the biers, the helm laid on a captain's chest, the small things a family or a regiment had buried with a man because they were his. Those we would not touch, whatever the furnace cost. It was a fine line to hold when you are 9 days from your fires going cold, and holding it would slow everything and cost us tonnage. I held it anyway, and Cora watched me decide to hold it and said nothing, and something changed in how she looked at me. The cemetery was not a grim place, which surprised me. It was a wide field of long grass and leaning stones, quiet, with the old siege engines standing among the graves like strange iron trees, half swallowed by earth and time. We worked it carefully, as you work a place that deserves care. I had Mara bring the provincial registry, and before we lifted a single machine, we checked it against the record to be sure it was a provincial engine and not a thing that belonged to a man. And where the record was unclear, where a machine and a grave sat too close to be certain, I left it. I would rather lose a ton of iron I was owed than take a ton that turned out to be a father's, and I said so, and the crews heard me say it. There were blades in that field with names still legible on them, names no living person would ever come to claim, and it would have been the easiest thing in the world to feed them to a furnace 9 days from dying. Nobody would have known. Nobody was watching, except Cora was watching. She walked the field beside me, and she saw me read the names on blades no one would claim, and set each one back down, and marked the spot so no one else would take it either. She did not say anything. She did not have to. I think that was the moment, though neither of us would have called it that for a long time. Not a grand gesture, not a rescue. Just a man in a graveyard, 9 days from ruin, leaving a dead stranger his sword, with one person watching who understood what it cost. We did not get long to feel it. Because as we worked the honest way, slow and careful, a column of riders came over the far rise, and they were not there to be careful. They carried the seal of the Imperial Weapons Chamber and had come to claim the whole field. Their claim was simple and cynical. The cemetery, they declared, was abandoned waste ground. Nobody farmed it, nobody lived on it, the dead do not hold title, and abandoned ground and everything in it reverts to the crown. Therefore the iron was Vero's, not mine. It was the same move as the confiscation, wearing new clothes. Call the thing ownerless, and the crown owns it. And if they made it stick, they took the one metal source the blockade had missed, and my 9 days became the end of Arkenford. But I had beaten this exact argument once already, in a courtroom, and Mara had taught me the answer. Abandoned is a legal word, and legal words have tests, and this ground failed the test because it was not abandoned. It was registered. Every siege engine in that field was stamped provincial property, and every stamp was in Mara's registry, logged, dated, owned. A thing with an owner on record is not abandoned, however long it has sat. The graves made it solemn. The stamps made it mine. I showed their officer the registry, stamp against record, machine against line, the same way I had shown the court. Not abandoned, provincial, owned, recorded, and being salvaged by its lawful owner with the consent of the families. His claim died on the spot. He could not argue a stamp, so he changed tactics, and it was an ugly one. If he could not take the field by law, he would take it by rumor. He rode to the nearest villages and told the families of the dead that the scrap lord had come to rob their graves. And the families came, of course they came, furious and grieving and armed with the certainty that I was the ghoul the officer had described. A lord digging up their fathers for iron to feed his furnaces. On its face, it was even true. I did not argue with them. Arguing with a grieving family about whether you are robbing their graves is a fight you lose simply by having it. Instead, I did the thing that was already built into how we worked, and I showed them the registry. Not the ownership registry this time, the consent registry. Because from the first hour in that field, before I knew any family would come, we had kept a second book, and in it, every machine we lifted was recorded against the name of the grave it lay near. And beside each entry was a blank for a family's mark. Because my rule from the start was that nothing left that field until someone with a right to the dead said it could. No consent, no lifting. The metal stayed in the ground until a living hand released it. I walked the angriest father to the grave he had come to defend and showed him his own father's sword, untouched, marked to be left in place. And I showed him the siege engine we had lifted nearby, and the blank beside it, waiting for his yes or his no. You decide, I told him. Not the crown, not me. It is your father's ground. The sword is his and stays his. The war machine is the province's, and we need it to keep our fires lit, but not one bolt of it moves without your word. And I handed him the pen. He stood a long time, then signed, and he was not the last. People can tell the difference between a man robbing their dead and a man asking their leave, and that difference is the whole thing. Consent is not a delay. It is the permission that makes the work clean. We were most of the way through the field, families signing, metal moving with their blessing, when a crew turned up something that had no grave near it and no right to be there. Cannons, buried in a pit off to the side, dry and oiled, re-stamped. Oscar's cannons. The imperial officer had not left. He had watched the family's sign, growing sourer by the hour, and when word reached him that we had found a buried cache of cannon, he moved fast, because he knew what I did not yet. Those cannons were not only Oscar's, they were evidence. Somewhere in the chain, Oscar's re-stamped weapons had been bought by the very office now trying to seize this field, and a pit full of them with records to match was a rope long enough to hang a chancellor. The officer meant to destroy it. He sent his men to blast the cache, to bury it deeper under a collapse, and call it an accident. They packed powder against an old stone tower at the pit's edge, meaning to drop it over the evidence. They were soldiers, not engineers, and they misjudged the tower badly. It came down all right. It came down as the gate came down my first morning, as the watchtower fell on Oscar's porters, because a badly loaded old structure has only one way to fall, and it is never as you planned. It fell on the men who lit the charge, and I did the thing I always do, the thing that got me killed once already. I went to save them. Enemies, saboteurs, men who had come to rob a graveyard and frame me for it, buried now under the tower they dropped, and I brought my crane around and got to work. Brom logged it, straight-faced, as an offensive road inspection, what he calls anything dangerous that is technically a rescue. We braced the fallen tower with modular supports, lifted the worst of the stone, and dug them out. They lived, all of them. Pulled out of a collapse they had caused by the man they came to destroy, in front of the families of the dead, who now watched the scrap lord dig imperial saboteurs out of a pit with the same care he had shown their fathers' graves. It cost me. What should have been a quiet salvage was now a very loud one. Imperial men rescued in public. A buried arsenal exposed in daylight. Impossible to keep off Varro's desk. But as we pulled the last man free, he told me something that made the noise worth it. Their real orders, he admitted, half-crushed and grateful and past caring, had never been about the field. They had been sent to find and burn the transport ledgers, Oscar's books, the ones that named the buyers, the ones that led to Varro, which meant the ledgers were the whole game, and I was not the only one who knew it. Because someone else had been listening for this, someone with far more to lose from those books than any imperial officer. Oscar Pell, out on bail, still desperate. Those ledgers named Oscar's buyers, which named his crimes, which made them the difference between a bail he could jump and a noose he could not. He had been waiting for a chance at them since his own porters caught him in the cellar. This was it. In the confusion of the rescue, with everyone's eyes on the crane in the pit, Oscar took the ledgers off the supply wagon where Mara had stowed them, and he ran, meaning to burn them somewhere far enough from witnesses that no one could swear what they had held. We saw him go too late to catch on foot. He had a fast wagon and a start, and the road out of the cemetery ran clear for miles. For 10 seconds, it looked like Oscar Pell would win the one throw that mattered and burn the case against himself and Vero both. Then Brom, who had been having the finest day of his civilian life, took two of our modular bridge sections, threw them across a dry ditch at an angle, and built in under a minute what he announced with great dignity was Offensive Road Inspection, Part 2. It was a ramp. A bridge section ramp, angled up off the road, directly in the path of a wagon going too fast to stop. I want to be clear that I did not order this and would not have thought of it, because I build things to hold weight, not to launch it into the air. But it worked as Brahms' ideas always work, which is to say, catastrophically and exactly as intended. Oscar's wagon hit the ramp at speed, went up, came down wrong, and while it was still bouncing, Cora did the quiet, decisive thing that actually stopped him. She had run a forged wedge out ahead of him, and as the wagon came down off Brahms' ramp, she drove it into the rear axle, and the wheel locked, and the whole thing slewed to a halt in a cloud of dust with the ledgers still aboard and Oscar still clutching them. Oscar came off that wagon still holding the ledgers, still, even then, looking for the angle, because a man like Oscar believes to his last breath that there is always a deal. He looked for someone to bargain with. He found the last people who would ever deal with him, his porters. Again. The same men who had caught him in the cellar the night of the fire were on my crew now, on the salvage, and they had followed the chase, and they closed around Oscar Pell in the dust of the road before the town watch had even saddled up. There is a justice in it I did not design and could not have. Twice now, at the two moments Oscar reached for the thing that would save him, the men he used to own by the hour reached him first. He built his fortune on their backs. They ended it with their hands. They did not hurt him. They just held him, quietly, as you hold a thing you have finally stopped being afraid of, until the watch arrived and took him for the last time. And this time there would be no bail, because this time the ledgers survived. The books came through the crash intact, every page, every buyer, every stolen shipment. And by nightfall, they were copied twice on Yaren's press, so no fire could ever take them again. And in them was the thing Oscar had died trying to hide. Not just his own crimes, his buyers, and the largest buyer, again and again, was the Imperial Weapons Chamber. Oscar had bought Arkenford's stolen weapons for 2 horses and sold them straight into Chancellor Vero's secret armory. That was the end of Oscar. He goes to a cell and does not trouble this story again. He was the first enemy Arkenford ever beat, and he closed as he opened, caught reaching for a thing that was never his, by the very people he had always underestimated most. When the dust settled, we counted what the field had given us. 823 tons of iron in the ground, siege engines, and buried cash together. Of that, 640 tons usable, the rest too far gone or too tangled with the dead to take. 640 tons, enough to feed the furnaces for a long time, blockade or no blockade, and every ton of it moved with a family's mark beside it in the consent book. Not one bolt taken, all of it given. That is the number I was proudest of, not the tonnage, the consent. A lesser man, 9 days from cold fires, takes the whole field by force and calls the dead a fair price. We took what we needed, left the graveyard its dignity, and still filled the furnaces. Cora, who had drawn the line I held, did not say she had been right to trust me. She did not need to. She had watched a man 9 days from ruin leave a stranger his sword, and whatever it was between us, it was no longer only iron after that field. Varro let me have it. That was becoming his pattern, and it made him far worse than Oscar. He never fought the battle you were ready for. He watched you win it, learned what your win was made of, and changed the rules so the same win could not be won twice. I had beaten the blockade by finding metal he could not stop me taking. So Vero stopped trying to stop me making things. Within the week, a new order went out under his seal, and it did not mention iron or cemeteries or ownership. It went after the other end. The crown could not seize my machines and could not starve my furnaces anymore, so it forbade anyone in the Empire from buying a finished machine made in Arkenford. Not the metal now, the product. If I could not sell what I built, the iron was just expensive scrap. A man who cannot buy material finds another mine. A man who cannot sell his goods has no one left to build for. It was the smartest attack yet, and I understood Vero had finally asked the right question. Not how to take Arkenford, but how to make it pointless. The trade fair filled a valley outside the capital. Tents and stalls stretching farther than I could see from the gate. Every province and half the neighboring kingdom selling something. Our pavilion was the only one with nothing on the tables. No pumps, no stoves, no finished machine of any kind, because Vero's ban had closed that door as tight as it went. What we had instead were tables, stacks of paper, and a row of calipers laid out like surgical tools. Every stall on either side of us was loaded with iron and brass, gleaming things with price tags, merchants shouting figures at each other across the aisle. Ours was the only booth in the valley selling nothing at all. Brahm stood at the front of it in his Firewatch coat, handing sheets to anyone who walked close enough, announcing each one like he was reading a proclamation off a wall. He called them surrender leaflets because that was the joke that made the work bearable. And because from a distance a man handing out paper for free does look like he has already lost. A merchant asked him what the catch was, twice, in 2 different languages, and both times Brahm told him the catch was that Kale Arvin had gone soft in the head, and to take the paper before I changed my mind. An old smith from a country I could not have named a year earlier read the first page standing in the aisle, then sat down on an overturned crate and read the rest without moving, as if the ground might tilt. By noon, the stack was half gone. By dusk, it was gone entirely. 10,000 blueprint sets walking out of that pavilion in the hands of smiths and merchants and foreign engineers who had come expecting to buy something. They left instead with something none of them had ever been offered before. A pump, a stove valve, a fire pump gearing, drawn to the last bolt, free to any hand that wanted to build it. Not a sample, not an advertisement, with the important part left out to force a purchase later. The whole design, complete, given away, with my name nowhere on any fee attached to it. Livia found me as the crowd thinned, and she did not look like a woman enjoying the spectacle. She looked like a woman who had bet a fortune on a horse she had never once seen run. I am vouching for a scheme I have not seen work yet, she told me, flat, as she says a thing she has already decided to regret and do anyway. My house's name is on every letter that invited these buyers here. She had spent a decade building a reputation for delivering what she promised, on time, to the letter. And today she had promised foreign merchants a miracle made only of paper. None of us had proven that paper worked in front of a single stranger, and every stranger in that valley had come at her personal invitation, on her personal word. If this fails in front of them, she said, it is not your name that starves first. It is mine. I have clients in 9 countries who will hear about it by the week's end whether it works or not. That was the part that stayed with me longest. She was not risking money as a trader risks money, spread thin across 100 ventures, so no single loss can sink her. She was risking the one thing a trading house actually runs on, which is whether people believe your word is worth more than your competitors, and she had put that on a scheme that was mine, not hers. I told her I would not waste it, and she gave me the kind of look that says she has heard that promise from better men than me, and watched most of them waste it anyway. We did not have long to test which kind of man I was, because that was the moment Solon arrived, as royal engineers arrive, with an escort and a wagon and a pump wrapped in cloth like a saint's relic. He was younger than I expected for a man carrying the crown's confidence, sharp in the manner of someone right often enough that he has stopped checking whether he still is. He looked at our empty tables and our stack of paper with an expression that was not quite contempt, more the polite pity you show a man who has clearly misunderstood the rules of the game he is playing. I had heard of him before that afternoon. Solon had built 3 of the crown's showpiece works, a fountain for the palace gardens, a clock tower, a pump line the king himself had toured and praised in front of foreign guests. Paper is worthless without a master, he said, loud enough for the merchants nearby to hear it as intended. Any fool can draw a pump. Building one that runs is a trade, sold, as civilization has always sold it. He had a point, and he knew he had a point. And for one uncomfortable moment, I watched half the crowd nod along with him, because it is an old and reasonable argument, and I had no finished machine on my table to answer it with. So I did the only thing that would answer it. I asked 3 forges standing nearby, one from each of 3 different countries, to build the pump from the blueprint, right there, in front of everyone. They agreed, mostly because Solon's challenge had made it a spectacle nobody wanted to miss, and because a free design tested in public was better theater than anything else on offer that afternoon. It went well for as long as each shop worked its own parts alone. Threads cut clean, valves seated true. Every piece looked on its own table like precisely what the drawing had asked for. Then they tried to put the 3 shops' parts together into one pump, and nothing fit. A thread from one forge would not seat in a housing from another, patient hands turning stubborn metal that simply refused to marry. A valve-sized true by one country's measure sat loose or jammed in a body-sized true by someone else's, and the youngest of the 3 smiths swore in a language I did not need to know to understand. Foreign officials near the table began murmuring to each other in low voices, and I did not need to know their language for that either, because doubt sounds the same in every tongue I have ever heard. Solon laughed, and it was not a cruel laugh, which somehow made it worse, because he genuinely believed he was watching the obvious and predictable failure of a naive idea. "See," he said, spreading his hands at the mess of unmatched parts on the table. "Paper travels. Skill does not. 3 good craftsmen, 3 good drawings, and still no pump, because a drawing cannot carry what a master's hand knows by feel." He was half right and did not know it, which is the most dangerous way for a clever man to be wrong. The blueprint had never been the whole gift. It was only ever the first half of one. I had not handed out the standard yet, because a standard nobody feels the need for is just another rule, and I wanted this crowd to feel the need in their own hands before I gave them the answer. Now, every forge in that field understood exactly why their pieces would not marry, and every one of them was looking at me as a man looks at someone who might actually have the fix. I set a single steel gauge block on the table, the kind Cora and I had spent a year arguing our own shops into using without complaint, and told them the second gift was one language for making things. One caliber, one thread pitch, one bore size, agreed once and cut the same everywhere. So a part forged in one country would seat in a housing forged in another without a file ever touching either. It sounds small when you say it plainly, and that is why it is powerful, because nobody has to trust a stranger's skill anymore. They only have to trust a number that reads the same on every gauge in the field. The 3 forges recut the parts that mattered against the shared block, which took less than an hour, hammers ringing in 3 different rhythms around the same borrowed measure. When they assembled it again, a housing forged under one flag met a valve, forged under another, and a shaft forged under a third, and for a moment nobody in the crowd breathed. The pump ran clean on the first stroke, water climbing the pipe in one steady pull, and the crowd that had watched it fail an hour earlier now watched it work without a single part filed to fit. There is no theater in the world louder than a machine simply doing what it was drawn to do in front of people who had every reason, an hour earlier, to doubt that it ever would. I had built plenty of machines that impressed a crowd by then, but I had never built one that made 3 separate countries stop competing with each other, even for an hour, to watch the same pump run. Solon's face did not move much. But I had learned by then to read the small things, and the small thing I read was a man recalculating how much larger his problem had just become. He recovered fast, because men who serve chancellors learn to. He declared, loud enough for the officials nearby, that a standard shared across foreign forges was a military secret leaving the empire. He demanded the assembly dismantled on the spot, and for a breath, I thought the officials standing near him might actually reach for it. 3 countries' worth of forged metal seized in front of the people who forged it. It was the same move Varro's people always make, dressing confiscation as law, except this time, the property in question stood in front of 100 witnesses from 9 countries who had built it with their own hands. A delegate from one of the forges, a broad, quiet woman who had said almost nothing all afternoon, stepped forward before I could answer him myself, and the crowd went still around her. "Each part was forged on our own soil, from our own ore, by our own smith," she said. "It is not the empire's design once it leaves your paper. It is ours the moment our hammer touches it. You cannot seize what you never owned." A murmur ran through the other delegates as she said it, the sound of 13 more nations quietly agreeing with a claim none of them had thought to make out loud themselves. Solon had no answer to that which would not have sounded, to the foreign officials standing 3 feet away, like the empire claiming ownership over every kingdom's own forges. And he knew it. He fell back to the one argument he still believed would land, and pointed at his own pump, still wrapped, still unopened, and said that whatever theater we had staged, only the Empire's engineering was proven to last in the field. He had it unwrapped and mounted to prove it, gilded fittings catching the afternoon light, and for a moment it was genuinely the finer-looking machine, built by better metal and steadier hands than most men could ever afford. It ran beautifully for about 4 minutes, water rising smooth and even, and I will admit some part of me wondered if he had simply built a better pump than I had drawn. Then a proprietary valve, cast to a measure only the royal foundries used, cracked along a seam and began spitting water across the table in a hissing arc that soaked the front row. Solon was not worried at first, because a broken valve is a small thing to a man who assumes a spare is always somewhere nearby, and for his machine, under normal circumstances, one usually was. But the nearest matching valve was in the capital's own foundry stores, 4 days' ride away, because his pump had been built to a measure that existed in one workshop in the entire world. Our own pump had cracked a valve seat that same week during testing, and I mentioned it plainly, mostly to be fair to him, before Yaren's second in the crowd walked over with a spare cut to the shared gauge. She had it swapped and running again inside 3 minutes. No ceremony to it, just a wrench and a part that happened to fit, because every part like it in the field was cut to the same number. The contrast did more work than any speech could have. One pump needed 4 days, and a royal courier just to breathe again. The other needed a pocket of spare parts any forge in the valley already carried in its cart. That was the whole argument, standing there dripping on a table for anyone to see. Openness was not a weakness in the design. It was the thing that let a broken machine come back to life without waiting on any one man's permission. By evening, the delegates who had watched the whole day, the failure and the fix, and Solon's gilded machine gasping for a part that did not exist within 4 days of us, had stopped debating and started signing. 14 cities put their names to a shared industrial standard that night. One gauge, one thread, one measure for the parts that matter, so that anything built to it in any one of them would run in all the others. Mara read each treaty line aloud before a name went on it, the same careful habit she keeps over every ledger, because a treaty signed in excitement is only as good as the clause nobody read. 14 cities meant 14 ports and railheads and market squares all cutting to the same gauge from that night forward, more workshops than Arkenford itself had ever held under one roof. Livia signed last, after every foreign delegate had already put their name down, and she did it slowly, as you sign something you finally believe rather than something you are merely hoping will hold. She did not say she had been right to bet on me. She only looked at the 14 names on the page and said that was, as far as she was concerned, worth more than any single sale she had ever brokered. Varro's people left the fair before the last signature dried, and I did not think much of it at the time, because we had won the day cleanly and in front of witnesses no chancellor could quietly silence. I should have thought more of it. A silent man does not need to win the argument in the tent. He only needs to remember every name on that page and decide later which one of them to make an example of. The summons reached me 3 days after we returned to Arkenford, sealed with the royal mark itself, carried by a rider who would not meet my eyes when he handed it over, and rode off before I had finished reading it. It did not accuse me of theft this time, or of hoarding metal, or of defying a confiscation order. It accused me of something heavier, the kind of charge that does not end in a fine: arming foreign powers with the Empire's military secrets. That was the phrase, written in a clerk's careful hand, and underneath it a date, a court, and an order that I present myself to answer it in person. I read it twice standing in the yard where the crane still sat from the morning's work, and I understood, the second time through, that Varro had finally found a charge large enough to hang a man for. Mara read it a third time over my shoulder and said nothing for a long moment, which from her was worse than shouting, because Mara only goes quiet when she is already 3 moves into planning how to save me. The Capitol's courtroom was built to make small men feel smaller: high stone walls, a bench raised above the floor, a prosecutor who had clearly rehearsed the word he opened with, a trash lord, he called me, loud enough to carry to the gallery, who armed foreigners with the crown's own secrets and dressed it up as commerce. Confiscation was on the table. So, if he had his way, was my neck. I had stood in front of angry mobs, collapsing towers, and a chancellor's silence before that morning. None of it had prepared me for a room where the verdict felt decided before anyone spoke. 2 guards stood close enough behind my chair that I could hear their boots shift whenever the prosecutor raised his voice, which he did on purpose, timing it like a man who had done this before and knew exactly which words made a crowd lean forward. Mara sat beside me with a folder of the 14-city treaty, the registry, every stamp that had ever proven a machine provincial property. In that room, none of it seemed to weigh what it had in the field. I asked him plainly whether saving a city with a printed drawing was the same crime as selling a cannon to an enemy army. He did not answer. He repeated that the charge stood as written, and moved on. "Guilty of treason," the prosecutor said, and let the words sit in the stone for a moment before he went on, as if giving the gallery time to picture the rope. "The material remains a weapon," he told the bench, "and here is the whole of the Crown's case in one line. Therefore, anything made from it remains a weapon, whoever holds the paper on it now. It did not matter that a plow is not a sword, or that a pump saves lives instead of taking them." Under his reading, iron that had once been a cannon stayed a cannon forever, no matter what hands reshaped it. I stood and said what should have answered him. A tool is defined by what it does, not by what it once was, or every farmer plowing a field with a melted-down blade would be a murderer twice over. The prosecutor did not even look at me when he answered. "Origin, not use," he said again, like a man reciting a rule too old to argue with, and the bench nodded along with him. 3 words, repeated twice, and I watched educated men accept them as a complete argument. I had built cranes that held loads 3 engineers swore would fail. I had never built anything to carry the weight those 3 words carried now. I reached for Oscar's ledgers next, the ones that tied the black market straight back to Varro's own office, proof the Crown's hands were dirtier than mine had ever been. The court dismissed them in one line: a convicted smuggler's word worth nothing against the Crown's, and no amount of stamps or signatures under it would change what the man who wrote them was. I watched years of careful evidence get waved away like a receipt somebody had forgotten to throw out, and understood, coldly, that this trial had never been built to weigh facts. It was a room built to reach one answer, and I had walked into it still believing paper could change that. I was wrong, and the bench let me feel how wrong before the recess bell rang. During the recess, an official pulled Mara aside quietly in the corridor, the kind of quiet that only happens when someone is offering you a way out before the roof comes down. Resign as steward now, he told her, and your own record stays clean of whatever falls on Arkenford today. Nobody would call it cowardice. Everybody would call it sense. She could have taken it. Nobody in that courtroom would have blamed her. And half of them expected her to, because a smart steward reads a losing case and steps back before the verdict lands on her too. I watched her actually consider it. For one long breath, the folder still in her hands, the exit still open behind her. And I understood in that breath how much it would have cost her nothing to leave. She looked at the offer, then at me, and told the official that her name had been on every ledger since the first crane, and it would stay there through this one too. Win or lose. That was not one dramatic speech. It was the sum of every quiet risk she had carried since the day she found the civic body loophole, all of it finally visible in a single refusal nobody had asked her to make. She sat back down beside me without another word, and for the first time since the recess started, I understood that Mara Vess had bet something on me I had never actually asked her to bet. I thought back through every ledger she had signed since the first crane, every civic body charter, every hour spent turning my machines into things 100 hands could own instead of one. None of it had ever needed to include her own name on the risk. She had put it there anyway, every single time, and I had never once stopped to thank her for it properly. The court resumed with a demonstration, staged to prove the danger of my machines rather than argue it in words. Guards wheeled in a confiscated pump, one of mine, stripped bare of the safety valve I had built into every unit since the first stove. Proof, the prosecutor called it, holding up the disarmed housing for the gallery to see, that Arkenford's designs were unstable without their maker standing over them every hour of every day. He was more right than he knew, and for the worst possible reason. A pump with no relief point for pressure does not fail quietly, and a reservoir line run without one does not warn anyone before it goes. It failed in the courtroom's own demonstration yard, a joint splitting under pressure with nowhere left to go, and the reservoir behind the courthouse tore open in a wall of water nobody in that room had planned for. The lower city sat downhill from that reservoir. Narrow streets, market stalls, homes built close and low, walls thinner than a man's arm. Within minutes, the water was already running through doorways that had never needed to keep water out before. I was on my feet before the bailiff reached me, telling the bench plainly that I was leaving to save a city their own demonstration had just started drowning. Whether they granted permission or not, nobody granted it. I walked out of a trial for my life anyway, because a courtroom's patience mattered less to me right then than the plain fact that I could not build enough pump stations fast enough alone to save that many streets. I did not need to build them alone, and that was the part the prosecutor had never understood about paper. 10,000 blueprint sets had gone out at the fair, and half the hands that took them lived in cities built exactly like this one. Brahms' fire watch ran through the lower streets with printed sheets instead of shouted orders, handing them to anyone standing near rising water. The same surrender leaflets from the fair now doing the opposite of surrendering. I reached the first flooded square expecting panic, and found instead 3 strangers assembling a pump station from a single printed sheet, arguing over one bolt pattern and getting it right without me saying a word. A boy no older than 10 was running between them with a bucket of spare bolts sorted by size, because someone had told him that was the job that mattered most, and he was doing it like his whole street depended on getting it right, which it did. Somewhere behind me, a woman was shouting measurements up to a man on a rooftop, calling out numbers from memory off the blueprint she had folded into her apron pocket that morning, before any of us knew there would be a flood to use it on. They had never met me. They would not have known my face in a crowd. They only knew the drawing had worked once already in front of them, at the fair, and that was enough to trust it now with their own street. One of them, a broad-shouldered baker still in his flour apron, saw me watching and asked if I was going to help or just stand there admiring their work. I picked up the 4th bolt without answering, because he was right either way. Brom found me at the 2nd station, grinning like a man having the best afternoon of his life, and reported that 7 crews were already running with no orders from anyone, which he called, with real pride, the most efficient disaster he had ever supervised. Station after station rose the same way across the lower city, crews I had never trained, following a design I had given away for nothing, moving water out of homes through pipe I had not personally laid a foot of. An argument broke out at one station over whether the intake grate faced upstream or downstream, and it was settled not by me, but by an old boatman who simply pointed at the current and asked the two arguing men if they had ever actually looked at a river before. I ran between them anyway, correcting a seal here, bracing a leaning frame there, shouting the one adjustment that mattered over the noise of the water, but the truth that mattered more than my hands was already plain. The city was saving itself with paper I had already let go of. 12 stations were running before I had reached my third. By the time I reached my sixth, strangers were fixing each other's mistakes faster than I could have found them myself. We could not stop the water at its source fast enough, so instead we aimed it, channeling the flow through the printed pump lines into the old defensive moat that ringed the lower wall, empty and forgotten. Since some war, nobody alive remembered fighting. Water poured into that moat for the better part of an hour. 100 feet of stone ditch doing the work 6 flooded districts would otherwise have paid for in ruined homes and drowned stores. An old woman stood in her doorway the whole time, watching the water climb her step and stop 3 inches short of the sill, and when it finally started dropping instead of rising, she sat straight down on that step and laughed until she cried. By the time the reservoir finally emptied, the moat held what should have taken the lower city down with it, and streets that had been ankle-deep an hour earlier were only wet, not ruined, not one roof lost. Brom counted it after, as he counts everything, and came back with a number that stuck with me longer than the verdict did. 40 pump stations, none of them mine to build alone, saving roughly 6,000 people from water that would have reached their second floors by dark. Nobody in that courtroom had ordered a rescue. Nobody I had trained personally had run it start to finish. It was strangers, printed paper, and a standard shared 9 days earlier at a fair, and the city stood dry because of a system that did not need me at its center. When I walked back into the courtroom, soaked to the knee and still catching my breath, the same prosecutor who had called me a trash lord that morning had spent his afternoon watching his own confiscated pump nearly drown the city he served. The verdict came anyway, and it came against me. The court ruled the material's origin, not its use, and under that ruling my provincial iron stayed weapon metal forever, whatever I built from it. Guilty on the letter of the law, as promised that morning. I had expected the loss by then, but hearing it read aloud still landed like a blow. A whole afternoon of strangers saving a city with my drawings, answered by a judgment that treated the drawings themselves as the crime. What the court had not planned for was the delegation already waiting outside its own doors, representatives of the 14 cities that had signed the standard 9 days earlier, informed within the hour of both the flood and the rescue. They did not ask for my pardon. They asked, plainly and without heat, whether the Crown intended to keep trading with 14 allied cities whose industry now ran on a standard the Crown itself had just called criminal. A guilty verdict against the man who invented that standard was not a threat the Crown could afford to test against 14 treaties at once, not with the ink on Livia's fair still wet in 9 countries' own ledgers. Their spokesman put a number on it plainly, the way Livia had taught them to, because vague threats do not move a crown and precise ones do. 14 cities, he said, worth more in a single season of trade than this courtroom's pride was worth in a decade. He did not raise his voice once while he said it. He did not need to. A quiet man naming a number that large in a room built on procedure carries more weight than any shout the prosecutor had managed all day. The bench conferred for less time than the flood itself had taken to rise, which told me they had already known, before the delegation ever opened its mouth, which number would win. So the Crown did the only thing left that let both truths survive in the same afternoon. It let the guilty verdict stand, and granted Arkenford a formal industrial charter in the same breath. Legal cover for exactly the work the court had just condemned an hour earlier. I had lost the trial and won the right to keep building anyway. A strange, uncomfortable kind of victory, the sort that leaves you unsure whether to celebrate or simply be glad the day is finally over. The charter itself was 3 pages, dry as any legal paper I had ever signed, but the one clause that mattered gave Arkenford the right to manufacture and export finished goods under its own seal, the exact right Varro had tried to take away at the fair. Mara read it twice before she let me sign it, checking every line the same way she had checked every stamp in the War King's field, because a charter granted in a hurry to end an embarrassing afternoon can hide as many traps as one written to punish. She found none this time, which she said out loud like it surprised her, and I understood that surprise better than she probably meant for me to. We had won so few clean pages that a clean one felt like its own small miracle. Mara found me afterward on the courthouse steps, not carrying a single file, not reciting a single clause, just sitting down beside me the way a person sits with someone they did not leave when leaving was free. We did not talk about the verdict, or the charter, or what either one meant for tomorrow. We sat in wet clothes on cold stone while the lower city dried out below us, and for a while that was enough on its own. She was not there as my steward that evening, filing a report or tallying what the day had cost the province. She was there the way you sit with someone after a bad day because you were there for the good ones too, and that had never needed a title. It was Varro's people 3 streets away, quietly loading the wreckage of my disarmed pump onto a covered wagon, that reminded me the day was not actually finished with me yet. They were not there to dispose of evidence. They were cataloging it. Every valve and seal and joint measured and sketched by a clerk who worked like a man, copying something he intended to keep for himself. I understood, watching them work in the last light, that Varro had not lost anything today either. He had watched an entire trial for the one thing in that courtroom worth stealing, and found it in the wreckage he now carted away under his own seal. A man who copies a design in secret does not need a treaty, or a charter, or 14 cities' good opinion. He only needs a workshop nobody else is allowed to see inside, and a chancellor patient enough to wait for it to finish. Everything I had built since the first crane had grown in daylight, argued over in courtrooms, signed in front of witnesses, tested by strangers who could see how it worked. Whatever Varro was building now would have none of that scrutiny, no charter, no 14 cities watching. That difference should have frightened me more on the ride home than it did. Cora had spent 6 weeks on the cylinder alone, turning it on the lathe by lamplight after the rest of the shop had gone home, and she called it, without a trace of modesty, the finest piece of metal she had ever machined. I believed her. I had watched her reject 4 castings that any other smith in Arkenford would have shipped without a second look, because a wall half a hair too thin would blow out under steam pressure, and she refused to gamble a customer's fingers on a hair. The tolerance she held was tighter than anything in the province, tighter than most things I had built with tools from 2 centuries ahead of this one, and she had done it with a hand file and a caliper and stubbornness. She would not let an apprentice near the final passes, not because she doubted their hands, but because she said the last thousandth of an inch was hers to answer for if the whole engine failed later. We built the whole engine around that cylinder. Boiler, piston, a flywheel heavy enough to smooth the stroke, gearing to run a factory floor of looms and hammers off one fire instead of 40 separate workers turning 40 separate cranks. I priced it out for the merchants beforehand, one engine replacing 40 wages, and on paper the numbers looked like the best thing either of us had ever built. On the morning of the demonstration, half the capital's merchants came to watch, along with 2 reporters from the same press that had covered the fair, and Cora stood by the boiler with the particular stillness of someone who has staked her name on cold iron. I had seen that stillness on her before, at the fair, before the assembly ran clean the first time. It usually meant she believed in the work more than she trusted the crowd watching it. We lit the fire. Pressure climbed. The flywheel turned, slow at first, then faster, and for about 90 seconds it looked like the future I had promised everyone watching. Then the whole frame began to shake hard enough to walk itself sideways on the floor, a low groaning rattle that got into your teeth, and black smoke rolled off the firebox thick enough to make the front row step back. Cora went for the fire door on instinct, the way any smith goes for the thing about to hurt someone. I grabbed the water valve on the same instinct. Between the 2 of us, the boiler came down off pressure before it did any worse than scare everyone standing in the yard. We shut it down within the hour rather than risk the boiler, and by then the numbers told their own story. It had burned coal worth more than feeding 2 horses for a month, to turn one factory floor for less than a morning. The most expensive way to boil water in the province, one of the reporters wrote in his notebook loud enough for the crowd to hear him say it out loud first, and the crowd laughed the kind of laugh that spreads. I stood next to Cora, while merchants who an hour earlier had been asking about delivery dates now murmured to each other about horses being cheaper, and I felt the whole morning curdle into something I needed to end quickly. I did what I always do when a design fails in front of witnesses. I called it plainly before the story could get worse in the retelling. I told the merchant standing closest that it was not rentable for factory work, and we were pulling it from production immediately. I said it the way I would have said it about a cracked axle or a bad casting, flat and fast, because in my head that was mercy, cutting the losses before anyone wasted another coin chasing a machine that did not work. One of the merchants asked, reasonably enough, whether the same engine might still be worth something outside a factory floor, and I told him no, because in that moment I genuinely believed there was nowhere else for it to go. Cora did not say a word while I said it. She simply turned mid-sentence while I was still explaining the refund terms to the nearest merchant and walked out of the yard without looking back at either the engine or me. I found her an hour later in the empty machine shop, still in her work apron, coiling a length of copper tube around her forearm and uncoiling it again, over and over, the way she does when her hands need something to do that her mind is not ready to let go of. I started to apologize for the loss of coin, for the wasted weeks, and she cut me off before I finished the second sentence, setting the copper tube down hard enough that it rang against the bench. "You close my work the same way you would close a bad part," she said, without asking me a single thing first. 6 weeks, and you decided it was dead in one sentence to a merchant, before you ever said one word to me about it. I told her I had been trying to protect her, to end the embarrassment before the reporters wrote worse. And she looked at me like I had confirmed something she had already suspected and hoped she was wrong about. "Protect me from what?" she asked. "From my own work. You do not get to decide that is worth protecting me from. Not without asking, not ever. And you did it in front of the one crowd that mattered most for me to be asked in front of." I had no answer that did not sound like an excuse, because she was right, and I knew it, even as I stood there searching for a better way to say the same wrong thing. I had decided alone again, certain I was right, and certain that certainty was enough. Mara had told me something close to this once, quietly, after the confiscation fight, and I had heard it as a comment on paperwork rather than a warning about myself. Standing in that shop, I finally heard it as the second one. She told me quietly now instead of angrily, which somehow landed harder, that she did not need me to fix her mistakes for her. She needed me to let them be hers to fix, or to lose, before I ever opened my mouth about them in public. I left the shop without another word, because anything I said next would only have been me deciding again what she needed to hear. And for once, I understood that fast enough not to do it. Livia found me in the yard less than an hour later, and whatever she saw on my face, she chose not to ask about it directly, which I was grateful for even through the rest of it. She had come from the southern hills with a different problem entirely, one that had nothing to do with steam or Cora or the reporters already writing their mockery for tomorrow's papers. 3 silver mines along the southern range, she told me, flooded every spring when the snowmelt came down through the old shafts, and abandoned every year for it, because no horse-driven pump and no line of bucket-carrying men could keep pace with that much water. Whole veins of ore sat untouched under standing water because nobody had a way to move it out faster than the mountain put it back in. And every spring the mine owners simply waited for summer and lost months of output to the wait. Livia had numbers on that too, because Livia always has numbers. 3 mines, idle 4 months a year, silver enough sitting under that water to matter to every one of the 14 treaty cities buying ore through her house. I listened to the numbers, and somewhere in the listening, I understood what kind of machine could stand where no horse could, breathing smoke and shaking the floor. Down in a flooded shaft, there was no factory floor left to shake, and no crowd left to mock the noise it made staying alive. I did not go back to Cora with an order this time. I went back with nothing decided yet, which for me was its own small miracle, and found her still in the shop, the copper tube finally set down and still. I told her plainly that I had been wrong, not about the engine failing at the fair, but about the conclusion I had drawn from it in front of everyone before I had ever asked her a single question. I was wrong to call it useless, I said. I should have asked what it was useless for, instead of deciding it was useless for everything and saying so out loud before you'd had a chance to say anything at all. She studied me for a long moment, the way she studies a casting for a flaw she suspects but has not found yet, and then asked evenly what exactly I thought it might actually be good for, since I clearly had not come empty-handed. I told her about the flooded mines, the standing water, the months of lost ore every single spring, and watched something shift behind her eyes, the particular focus she gets when a problem finally has an honest shape to it. It was the same look she used to give a bad casting before she scrapped it, except this time it was pointed at a solution instead of a flaw, which told me more than anything I could have said next. A factory floor needs quiet enough to hear a foreman shout, she said slowly, thinking it through as she spoke. A flooded shaft needs none of that. It only needs the water gone. Smoke and shaking were never actually the problem. Silence was. She agreed to rebuild it, and she made a point of telling me plainly that she was doing it for her own sake, to prove her own cylinder had never been the failure everyone in that yard had laughed at, not to make peace with me. I told her that was a fair enough reason and the only one that mattered right now, though some part of me hoped the two things might end up being the same thing anyway, once the work was finished. Something in her shoulders came down half an inch when I said it, the first time since the demonstration that she had looked less braced for the next thing I might decide without her. We rebuilt the seal and added a cooling chamber over the next 8 days, working the design toward one job instead of every job. a narrower, harder, more honest kind of machine than the one that had failed in front of the crowd. Cora resized the cylinder herself, tighter still than before, because a pump running underground for weeks at a time could not afford the tolerance that had merely embarrassed us on a factory floor. I offered to help cut the new seal, and she handed me the file without a word, which from Cora is closer to forgiveness than most people's actual sentences. We hauled it up to the nearest flooded shaft on a borrowed cart, lowered it on chains into a hole the color of old tea, and lit the fire. And this time, there was no crowd to mock the noise it made climbing that shaft. The foreman who had abandoned that shaft every spring for 11 years stood at the mouth of it with his arms crossed, waiting to be proven right about one more failed contraption from the capital. The pump ran for 6 days straight without stopping, dragging water up out of a mine that had sat drowned every spring for longer than anyone working it could remember, and it did not need to be quiet, because there was nothing left down there to disturb. By the end of the first week, the numbers told a different story than the one the capital's press had printed. 0 cartloads of ore a week for as long as anyone could recall. 40 cartloads of ore and silver, steady, every single week the pump kept running after that, in a shaft owners had written off for good. Mine owners who had never once considered buying a steam engine sent writers asking how quickly Cora's shop could build them a second one, and then a third, and Cora answered every letter herself, in her own hand, because she had earned the right to. The foreman who had crossed his arms at the mouth of that shaft sent his own letter too. 3 words longer than it needed to be, admitting he had been wrong to doubt her and asking when the 4th engine could be ready. The same reporter who wrote the most expensive way to boil water in the province printed a second story 3 weeks later, admitting the machine that failed a factory floor now pulled more silver than any mine in the region had managed in a decade. He did not enjoy writing it. Cora made sure a copy of both stories, the mockery and the correction, hung side by side in the shop, where every apprentice who walked in could read how far a design travels between the wrong test and the right one. I found her there one evening, looking at the 2 clippings pinned together, and told her that whatever the papers said now, I still owed her something I had not properly given her the day of the demonstration. It was not the machine that hurt, she said before I could finish. It was that you decided it was finished without asking me first. The machine could fail 100 times and I would forgive the iron. I needed you to stop deciding for me before I could forgive the man. I told her, and meant it as plainly as I have ever meant anything, that I would not close her work again without asking her first. Not to spare her feelings, not to spare mine, not for any reason dressed up as protection that was really just me deciding alone one more time. She did not answer with a speech. She picked the copper tube back up off the bench, turned it once in her hands, and asked if I was going to stand there all evening or actually help her rewind the coil for pump number 2. I took the other end of the coil without another word, and we worked in the kind of silence that means something has actually been settled, not the kind that means it is only waiting to come back up later. 300 miles east, inside walls, nobody outside the crown was allowed near. A nearly identical engine was already running its first test. It was built from a copy of Cora's own drawings. Taken off the wreckage, the court had let Vero's clerk catalog back in the courtroom. His engine burned as much coal as ours had at the fair, achieved exactly as little useful work per hour, and made every bit as much noise and smoke. None of that mattered to the men paying for it, because a treasury does not need a machine to turn a profit the way a mine owner or a factory floor does. It only needs it to eventually turn a gun barrel, and Vero's arsenal had all the coal in the empire to spend on failure after failure until one finally worked well enough to matter. A patience no factory floor could ever afford, but a chancellor's ledger could. 40 cartloads of ore a week out of one flooded mine gave us more scrap iron than the province had ever had sitting in one yard at once. Scrap iron, laid end-to-end in 2 parallel lines, gave us something I had wanted to build since the day I first watched a wagon axle break under its own load. Rails. Short lines at first, mine to river, river to forge, nothing longer than a morning's walk. But on iron rails, one horse could pull 8 loaded wagons, where the same horse struggled to pull 2 on packed dirt. Brahm inspected the first stretch of track, with the deep suspicion of a man who trusts nothing that moves faster than he can run, and demanded a mounted escort for it, on the grounds that anything hauling that much silver needed guarding. I told him the whole point of rails was that the wagons could not run off with the silver by themselves, escort or none at all. He considered that for a moment and said he would escort it anyway, because a thing that cannot run away is the kind of thing someone else tries to steal. The first locomotive, a modest thing built more from stubbornness than proper engineering, ran beautifully for its first 2 miles and then jumped the rail entirely at full speed, throwing itself and half a cart of ore into the ditch beside the line. I heard the wheels leave the rail before I saw it, a sound like a wagon axle giving way multiplied 10 times over, and by the time I reached the ditch, the crew was already climbing out, cursing and bruised and mostly whole. Nobody was badly hurt, mostly bruises and one crewman's dignity, but the engine itself came apart at the wheel mounts in a way that told me the whole weight distribution had been wrong from the first drawing. Cora spent 4 days rebuilding the wheel assemblies, redistributing the mass lower and wider across the frame, reinforcing the mounts with a bracing pattern she sketched from memory of a wagon axle she had fixed a dozen times over the years. The second run held the rail through every curve we had built, and by the end of the week we were moving more ore in one afternoon than the old wagon road had managed in 3 days of horses and drivers. Brahm clocked the run himself with a pocket watch he clearly did not trust, checking it twice against the sun before he believed either one. He admitted, grudgingly, that a thing this fast probably did not need his mounted escort after all, though he rode alongside it anyway, calling it professional curiosity. Cora came to me that evening with one condition attached to her work, said plainly, the way she says everything that actually matters to her. After the mining engine, she wanted this design kept ours, not given away free at the next fair. I want people to know this came out of my shop, she said, not because I begrudge anyone a working railway, because after the engine, I am tired of watching my best work get called cheap right up until it saves someone's mine. I told her I understood completely, and for once I meant to actually honor it because I had watched what the open blueprints cost her in pride even while they saved 100 flooded shafts across the region. Varro moved before we had finished a second stretch of track. He offered 3 neighboring cities a free narrow-gauge line, built and laid entirely at the Crown's expense, on the single condition that none of them adopt the open standard Arkenford was building toward. It was blockade dressed as generosity, the same trick with new paint, and it worked exactly as well as free things usually work on cities weighing a free railway against an unproven one still finding its own wheels. I could not blame any council that took the offer. A Crown-funded line costs a city nothing, and the derailment in our own ditch a week earlier had not made our unproven track look like the safer bet. 2 of the 3 cities accepted before I had even finished reading the notice, and I understood, coldly, that every week we spent perfecting our own closed design was a week Varro's narrow gauge crept closer to reaching every city we needed in our own network. Mara read the same notice over my shoulder and said nothing for a long moment, which by then I had learned to recognize as her doing the arithmetic on how much time we actually had left before the 3rd city folded too. The deadline pressure did something to my thinking that I only recognized after the fact, the same something that had cost me Cora's trust once already. I decided, alone, in one long night over the drafting table, that the closed design had to open now or lose the whole race. I published the gauge standard the next morning, the full drawing, free to any city willing to build to it. The trick that had beaten Solon at the fair, and it worked immediately. 5 cities began laying track toward each other within the week. I did not tell Cora before I sent it out. I told myself there had been no time, that a night's delay might have cost us the whole race, and some part of me even believed that while I was writing the notice. Cora learned the way the whole province learned, from a public posting nailed to a board in the market square. Her own gauge design printed under my name and Arkenford's seal with no mention that she had ever asked for it to stay closed. I am not going to pretend I did not know better this time. I did know better. I had promised her, standing in that shop after the mining engine, that I would ask before I closed her work or opened it again. And under pressure, I broke that exact promise a second time. It was not a new mistake wearing a different face. It was the same mistake, made by the same man, for what felt to me like a good enough reason each time, which is precisely how a pattern becomes a flaw instead of an accident. I had built cranes strong enough to hold a collapsing tower and standards that let 3 countries share one pump, and none of that engineering had taught me the one lesson that apparently only cost the people closest to me anything to learn. I went looking for her that evening prepared for the same anger, the same walking away mid-sentence, and found instead that she was not in the shop at all, but out at the rail yard, watching the 5 cities' work crews argue happily over a single shared design. She did not come to me. I went to her, and before I could start the apology I had rehearsed the whole ride over, she held up a hand and told me, evenly, that she already knew what I was going to say, because I had said some version of it once before. "You decided alone again," she said, not shouting this time, just naming it the way you name a crack in a casting once you have seen it twice and know exactly where it runs. Same flaw, same reason, dressed up new each time. You always have a good reason, and it is never good enough to skip asking me first. I told her she was right, and did not try to explain the deadline or the 5 cities or any of the reasons that had felt so urgent the night before, because every one of those reasons was true, and none of them changed what I had actually done to her a second time. She said nothing for a moment, watching the crews below argue happily over a shared gauge that had cost her nothing to give and everything to have taken from her without asking. The race itself did not wait for either of us to finish that conversation. Two lines closed the gap between three cities within days. Foreign crews and Arkenford crews worked the same railbed from opposite ends, meeting somewhere near the middle with a single shared gauge between them. The first train to run the full length crossed three cities in 9 hours, a trip that had taken 6 days by wagon road since anyone could remember, carrying grain and ore and passengers who had never imagined moving that fast on solid ground in their lives. One old farmer in the third car kept checking a pocket sundial against the passing fields, certain the driver had somehow cheated the hours. A station clerk at the far end confirmed the date and time, and the farmer sat down on his own crate of turnips and laughed until he had to wipe his eyes. Varro's narrow-gauge line reached the border first by 2 full days, which the palace papers announced loudly as a victory, and on paper it was won, until the first shipment actually tried to cross onto the open network and simply could not. His gauge was narrower by a hand's width, a small enough difference to look petty on a drawing and an absolute wall in practice, because no wagon built to one width rolls onto rail built to another without every cargo being unloaded and carried across by hand. Varro's engineers had chosen that narrower width on purpose, I learned later, specifically so no foreign rolling stock could ever run on Crown track without his permission. The wall had been the whole design, not an accident of measurement, where our open network moved a load straight through 3 cities without a single crate touched by human hands. Varro's isolated line stopped dead at every border, forcing his own crews to unload and reload cargo one wagon at a time while our trains ran past them. The Standard had won the argument that weapons never could, not through force, but through the simple fact that 100 wagons built to the same gauge in 5 different cities could go anywhere on the network, and Varro's could go nowhere but his own line. A weak joint in Cora's original gauge design failed under heavy freight 2 weeks into full operation, a stress point none of us had caught in the rush to lay track before Varro's deadline. And for one bad afternoon, I thought it might cost us everything we had just won. It was foreign engineers, working the far end of the line in a city that had never met Cora, who diagnosed the failure and reinforced the joint using a bracing pattern nearly identical to the one she had already sketched from memory for the locomotive wheels. They logged the fix in the network's shared record the same way every open design was logged, with the original designer's name attached. And Cora Dane appeared in a foreign city's engineering ledger for a repair she had never personally traveled to make. Nobody in that city had asked permission to credit her. It was simply how the shared record worked now, the same rule I had built into every open drawing since the fair, and this time it had reached further than any argument between us could have. Her design had reached further, credited and improved by strangers she would never meet, than it ever could have locked in one shop under one name in Arkenford. The Open Standard had not erased her work the way she feared. It had carried it 3 cities further than a closed shop in Arkenford ever could have carried it alone. She found me before I found her this time, at the rail yard again, holding a copy of that foreign ledger entry with her own name printed under a repair she had not made. And for a long moment, she just looked at it instead of at me. I was wrong to be angry only about being asked, she said finally. I was also afraid the open design would swallow my name, the way the fair almost did before the correction. It didn't. It carried it further than I could have alone. That part, I did not expect. She did not say the flaw no longer mattered, and I did not expect her to. She said only that this time she understood both halves of it at once, the part where I still owed her the asking, and the part where the open road had kept its promise to her anyway. I told her that did not excuse the second time I had decided without her, and she agreed plainly that it did not, and told me the next time I felt a deadline pressing hard enough to skip asking her, I had better learn to ask faster instead of not at all. That was the whole reconciliation. A handful of sentences on a rail platform, no speech, no forgiveness ceremony, just 2 people who had already said the hard part and were now ready to get back to work. It suited both of us better than any longer scene would have. Cora has never had much patience for words spent on a thing that could be settled with a nod and a task in hand instead. Livia arrived on the same platform an hour later with a different kind of demand entirely, one she had clearly been carrying for longer than just the afternoon. She told me plainly that she was not here to be Arkenford's court ornament, trotted out for foreign delegations and then sent quietly home. I want a seat at every negotiation this network makes from here forward, she said. Not consulted after, not informed once it is signed. A seat at the table while the terms are still being written, the same as Mara, the same as Cora, The same as you. I agreed without a moment's hesitation, partly because it was plainly fair, and partly because I had just spent an afternoon learning what it costs everyone around me when I make decisions that touch their work without their voice in the room. She studied my face for a moment, checking whether the agreement had actually landed or was simply the fastest way to end an uncomfortable conversation, and seemed satisfied enough to let it stand without pressing further. I told her, since we were already trading demands honestly, that I would rather have her disagreeing with me at the table than nodding along outside it, and she said that was the first genuinely useful thing I had said all week. That evening, a writer from one of the border towns reached me with news that had nothing to do with rail gauges or open standards. Vero's isolated line was not just failing to interchange cargo, it was moving something else entirely, and moving it every single day. 20 cannons a day, the writer said, rolling east along the narrow gauge toward the border, counted by a town watchman who had nothing better to do those weeks than count wagons passing through at dawn. He had kept the count on the back of a grain ledger for 11 straight days before he trusted the number enough to write it out to me himself. 20 cannons a day, every day, without a single week of pause. A railway that could not carry a sack of grain across a border without unloading it by hand had no trouble at all carrying cannons. Cannons do not need to interchange with anyone else's network. They only need to arrive, and Vero's isolated line was built for that. The invitation came sealed with Vero's own mark instead of a clerk's, which told me before I even broke the wax that this was not the kind of invitation a man gets to decline. I turned it over twice in my hands before opening it, the way you check a load before trusting it to a crane, though no amount of checking was going to change what was written inside. He wanted me to tour his showcase industrial city, the letter said, so I could see for myself what the Crown's engineering had achieved, one province owner to another, as a professional courtesy between builders. Mara read it twice and told me plainly that refusing would read across every court in the empire as an admission of guilt, proof that Arkenford had something to hide from the very technology it claimed to have invented first. She did not tell me to go. She only laid out exactly what staying home would cost, in the same flat, careful voice she uses for any ledger with numbers she does not like. I did not want to go. Every instinct built over 5 years of fighting this man from a distance told me that walking into a city he controlled completely was the single worst risk I could take, and I went anyway, because the alternative risk was worse. Cora came with me as a craft advisor, officially to evaluate the Crown's manufacturing methods, and Livia came as a trade observer, officially to assess whether the city's output was worth any future contract. And neither cover story fooled either of us for a second. The city itself, when we finally reached it, looked clean in a way that unsettled me before I understood why. Streets swept bare, workers in matched uniforms moving between buildings with the same economical stride. No mud, no clutter, no argument in any doorway. Arkenford never looked like that, not on its best day. Our streets were loud with haggling and running children and half-finished repairs, and I had never once thought of that mess as something worth missing until I stood in a place with none of it left. Varro met us at the gate himself, which surprised me, dressed plainly for a man who ran an empire's treasury, and greeted me with the kind of warmth that only makes a threat feel colder underneath it. He shook my hand like an old colleague, asked after the health of my furnaces the way another man might ask after a family, and I understood immediately that every word out of him today would be aimed at something past me. Central Control develops technology faster than 100 scattered workshops arguing over method, he told me as we walked, gesturing at rows of identical buildings. One decision, made once, applied everywhere at once. No wasted debate. I recognized the machines inside the first hall before he finished the sentence. My own pumps, my own presses, the exact drawings I had given away free at the fair, built here under Crown Seal without a single field improvement Cora or I had made since. Seeing my own work standing in a stranger's hall felt less like theft and more like meeting a version of myself that had made every choice I refused to make, still recognizable, still mine, and still wrong in every way that mattered. No safety clamp on the flywheels, no pressure relief on the boilers. Every guard and cutoff we had, bled real accidents to learn the necessity of, had been quietly stripped away in the name of speed. A machine that never stops for safety produces faster than one that does. That was the whole logic of this place. Unspoken, but written into every missing part. Workers moved around those bare machines with the flat, careful economy of people who have learned how close they can stand to danger and still keep their fingers. 16-hour shifts, according to a posted schedule I read twice to be sure I had it right. They slept in long barracks behind a locked gate at the edge of the yard. The same barracks style I recognized from Oscar's old smuggling maps years ago, except these were legal, official, built by the Crown's own engineers to house this many bodies and no more. Nobody I asked would say plainly whether they were paid, or owed, or simply assigned, and the fact that nobody would say it plainly told me everything the answer would have taken an hour to explain. I said nothing while Vero walked us through it, because anything I said in that moment would have been an accusation I could not yet prove, and a warning to him that I had understood exactly what I was looking at. The contrast did the work no speech could have. The same drawings, the same iron, the same principles I had built into every open standard. In Arkenford, they produced a fire watch with better wages and a widows' union with a real vote. Here they produced a locked barracks behind a swept, silent street. Cora walked the machine floor beside me without a word, her jaw tight the whole way, until we reached a smithing station where the head foreman was inspecting a batch of breech fittings for a cannon barrel with visible pride in the work. She stopped there longer than anywhere else on the tour, studying the same missing guards and stripped clamps I had noticed, and I could see her doing the same arithmetic I was, counting how many fingers this floor would cost before the year was out. She struck up an argument with him over tolerance, sharp and technical and completely genuine in its details. The kind of dispute that pulls a proud craftsman's full attention away from everything else in the room within seconds. He answered every one of her points like a man defending his own child, which meant he never once looked toward the far end of the hall where Livia had already gone. While the foreman was busy defending his tolerances to a stranger who clearly knew more about metal than he expected, Livia had already drifted toward the supply office at the far end of the hall. Trade observer credentials in hand, she asked mild questions about shipment volumes, the kind no clerk thinks twice about answering. She found the ledgers open on a clerk's desk, unguarded because nobody expected a trade observer to actually read them closely, and copied the numbers that mattered onto a scrap of her own paper faster than the clerk finished explaining the filing system to her. The clerk himself never once suspected her, because Livia asks the kind of questions a bored merchant asks, and a bored merchant is the least alarming thing a supply office ever sees walk through its door. 3 months of continuous cannon and rifle barrel production, scheduled and provisioned in advance. Coal and iron ordered far past any peacetime need a city this size could justify. A supply chain built for a war that had not been announced to anyone outside this yard, laid out plainly in a clerk's own neat handwriting. I did not know yet whether Vero had signed an actual invasion order or whether this was simply readiness waiting for a reason. The ledgers proved something the Crown could never explain away as ordinary manufacture. This was preparation, deliberate and funded, for something larger than a factory. That evening, back in the modest quarters Vero's staff had assigned us, I did the one thing I still could do inside a locked city I could not yet leave. I printed a stack of safety cards citing the Empire's own military code, word for word, and had them quietly passed to the night shift before dawn. The cards said nothing seditious. They only listed, word for word, the safety standards the Crown's own army code already required of any state workshop, standards this city had simply chosen to ignore in the name of output. By the next morning, workers up and down the floor had begun demanding, politely and entirely within their rights, that every machine they touched be brought up to the exact code printed on the cards before they would operate it. No one called it a strike. No one raised a fist or a voice. It was slower than that, and far harder to punish, workers stopping at every station to check a guard that was missing, a clamp that had been removed, a relief valve nobody had bothered to install. A foreman screaming at a worker to hurry up looks like tyranny. A foreman screaming at a worker for following the Crown's own safety code looks like something no supervisor wants written down anywhere official. Production fell by half within a day, not from sabotage anyone could name, but from an entire floor of workers suddenly, collectively, insisting on the exact rules already written in the Crown's own book. Brom, who had come along nominally as a security escort, turned a routine inspection of the cannon assembly line into a ceremony so long and so thorough that the crew assigned to it never actually finished bolting a single barrel together that whole afternoon. He asked questions about torque specifications with the deep, unhurried patience of a man who had all day, which he did. And by the time he finished his questions, the shift bell had rung twice, and the cannon in front of him remained half a machine. The crew assigned to it looked more relieved than annoyed by the delay, which told me they understood exactly what Brom was actually doing, even if none of them said so out loud to his face. Varro noticed the slowdown by evening, and he noticed it correctly, tracing it back not to any single agitator, but to a stack of printed cards with no name on them, and a set of visitors who had arrived the same morning those cards first appeared. He came to our quarters himself this time, without the earlier warmth, and told me plainly that the gates were locked until his investigators finished determining how much of this slowdown I was responsible for causing. I told him honestly that I had only printed the Empire's own safety code, nothing invented, nothing seditious, and watched him decide visibly that the truth of that claim mattered far less to him than the convenience of blaming me for it anyway. He did not raise his voice once during the whole exchange. That was the part that frightened me more than shouting would have. A man planning to lie about you to a court does not need to sound angry about it first. We left our quarters that night through a service corridor Cora had mapped during the tour. Three of us moving fast and quiet toward the same repair platform the workshop used to lower broken machinery down to the yard below. We nearly made it clear before an alarm bell somewhere behind us started ringing, and by the time we reached the platform, a crew of guards was already running the length of the floor toward the noise, with a foreman shouting orders to seal every exit. Someone, following orders or panic or both, threw the lever on the nearest hydraulic press, the one positioned squarely across our only path down. I saw in the same instant that its brake pedal had been disabled, the exact same missing safeguard I had noticed on the tour that first morning. A press with no brake does not stop once it starts its stroke, and this one had started aimed directly across the platform we needed to cross, coming down on a timer of gears and weight that no shout from any of us was going to interrupt in time. Cora did not hesitate. She tore a steel calibration gauge off her own belt, the same standard-issue tool every open network smith carries to check bore and thread against the shared measure, and jammed it sideways into the press's drive mechanism with both hands. The gauge held for as long as it needed to, metal screaming against metal as the mechanism fought the wedge, buying 3 full seconds before the whole press finally locked hard and stopped a full arm's length short of where any of us stood. 3 seconds does not sound like much until you have counted them standing directly in a machine's path. I have rebuilt bridges and fought a chancellor, and none of it taught me to count that slowly before that night. It was Yaren's own design, the standard gauge block built to make one country's forge match another's, doing a job none of us had ever imagined for it. It stopped a machine built here specifically to kill the very people whose open designs had made that gauge exist in the first place. 2 workers from the smithing floor, the same crew whose tolerances Cora had argued with that morning, reached the service path ahead of the guards and held a side door open just long enough for the 3 of us to pass through onto the platform below. Neither of them said a word to us. One simply nodded once, the particular nod of a man who has decided, quietly and without ceremony, which side of a locked gate he actually stands on, and then they were gone back into the crowd before any guard could mark their faces. I never learned either man's name, and I have thought about that more than once since. They risked everything that night for people they had known one afternoon, over a dispute about breach tolerances neither of them had any real stake in. Whatever else that city had stripped out of its own workers, it had not managed to strip out that, and I doubt it ever could, no matter how many guards it removed from the machines. We rode the descending platform down into the yard and out through a supply gate the panic behind us had left standing wide open. By the time Varro's men reorganized enough to seal the road behind us, we were already 3 miles clear, the ledgers still folded inside Livia's coat. The ledgers proved 3 months of war production, coal and iron committed far past any peacetime need, but they proved preparation, not a signed order, not a date, not a target. Incomplete evidence, the kind a careful court could argue away for weeks if it wanted to. Varro did not wait for a court. Within 2 days, his own criers were reading a proclamation in every market square within reach. It named me a state traitor who had infiltrated a Crown facility, sabotaged its production, and stolen classified documents under cover of a trade visit. It did not matter that every safety card I had printed came from the Crown's own code, or that the ledgers I had taken proved his preparations rather than inventing them. The proclamation only needed to be believed long enough to move the timetable he had already decided on before anyone ever caught me. By the week's end, word reached Arkenford that the invasion date had been moved forward. The 3 months of quiet supply building we had proven with Livia's ledgers now no longer some distant contingency. It was a matter of weeks now, set in motion by the one thing evidence alone had never managed to force out of him: being caught. They came across the border in 2s and 3s at first, workers from Varro's showcase city, thin and fevered, walking because no cart driver would take them once the rash on their arms became visible in the light. By the 3rd day it was dozens, then closer to 100, refugees from the exact factory floor I had toured 2 weeks earlier, fleeing a sickness that had apparently torn through those crowded barracks faster than any guard could contain it. I recognized a handful of faces from that tour, thinner now, frightened in a way they had not been standing proud over their own machines, and something in me went cold seeing exactly how fast that clean, swept city had turned on the people who ran it. I did not need a doctor to tell me this was dangerous in more ways than one. 106 strangers at Arkenford's gate was a humanitarian crisis on its own. Mishandle it even slightly, and it became a weapon Vero could point at me as proof I had imported plague along with my stolen ledgers. I ordered the prefab housing crews had been using for rail workers cleared and turned into quarantine barracks that same afternoon. Separate wells, separate cook fires, a fence line nobody was to cross without a mask soaked in vinegar. Brom had the fence built by nightfall, sturdier than anything I asked for, because he said a fence half-built invites the kind of trouble a full one prevents before it starts. Half of Arkenford thought I had lost my mind, opening our gates to sick refugees from the same city that had just branded me a traitor for visiting it. The other half simply started building beds, because that half had learned by now what kind of mind I actually had. One old carpenter, hammering together the 10th bed frame that day, told me flatly that he did not care whose city they came from. Sick was sick, and Arkenford had never once turned away a hand that could hold a hammer or needed a bed. My own knowledge only carried the sanitation part of it. Clean water, separated latrines, boiled linens, the basic discipline that keeps one sickness from becoming 10. I had never once treated an actual disease in either of my 2 lives, and I said so plainly to the physicians I called in from 3 different towns. It took the local doctors one look at the rash and the fever pattern to name it. Smallpox, spreading through barracks packed 16 to a room with no ventilation between the sick and the well. The conditions that city's own design had built into itself, the same locked barracks I had walked through weeks earlier. Brom, assigned to keep order at the quarantine fence, announced to anyone who would listen that he was placing the camp under what he called martial law on needles, and nobody who saw him standing guard over a crate of lancets had the heart to correct his terminology. He took the job with total seriousness, logging every dose administered in a little book he carried everywhere, and threatened, more than once, to arrest anyone who tried to skip their second treatment without his personal sign-off. Varro's response reached us within 2 days, faster than the fever itself had managed to travel across the border in the first place. His criers accused me of kidnapping crown workers and deliberately importing plague into imperial territory, proof, they said, of exactly the sabotage I had already been branded for. It was a clever lie built on real fear, and fear moves faster than any fact I could shout back at it. I did not try to shout. I did the only thing that had ever actually worked against an accusation built on what people did not know. I published everything. Case counts by the day, the exact route the refugees had walked, the timeline from the first reported fever inside Vero's city to the first case at our gate, printed and posted in every market square within reach of a rider. The numbers told a story his proclamation could not survive standing next to. The sickness had started inside his own barracks, days before any refugee reached Arkenford, and every date on the page was drawn from the same crown seals his own officials had stamped. A merchant in the market square read the posted dates aloud to a small crowd, tracing the timeline with one finger, and said what half the province was already thinking. If the plague started in his city, whose fault was it really? Nobody needed to trust my word for it. They only needed to read the dates in order, and the dates did the arguing for me far better than any defense I could have made from a courtroom bench. Mara had insisted on printing the Crown's own seal number beside every date we cited, so no one could later claim we had invented the timeline ourselves. It was her idea, and it was the right one, and I told her so. The lead physician, a sharp, tired woman named Ressa, who had been treating the sick since the first refugees arrived, told me about a method she had read of from the eastern provinces. Deliberate exposure to a milder form of the sickness, to build resistance before the true disease ever took hold in the body. It was unproven here, untested on this scale, and the honest truth was that nobody could say for certain whether it would work or simply add one more fever to a camp already full of them. I asked her who she intended to test it on first, and she told me, without flinching, that she intended to test it on herself because she would not ask any patient to risk what she was not willing to risk in front of them. I had heard that kind of answer before, from Cora over a cylinder she refused to hand to an apprentice, and I recognized it now as the particular stubbornness of someone who trusts their own hands more than they trust anyone else's. I told her she would not be doing it alone. If this method was going to fail, it was going to fail on the 2 of us first, not on some frightened refugee who had already lost enough choosing whether to trust a quarantine fence at all. We took the treatment together, in front of witnesses, in the same tent where the sickest patients lay, because I wanted every person watching to see what I was asking them to consider trusting. The fever came for both of us within a day, as expected, and for a full turn of the sun, neither of us knew whether we were watching the treatment work or watching it fail in the worst possible way. I remember very little of that day clearly. Cora's face at one point, checking the cloth on my forehead without a word. Mara reading numbers aloud from some ledger I could not focus on, her voice steady in a way that steadied something in me even through the haze. Livia was there too, at some point, though I only remember her hand on the tent post, holding it like she needed something solid to grip, while she waited to find out if the fever would break the right way or the wrong one. Ressa's fever broke first, late that same night, and mine followed a few hours after, both of us weak but clear enough in the head to understand what we were feeling. This was not the true sickness taking hold. It was exactly the mild version she had promised, doing what she had hoped it would. Within the week, we had inoculated every willing soul in the quarantine camp, and the numbers Mara had been reading through my fever finally started moving the direction we needed. New cases fell each day instead of climbing. Ressa kept her own tally pinned to the medical tent's center post, a single line dropping day by day, and by the fifth straight drop, even Brahm stopped asking her nervously each morning whether the number had held. By the second week, what had been a desperate camp of prefab barracks had reorganized itself into something closer to an actual town. Wards sorted by recovery stage, a working kitchen, a schoolroom. One of the refugees had started for the children stuck inside the fence with nothing else to fill their days. A quiet request reached us not long after, carried by a writer who would not say who had sent him, only that it came from inside Vero's own city, where the sickness had not slowed at all, and the barracks were, if anything, worse than the ones we had already cleared. I did not hesitate over what to send back, though half my own council quietly thought I should have taken the week to consider it. I sent the formula, 2 of Ressa's best-trained assistants, and every spare dose of the treatment we could safely spare. All of it without charge, without condition, without one word about the ledgers or the traitor's proclamation still nailed to every post in the Empire. Mara asked me once, quietly, whether I understood what I was giving away to a city that had tried to kill me 3 weeks earlier. I told her I understood what I was giving away. The alternative was watching people die of something we already knew how to stop, and that was not a trade I was willing to make for leverage over Vero. 2 weeks after the doctors crossed back into Vero's territory, a man appeared at our gate, asking to see me by name, refusing to state his business to anyone else. A foreman I recognized instantly as the same man Cora had argued tolerances with on the tour, thinner now, recovering, alive because of the treatment we had sent him for free. He did not come to thank me in words, not at first. He came with a folded paper he had carried against his own skin the whole ride. A weapons supply schedule he had copied from the same office Livia had once slipped into under cover of a trade visit. "You saved my crew," he said when he finally spoke. "Nobody in that city has ever done anything for us without a cost attached. I did not know what to do with that, so I brought you the only thing I had that might be worth as much as what you gave." I told him he owed me nothing, that the medicine had never been a trade to begin with, and he shook his head and said that was exactly why he had come this far to hand it over himself instead of sending it by a writer he did not trust. That evening, after what felt like 2 solid weeks of fever counts and quarantine rosters, Brahm declared the camp fit for an actual celebration, and nobody argued with him because even Mara's ledgers agreed the numbers finally allowed for it. He had kept, for reasons known only to him, every needle used on his own 3 inoculations, cleaned and pinned now to the front of his coat like medals. He told anyone who would listen that 3 needles was worth at least 3 separate decorations by any honest accounting of bravery. 3 needles, he announced to the gathered crowd, holding his coat open with visible pride. That is 3 separate medals, and I will be accepting salutes starting immediately. The whole camp laughed harder at that than at anything I had heard in 2 weeks. People had forgotten they still knew how, and watching them remember was worth more to me right then than any ledger of falling case counts. Even Ressa laughed, exhausted, and finally allowing herself to sit down, and told Brahm that if he was handing out medals, she expected one too, having personally administered several hundred more needles than he had received. He considered that with total seriousness and pinned one of his own cleaned needles to her collar on the spot, declaring her, loudly, the camp's highest decorated officer by a wide margin. I was slower to laugh than most, still weak from my own fever days earlier, sitting near the edge of the gathering with a bowl I had not managed to finish, when I looked up to find Mara approaching from one direction with a fresh tray of food. Cora was approaching from another with a blanket she had clearly decided I needed whether I agreed or not. And Livia arrived from a third angle entirely with a firm set of instructions about rest that she had apparently prepared in advance. All 3 of them reached me within the same handful of seconds, and all 3 trays and 1 blanket collided at the edge of my table in a tangle of elbows and half apologies that none of them had planned and none of them backed down from. Cora set her blanket down down first, out of stubbornness more than courtesy, and told the other two plainly that she had gotten there while they were both still deciding what to bring, which Livia disputed on the grounds that intention counted for something too. Mara, refusing to be out-argued by either of them, simply set her tray directly in the empty space between the blanket and Livia's folded orders, announcing that food solved more problems than either blanket or orders ever had. And that settled, apparently, that. Livia was not finished losing gracefully. She informed Mara that a full stomach without proper rest afterward was simply trading one problem for another. The two of them fell into a genuinely spirited debate over which of them actually understood recovery better, neither willing to concede an inch of the argument. I sat through the whole exchange saying almost nothing, mostly because I did not trust my voice yet, but partly because I understood what I was watching. Three women who had each staked something real on me, arguing cheerfully over who got to take care of me first. This was not only business for any of them, and had not been for some time. None of them said so directly. Nobody needed to. It was there in the tangle of trays and the blanket nobody moved, and the particular quiet that fell over the table once all three of them had finally settled, each one close enough to reach me if the fever came back. Cora caught my eye once across the table, the smallest hint of a smile. The kind that says she had noticed the same thing I had and had decided, for tonight at least, not to make anything of it out loud. The recovered foreman found me again in the middle of that quiet, hesitant to interrupt, and told me there was one more thing he had not said at the gate, something he had only heard whispered among the Crown's own supervisors before he left. Varro was not only moving cannons and timetables, he said. He was organizing something inside Arkenford itself, paid agitators seated among our own factory floors. He was betting that a workforce which had only ever worked out of fear would need fear to keep working and would break the moment that fear finally disappeared for good. A strike, planned and funded from outside, timed to hit while half our own attention was still on quarantine fences and fevers, aimed squarely at proving that everything I had built here only ran because people were afraid not to build it. There was a haze over the factory district by then that had not been there 2 years earlier, a thin gray smear that hung above the rooftops even on clear mornings, and I had let myself call it the smell of progress for longer than I should have. Success had brought problems this province never had when it was only scrap and ruin. Shifts had crept past 12 hours in the busiest yards. Children too young for a real wage were sweeping floors and hauling scrap for coin their families needed. Rents near the factories had climbed faster than wages had. None of it was anything I had ordered directly. All of it had grown quietly, out of every deadline I had ever pushed, every wartime target I had set without asking closely enough who was actually paying the cost of hitting it. I had told myself for months that these were the ordinary growing pains of a province doing more work than it had ever done before, the kind of strain that levels out once the crisis passes. I had been wrong to believe my own excuse for as long as I did. Workers gathered outside the main gate on a gray morning with a list of demands written in a dozen different hands stitched together into one petition. Shift limits, an end to child labor on the floor, an inspector answerable to the workers, not to the owner. I recognized several of those hands, men and women who had stood at my own crane the day I first climbed into the gatehouse wreckage, 5 years and a different life ago, now standing on the other side of a petition against the province we had built together. I read the list twice, standing in the mud at the edge of that crowd, and felt something I had not expected to feel reading my own workers' complaints. Recognition. Every single item on that page was something I already knew was true and had simply not made time to fix. I could have named, without looking, at least 3 of those overworked shifts myself because I had personally signed the schedule that created them, back when a deadline felt more urgent than the hands filling it. Mara stood beside me while I read it, and when I looked up, she was already watching the crowd, not me. Her jaw set in the particular way it goes before she says something she has clearly been holding back for weeks. A province built for veterans' dignity is taking dignity from their children, she said, loud enough that the nearest workers heard it too. That is not growth. That is the exact thing we swore we would never become. She did not wait for my answer before she said it. She simply meant it, publicly, in front of the crowd, and I understood that she had already decided this was a line she was going to stand on whatever I said next. I did not argue with her. Not because I agreed on the spot, but because arguing would have meant defending numbers on a ledger over the actual children standing 30 feet away with soot on their hands. Word of the demands reached the capital faster than I expected, and it reached Varro's people faster still, carried by the same merchants who trade in every direction at once. One of his agents, embedded among the merchants who traded near our gates, began openly suggesting to anyone who would listen that the factories deserved to burn for what they had done to their own workers. It was a cynical, obvious play, using our own workers' real grievances as kindling for a fire that would have handed Vero everything the wartime table had not yet managed to take by force. Burn the factories yourselves, and there is nothing left worth invading. I understood the logic the moment I heard what his agent had said, and hated exactly how sound it was as a piece of strategy. The workers refused him almost as one voice. No riot, no torches, nothing Vero could point to as proof of the chaos he had been predicting since the fair. They declared a general strike instead, orderly, silent, every hand simply still at once. It was, I understood even through my own panic at the lost output, the exact discipline the open network had taught them for 5 years. Solve it with a shared decision, not with fire. I had built that instinct into them, and it turned, correctly, against me the moment I actually gave them a reason worth using it for. I made the decision that still shames me to say aloud. Rather than negotiate the list on the spot, I looked for a faster answer. I ordered veteran work crews, the same fire watch and rescue corps that had saved half this province, brought in to keep the wartime output moving while the strike ran its course. Brahm refused the order to his face, in front of the whole assembled corps, the one time in 5 years of service he had ever refused me anything at all. I took orders in a war, he told me, flat and steady in a way I had never heard from him before. I will not use veterans against their own families for a factory quota, not for you, not for anyone, and if you order it again, you can find someone else to give it to. I withdrew the order within the hour because he was right, and because some part of me had known he was right before I ever gave it, and had given it anyway under the same pressure that had built every bad habit I had let grow unchecked in that smoke over the rooftops. Brahm did not gloat over being right, which somehow made the withdrawal harder to give than if he had. He simply nodded once, the same nod he gives after any hard call, and went back to his post like nothing between us had actually changed. I had known Brahm 5 years by then, through fires and floods and a war he had never asked to be part of. And that single quiet nod told me more about how close I had come to breaking something between us than any argument could have. That should have been the end of it, a hard lesson finally learned before it cost anyone anything real. It was not learned in time. While the strike held and I scrambled to answer it honestly instead of by force, a floor manager on the wartime cannon line grew desperate to still hit the output number I had set weeks earlier. He quietly disabled the safety interlocks on an overheated boiler to keep the line running through the walkout without anyone above him noticing the gap. I did not order that. I never would have ordered that. But the number he was chasing was mine. Set under pressure, I had passed straight down to him without ever once asking whether it was still safe to chase. The boiler went the way an unguarded boiler always eventually goes. It failed catastrophically on the overnight shift, killing 5 workers outright and injuring 18 more, 3 of them badly enough that Ressa's own doctors were still treating them a week later. 2 of the 5 dead had been on the Firewatch roster once. Men Brahm had trained himself before they moved to the factory floor for better pay. And I watched something go out of him when he read their names on the first list of the dead. I stood in that ruined hall at dawn, the same kind of wreckage I'd once climbed into to save strangers, and understood I was standing, for once, in wreckage I'd actually caused myself. I had climbed into a collapsing gate on my first morning in this life and pulled people out from under falling stone. I had no instinct at all for what to do. Standing over stone I had, in every way that mattered, dropped myself. A young woman knelt beside one of the dead. A boy who could not have been older than 17, and did not look up when I approached, and I did not try to make her. There was nothing I could have said that would have belonged in that moment. Yaren found me there before I had even finished counting the bodies laid out along the wall, holding a stack of paper that shook slightly in his hands. Not from fear, I understood later, but from the particular fury of a man who had tried to prevent this and been ignored at every turn. These were filed, he said, setting the stack down in front of me. 3 separate safety reports on that boiler, over 4 months, every one of them flagging the same interlock failure risk. Nobody acted on any of them, he said, because you needed the wartime output more than you ever needed to actually read them. I had no answer that did not sound like an excuse, because there was no excuse. I had built my entire life since the crane on the principle of listening to the people closest to the work. I had stopped listening the moment listening became inconvenient to a deadline, and 5 people had died for that gap between the two. The formal investigation took 11 days, longer than it needed to, and at the end of it the finding was plain and correctly aimed. Responsibility for the deaths rested with the province's own leadership. With me. For setting output targets that made ignoring known safety risk the path of least resistance for the men beneath me. I did not contest the finding. I could not have. honestly, and I would not have wanted to even if I could, because contesting it would have meant asking someone else to carry what was actually mine to carry. Mara herself sat on the panel that read the finding aloud that morning, and she did not soften a single word of it for my sake in front of the whole room. I understood, watching her read it in that same steady voice she uses for any ledger, that she was already somewhere past me in her own reckoning of what had actually happened here. Mara came to me 2 days after the finding was read, not angry at all, which somehow made it worse than anger would have been. She had never once, in 5 years, come to me without a plan already half-built in her hands. This time, she came with nothing but the things she had already decided to say to me. "I am stepping down as your steward," she told me. "Not out of this province. I will stand for election as its representative, and I will win it. I will hold you to account from that seat instead of from beside you," she said. "But I cannot be the one standing next to you when the next deadline comes due." I asked her quietly if this was about anger at the deaths, or anger at me specifically, and she shook her head slowly, the way she does when a question has missed the actual shape of the thing entirely. She had never once raised her voice at me in 5 years, not over the confiscation fight, not over the blockade, not even over the trial that nearly ended in my hanging, and she did not raise it now either. "It is not anger," she said. "It is that I watched 3 trays collide on a table 2 weeks ago and understood finally exactly what I had let myself hope for. I cannot hope for that," she said, "and also be the person whose job it is to warn you when your ambition is about to cost someone their life. Those two things cannot live in the same person anymore." She did not cry saying it, and I did not either, though something in my chest felt closer to that boiler failing than anything Vero had ever done to me directly. Whatever had begun quietly between us, over trays and blankets, and 5 years of ledgers signed together, she was the one who ended it. Cleanly. Before I ever had the chance to. I have thought since about whether I would have found the courage to end it the same way, for the same reason, if she had not moved first. I do not know the answer, and I am not certain I want to. She left the room without touching me, without the kind of farewell that asks for comfort in return, and I sat alone at that table a long time after, understanding that the province had cost me something no ledger of hers would ever record. The funeral for the 5 was held 3 days later in the widest square Arkenford had. Every furnace in the province banked cold for the morning out of respect. I stood at the back of the crowd instead of at the front. I had decided, and Mara had agreed, that no defense speech from me belonged anywhere near that gathering that day. The families did not need my words. They needed what came after, and I made sure it came concretely, not as a promise on a page. One of the widows told a clerk plainly that she had buried men before who died for a lord's promise and never saw a coin of it, and she would judge this one by what actually arrived in her hands, not by what was said over a grave. Every family of the 5 dead and every one of the 18 injured received a permanent binding share of the factory's income, written into the province's own charter so no future owner could ever quietly erase it. Yaren was named head of a new safety service that same week, with real authority to halt any line in the province on his word alone. No appeal, no override, not even from me. His ignored reports had cost 5 lives. His new office would make certain no report like them was ever ignored again by anyone who came after us. The 10-hour shift limit and the right of any worker to stop a dangerous line went into effect within the month, and the numbers that followed told their own honest story. Output fell 30% province-wide. Defects fell by half in the same stretch, proof that speed bought at the cost of safety had never actually been speed worth having in the first place. I was still absorbing the weight of all of it, barely a month into carrying it, when a rider reached Arkenford with a sealed message bearing Vero's own hand instead of a clerk's, the second time that seal had reached me directly since the forced labor city. It was not a summons this time, and it was not an accusation dressed as law. It was an ultimatum, plain enough that no court would ever be needed to interpret it. Surrender the industrial charter, dissolve the open network, and hand every factory back under Crown control. Or face the army whose cannons I had personally watched roll toward the border for months. The charter or the war. He gave me 2 weeks to choose, though we both already understood, reading it, that there had only ever been one choice a man like me was going to make. I read Varro's ultimatum standing in the same yard where 5 men had died a month earlier, and understood that whatever answer I gave him now would cost this province something it could not get back either way. Varro answered his own ultimatum before the 2 weeks were even up. Riders on the main road between Arkenford and our allied cities started turning back with the same report. Cut bridges, blocked passes, mail routes severed one by one, methodically, the way a man cuts the strings off a puppet before he actually means to break it. 3 of our own scouts came back with the same story in 3 different accents. describing crowned soldiers dismantling the same wooden bridges Korra's crews had reinforced only a season earlier for the rail expansion. Worse than the cut roads were the letters that still somehow got through, carried by riders none of us recognized on horses, none of us had seen before. Forged surrender orders, written in a fair copy of my own hand, close enough to fool anyone who had never actually watched me sign a ledger. They told 3 of our closest allied cities that Arkenford had already accepted Varro's terms and urged them to do the same before his army arrived at their own gates. 2 cities nearly believed it. A third had already begun quietly packing its own treasury onto wagons when Livia's own riders reached them just in time with the truth, exhausted horses and torn boots proving the forgery faster than any argument could have. Livia herself had not slept in 2 days by the time she reported it to me. And I understood, looking at her, how close that third city had come to marching its own gold straight into Varro's open hand. She refused to rest until I had personally read every one of the intercepted forgeries myself, insisting I understand what we were up against before she would even consider sitting down. I understood, standing over those forged letters, that Varro had found the one weakness every alliance we had built still carried. We could move iron and grain and machines faster than any kingdom in the region. We still moved words at the speed of a horse, and a horse can be lied to exactly as easily as it can be trusted by the man reading the letter it carries. I had built a telegraph once in my first life, though never with my own 2 hands, and I had spent enough years around the theory to know it did not need anything Arkenford's forges could not already produce. A battery of stacked copper and zinc plates, insulated wire, a simple key to tap the current on and off in a pattern anyone could learn to read. I sketched the whole design in one sitting, the same night the third city's forged surrender order reached us, working by lamplight until Korra found me still bent over the drawings well past dawn. The first working line ran only a few miles, forged to river landing, strung along the same rail poles Korra's gauge standard had already put in the ground. And the first message anyone actually sent down it arrived so garbled that nobody could make sense of it at all. Korra herself climbed the poles alongside the crew stringing wire, muttering the whole time that a line this important deserved better insulation than whatever scrap cloth someone had wrapped around the first few joints. What should have read as a request for 40 iron bolts came out the other end as a request for 40 goats, thanks to a shaky hand on the key and a code nobody had yet learned to send cleanly. The operator on the receiving end simply shrugged and logged the order as written, bolts turned livestock and all. Brahm, informed of the mistake an hour later, refused flatly on principle to let a properly logged requisition go unfilled by anyone under his command. He marched off to actually requisition 40 goats from the nearest farm on the grounds that a wire this important needed people to trust every single word it sent, mistakes included. Nobody let him live that down for a week, though I noticed nobody made him return the goats either, and the whole camp treated the incident as proof the wire worked as well as we needed it to, garbled goats and all. The goats themselves stayed on, grazing near the forge yard, and more than one worker started calling them Brahm's Honor Guard, a name that stuck long after anyone remembered why. We simplified the code within days, a shorter pattern for common words, faster keys built to Korra's own gauge, so any station's parts matched any others. Within 2 weeks, a message that once took 6 days by rider crossed the same distance in minutes, and the operators themselves started keeping friendly wagers on who could send the fastest clean line without an error. Livia tried negotiating with 5 allied cities over the wire the very first week it reached that far, laying out terms for a mutual defense treaty in real time instead of waiting on letters that crossed borders one exhausted rider at a time. She told me later it felt strange at first, arguing terms with a man 3 cities away who she could not see nodding or frowning, learning to read agreement and doubt through nothing but the rhythm of a key. The rulers on the other end were thrilled by the speed and deeply unwilling to trust it completely. Every one of them demanded a paper copy sent by rider to confirm whatever the wire had claimed. A voice with no face attached still felt, to men who had never seen one work, like something too easy for an enemy to fake. They were not wrong to worry. Varro proved it himself within the month, tapping our own line somewhere along its unguarded length. He sent a false order down it in a passable copy of our new simplified code, directing 2 of our allied armies to converge on the same border town at the same hour of the night. Had it worked, 2 forces that trusted each other completely would have marched into the same narrow valley from opposite directions in the dark, and I do not like to think how many of our own allies would have died to a mistake neither side actually made. I have rebuilt bridges after collapse and pulled men from under fallen towers, but I have never once had to imagine, in cold detail, exactly how many of my own allies a single false telegram could kill before that night on the wire log. I caught it by chance rather than by any real skill of my own, checking the message log late that evening after it had already gone out. The cipher key stamped at its header did not match the date it claimed to have been sent. A small thing, a single character off, the kind of detail only a man who had built the whole system himself would think to check. We had started rotating the cipher key daily, specifically to keep messages honest. Vero's forger, working from an intercepted key days old, had signed a perfect copy of our code with yesterday's password stamped on today's date. Whoever had intercepted our old key was skilled, patient, and clearly well-placed somewhere along our own line, and that thought unsettled me nearly as much as the forgery itself had. Right content, wrong day. That single small mismatch unraveled the whole forgery in front of the entire relay station's crew. The mechanical tape recorder Yeren had built into the receiving station, meant only to log traffic for later study, gave us the proof in black and white. A physical strip of paper showing when the false order had been sent, and from what uncoded relay point it had actually originated along the line. Yeren had built the recorder almost as an afterthought, mostly to settle arguments between operators over who had sent what and when. It ended up being the one piece of proof that mattered most that night. We sent the true order down the same wire within minutes, plain and correctly signed, redirecting both armies apart before either column had crossed more than a few miles toward that valley. For the first time, every commander on that line understood clearly that the wire was not a toy or a novelty built for merchants. It was authority, tested under the kind of pressure that proves whether a thing is real, and it had held firm under the worst test we could have asked for. Word of the near collision and the wire's correction spread through every allied city faster than the forged order itself had traveled, which was, I suppose, the whole point of building it in the first place. One commander sent a message back that read only that he owed his entire column their lives, followed immediately by a request for the exact specifications of our cipher rotation, which the council's clerks answered within the hour. The 5 cities that had hesitated over paper confirmations a month earlier signed a mutual defense treaty within the week. It bound their armies to move only on verified wire orders from that point forward, cipher-checked and logged, never again trusting an unconfirmed writer alone with a decision that large. One condition came attached to every signature, and it was the right one. No single city and no single man would control the network alone. It went to a joint council instead. 1 seat per allied city, the same distributed structure that had already saved the caliber standard and the rail gauge from becoming Vero's next target to seize. I did not fight the condition. I had learned, slowly and at real cost, exactly what it looks like when I try to hold something like this alone, and I signed away sole control of the wire with less hesitation than I would once have needed for a single stove. A year earlier, that signature would have taken me a sleepless night to write. That afternoon, it took less time than reading the clause itself, and I noticed the difference in myself before anyone else pointed it out. The signing itself happened in the same square where the funeral for the 5 had been held a month earlier, and I noticed more than one person present make that connection silently, the same ground now hosting a treaty instead of a grave. One of the widows who had stood at the funeral came to watch the signing too, standing near the back with her permanent share of the factory income folded in her hand like a receipt she still could not quite believe was real. Livia found me afterward at the edge of the crowd, treaty copies still in her hands, and for a moment neither of us said anything, the noise of the celebration going on behind her without either of us fully in it. She kissed me first, quick and certain, the way a woman moves when she has already decided something, and simply stopped waiting for the right moment to arrive on its own. I had spent 5 years watching Livia weigh every decision the way she weighs a trade contract, careful, deliberate, never moving before the numbers agreed with her. This was not that. This was the one decision she had clearly stopped weighing entirely. I did not choose this because you won anything, she said, before I could find a single useful word to say back. I chose it because you handed a network you built with your own hands to a council the moment it mattered, without being asked twice. I have watched kings hold on to smaller things than that for a lifetime, she added, and never once loosen their grip, not even when loosening it would have saved them. She did not linger over it or wait for a matching speech from me. She turned back to the treaty copy still needing signatures and went straight back to work. I stood there with the particular kind of surprise that takes a long moment to turn into anything resembling an actual answer. I found her again an hour later and told her plainly that I had noticed, and that whatever this was, I did not intend to let it pass without saying so myself eventually. She told me eventually would do just fine, and went back to her ledgers with the smallest trace of a smile she did not bother hiding from me. The celebration ran late into the night. 5 cities' delegates and half of Arkenford crowded into that same square. And for a few hours, it was possible to forget entirely that Vero's 2-week deadline was still quietly running out somewhere behind all of it. Cora found me briefly in the crowd, offered a rare, genuine grin, and told me the wire was the first thing we had built together, that she had not once had to argue me out of giving away too fast. I was still awake past midnight when the telegraph operator on duty found me, pale and moving too fast for good news, holding a strip of paper straight off Yaren's tape recorder. She had not stopped to smooth her uniform or catch her breath, which told me before she said a word that whatever the tape had caught was worse than anything we had handled on that wire since the day it first went up. I took the strip from her hands and read it standing in the doorway, the celebration's last stragglers still laughing somewhere down the street, entirely unaware that the ground under all of it had just shifted. An unencrypted message, plain as daylight, no cipher at all, the kind of message a man sends only when he no longer sees any reason to hide what he is doing. I read it twice, standing barefoot in the cold of the relay hut, still half in the clothes I had worn to the celebration only hours earlier, and felt every ounce of that evening's warmth drain out of me at once. Varro's army had crossed the border 3 hours earlier, well before his own 2-week ultimatum had run its course, before any formal declaration had reached a single allied city by wire or rider or any other means at all. The war he had been building towards since the forced labor city, since the 20 cannons a day, since every quiet workshop I had glimpsed on that tour, was no longer a threat sitting somewhere in the future. I thought of Cora and Livia, and the widow who had stood at the back of the treaty, signing with her share of the factory income still folded in her hand, all of it suddenly standing on ground that was no longer only ours to defend alone. It had already started 3 full hours before I had any way of knowing there was anything at all left in the world for me to stop. Varro's army crossed the border 25,000 strong, by every count our scouts could manage, against a standing force on our side that barely reached 4,000 between Arkenford's own guard and every allied city's garrison combined. I refused a standard-pitched battle the moment the numbers reached me. A man does not win against those odds by meeting the larger force head-on and hoping his machines make the difference. He wins, if he wins at all, by refusing to fight the exact battle the enemy actually wants him to fight out in the open field. We spent the first 2 days moving people instead of soldiers. 3 border cities directly in the invasion's path, evacuated by rail ahead of the advance. Families and livestock and whatever tools could be loaded, moving out before the tracks themselves became the front line of a war none of them had asked for. It should have bought us time to fall back to a defensible position and force Vero to fight for every single mile of ground. Instead, on the 3rd day, word reached us that his army had already crossed the mountains behind our main defensive line entirely, using a narrow-gauge route none of our maps had ever recorded. He had built it in secret, the same way he had built the arsenal, the same way he had built everything since the fair, quietly, behind walls nobody outside the crown was allowed near. It put his forward columns directly behind a border arsenal I had believed was as secure as anything we owned in the whole province. The arsenal fell within hours of that flanking column's arrival, faster than any defense we had planned for could actually respond. I understood, reading the report, that Vero had spent the last 2 years studying how I fight, and had built an answer to it while I was still busy building the thing itself. The next report was worse. Varro's advancing troops carried standardized muskets, every part interchangeable, field repaired in minutes the same way our own open designs had always been repaired. He had taken the exact lesson I had taught the world at that fair, and turned it into a weapon aimed straight back at us. My knowledge advantage, the thing that had carried Arkenford through 5 years of impossible fights, was no longer one-sided. He had copied not just my machines now, but the philosophy behind them. A copied philosophy in an enemy's hands moves as fast as it does in yours. I had counted on one more advantage even after that. A coal shortage I believed would slow his advance within the week. Every supply line I could trace showing barely enough fuel for his forward units to keep moving. That count was wrong too. He had secured 6 days of reserve coal in advance, quietly, the same way he had built the mountain line, and our best remaining plan collapsed along with it. By the 5th day, an armored train broke through the last outer defense line we had managed to hold, driving straight into Arkenford's own main rail hub. That junction was where every line we had ever built, cemetery salvage to telegraph wire, converged into one working system. We lost that hub within the hour. It was the single worst blow of the whole war so far, and not because of the ground we gave up alone. That junction held the master calibration blocks, The physical originals, every gauge and thread standard in the whole network had ever been cut against. If Varro's forces captured those blocks intact, he would not just be copying my open standard from stolen drawings anymore. He would own the actual physical reference the entire Alliance's machinery was built to match, a wound no treaty or council could undo afterward. Cora reached the command post before I had finished reading the report, already in her work coat, already certain of exactly what needed to happen next, before anyone else in the room had caught up to the size of the problem. She had heard the news the same way everyone else had, over the wire, but she was already moving toward the depot before the message had even finished printing out on Yaren's tape. "It is my work he wants to steal," she told me, flat and immovable. "Nobody else on this crew knows those blocks the way I do, well enough to melt them down fast and completely, with no trace worth salvaging. This is my call, not yours." I told her plainly that I was not willing to lose her to an occupied rail hub over a set of calibration blocks, however much they mattered, and she looked at me the way she looks at a casting she has already decided is sound regardless of what I think about the risk. "You don't get to decide that for me either," she said, quieter now, and I heard in it every echo of the steam engine and the rail gauge both. The same pattern named on the page once already, standing between us again at the worst possible moment to relearn it. I let her go. It cost me more than any decision I had made since the confiscation fight, and I made it anyway, because the lesson she had taught me twice already had finally, fully landed. This was hers to risk, not mine to forbid. I watched her ride out with her two hands toward a hub already crawling with enemy scouts, and every instinct built over 5 years screamed at me to override her and send someone else in her place instead. I did not override her. I stood in that command post and let the woman I loved ride into occupied ground, because the alternative was becoming, once again, the man she had already told me twice she would not forgive. While Cora moved toward the hub with two of her best hands, Brahm improvised an evacuation network out of whatever the retreat had left him. Mobile cranes repurposed as lifting platforms, modular bridge kits thrown across gaps too wide to cross on foot. Workers moved out of the collapsing perimeter instead of soldiers. He kept every rescued crew unarmed the whole way, refusing every request to hand a builder a rifle. Insisting the difference between a worker and a soldier was the one thing this war was not going to be allowed to erase on his watch. One young smith begged him for a weapon anyway, certain he could hold a line better armed than empty-handed, and Brahm told him flatly that the fastest way to lose this war was to run out of people who still knew how to build something once it ended. They pulled out 400 people in a single night without turning a single one of them into something they had never agreed to become, which was its own kind of victory even as the ground around them kept falling. Brahm counted every name off a list as they crossed the last bridge kit, the way he counts everything, and the number he gave me afterward mattered more to me that night than any territory we had already lost. Cora reached the calibration vault with minutes to spare, melting the master blocks down in a makeshift forge crew had rigged from a stalled locomotive's own boiler. She worked fast enough that the metal was already unrecoverable slag by the time enemy troops broke through the vault door behind her. She was wounded pulling back from that forge, a wall coming down half a step behind her retreat, enough to open a gash along her side that would have stopped a lesser woman from moving another step at all. Her own crew told me later that she had kept moving anyway, one hand pressed hard against the wound, the other still gripping the tool she had used to finish the melt, refusing to drop either until she was clear of the vault entirely. Word reached me at the command post within minutes, garbled and half-panicked, the only clear parts being her name and the word wounded. I understood, hearing it, that every strategic calculation I had been running for 5 straight days had just become completely irrelevant to me. The council argued, reasonably, that holding the remaining defensive line mattered more right now than any single person trapped behind it, however much that person meant to any one of us personally. Under different circumstances, I would have made that exact same argument myself, to someone else, without a moment's hesitation. I did not hold the line. I commandeered a repair locomotive instead, one of the last working engines still left at the depot yard. I told the crew we were driving it backward into the occupied zone to bring her out, while a second crew relayed loose rail ahead of the wheels fast enough to keep us from derailing at speed. It was the single largest personal risk I had taken since the tower collapse on my first morning in this life. 1 engine, 6 volunteers, and a length of track being laid faster than any sane engineer would ever recommend. Straight into ground an entire enemy army currently held, with nothing between us and them but the rails still being laid. Varro's own people reached me over the open wire before we crossed the last mile, offering a truce dressed up carefully as mercy. I would leave the province. The labor reforms would be repealed. Every factory would revert to crown control. In exchange, Arkenford itself would be spared the army now surrounding it. The council, listening on the same line, hesitated over that offer longer than I liked, and I understood why they hesitated. I was risking everything we had all built, together, for one person, while an army sat outside our gates offering to leave the rest of it standing if I simply walked away. I did not answer Varro's offer directly. I told the crew to keep laying rail because whatever this war eventually cost the province, it was not going to start with me trading Cora's life for a truce Varro would break the moment it suited him anyway. We reached the collapsed vault section under enemy fire, rails still being thrown down behind the last few yards by hand, and found her exactly where the report had said, propped against the ruined forge, conscious, furious at her own body for slowing her down. Her two hands had stayed with her the whole way, one keeping pressure on her side, the other fending off any of the retreating crew who tried to simply carry her without asking first. "I do not need carrying," she told me, the moment she saw my face, in the exact tone she uses for a part that has failed and knows it, and I told her I had not driven a train into an occupied city to argue logistics with her wound. She almost laughed at that, a short, pained sound, and told me it was the first thing I had said all day that actually sounded like the man she had been arguing with for 5 straight years. She let me help her onto the engine anyway, which from Cora is its own kind of surrender. And as the crew reversed the throttle and the train began pulling back the way it had come, she looked at me with an expression I had not seen from her before. "You picked me before you picked the plan," she said, quiet enough that only I could hear it over the engine. "And I am not going to argue with that, not this time, not after watching what it actually cost you to do it." It was not a public reversal, no crowd to witness it, no enemy watching to be humbled by it. It was only the two of us in a battered engine cab, gunfire cracking somewhere behind the last car. It mattered more to me than any of the crowded, cheering triumphs that had come before it across 5 whole years of building. The train broke clear of the occupied zone as the sun came up, Cora bandaged and stubbornly upright against the cab wall. I understood, watching the last of enemy territory fall away behind us, that I had just spent the entire war's remaining strategic reserve on a rescue no general would ever have approved. I would make the same choice again, without hesitation. Some part of me suspected that was the flaw this whole story had been circling since the day I refused to trust an evacuation to finish without me. This time, at least, it had not cost anyone but myself the actual risk of paying the full and honest price for it, whatever came next. A recovered foreman from the captured arsenal reached our lines 2 days later, half-starved and grateful for the same medicine we had once sent his old city for free, and told us plainly what his months inside Varro's ranks had actually shown him. He was not the same foreman from the forced labor city, though I recognized the same worn honesty in him, the particular kind that only grows in a man who has already decided he owes his old masters nothing further. The army surrounding us now ran on credit and fear more than any real reserve. Roughly 6 days of spare parts for the muskets, 6 days of coal beyond what had already moved, a force built to win fast or not win at all. I had prepared for the army Varro used to command. Disciplined, patient, built the old way. I had not prepared for a force built as a mirror of my own methods, standardized and interchangeable, and copied directly from the standard I had given the world for free. By the time the foreman finished his report, our scouts confirmed the last open road out of Arkenford had closed sometime in the night. Every route in or out of the province now sat inside Varro's own lines. We were, as of that morning, completely surrounded, with a wounded smith, a resigned steward, and every ally we had further away than any wire could reach fast enough to matter. I stood in the yard where the crane still sat, the same yard where I had once read the summons that first named me a traitor. Whatever came next would be decided inside these walls, by the people already standing in them, with no one left outside these lines to send for help. I called the council together the morning after Arkenford was declared surrounded. Every seat filled, everyone waiting for a plan built around the 4,000 soldiers we did not have enough of to match Varro's 25,000. Nobody in that room slept much the night before, and it showed. Brom had swapped his usual dry commentary for total silence, which worried me more than anything Varro's army had managed to do so far. "We don't have to kill 25,000 men," I told them. "We have to take away what's actually keeping them in the field. An army that size does not run on courage. It runs on coal, credit, and the belief that tomorrow's wages are coming. Take any one of those away and the rest follows on its own." Livia was already moving before I finished the sentence, because she had clearly reached the same conclusion an hour earlier and had simply been waiting for the room to catch up to her. Mara moved at nearly the same instant, the two of them exchanging one short look across the table that needed no words attached to it, The kind of look two people share when they have already divided a problem between them without discussion. She spent that first day on the wire instead of a battlefield, reaching 9 countries worth of trading houses she had spent 5 years building relationships with. She laid out plainly what continued credit to Vero's war effort would cost each of them once the 14-city treaty remembered who had extended it. Every trading house she reached, and there were dozens across 9 countries, froze his credit within hours of her very first message reaching their desks. Insurers who had been quietly covering losses on his military cargo shipments stopped paying out the same afternoon, unwilling to underwrite a war that half their own trading partners had just publicly refused to fund. Mara worked the same problem from the other direction, using her new seat as an elected representative to reach neutral cities directly. Cities with no formal stake in either side. She secured their formal refusal to sell coal or grain to an army that could no longer promise payment for either shipment at all. Varro's 25,000 men had marched in on 6 days of reserve. Within 48 hours of Livia and Mara's work, that reserve was the only supply line he had left, and it was already counting down towards zero, with no way to refill it. I had not issued a single order to either of them beyond the one sentence in that council room. Neither had asked me to approve a step of it before acting, and I did not want them to. That was the whole point of everything we had built. We sent a false attack signal down the telegraph the following night, a fabricated report of a second invasion force moving west, time to pull his scattered forces away from the positions actually protecting his own supply column. Yaren wrote the message himself, matching the cipher and the rhythm of a real field commander closely enough that even our own operators believed it was genuine until told otherwise afterward. It worked for as long as it needed to. His scouts caught the deception within a day, furious at having been drawn out chasing an army that did not exist. Varro answered it the way he always answers every exposed trick against him, by sending an elite unit straight at the source of it. They struck the central telegraph hub before dawn, overwhelming the small guard we had left there. And for a few hours it looked like the whole network I had built my war strategy around had just gone dark at the worst possible moment. The operator who had been on duty that night crawled 2 miles to the nearest reserve station with a broken wrist rather than leave the last message unsent. And I did not learn her name until well after the war was already over. It had not gone dark. It had gone distributed, the same design that had already saved the caliber standard and the rail gauge. Every Allied city holding its own reserve relay station, cut off from the center, but never actually cut off from each other. Messages kept moving within the hour anyway, rerouted city to city instead of through the one captured hub we had just lost. Varro's elite unit realized, standing in the ashes of a station they had just destroyed, that they had won a building and lost nothing of what that building had actually done for us. No single point of failure. I had built the whole network on that principle since the day Mara's civic body loophole first taught me what a distributed system survives that a centralized one never could. I thought of her often during that siege in her new seat, no longer at my side, but still fighting the same war from a different chair, and understood that the principle had outlived even the argument that first taught it to me. Watching it hold under direct attack was its own quiet kind of victory, one that never needed a single shot fired to prove it out. Varro's cannons began failing out in the field within that very first week of the siege, and not from any sabotage on our part at all. His forced labor foundries, the same ones I had walked through on that tour, built parts to whatever tolerance a frightened, exhausted worker managed under a 16-hour shift, with no right to stop the line and check the work. I remembered the missing guards on those machines, the locked barracks, the swept silent streets, and understood now that every one of those choices had a price tag attached, only deferred until the exact moment it would hurt him most. Our own open standard demanded one shared measure, cut the same everywhere, because every worker who used it had the right to refuse a batch that did not meet it. His copied system had the drawings, but never copied that one right. Drawings without it produce parts that only look interchangeable, right up until the moment they actually need to be. Cannon after cannon jammed or cracked at a seam that should have held, uneven tolerances stacking failure on failure exactly where his men needed reliability most. A captured gunner told our interrogators later that his own crew had learned to fire every third shot from a safe distance, expecting the barrel to fail before it ever expected the enemy to. I understood, reading the field reports, that this was the whole theme of the war finally proving itself under fire, rather than only in an argument. Cora had spent the weeks before the siege quietly distributing spare parts to every Allied position along the front, cut to the same gauge as everything else in the network. She had done it before the siege even began, insisting even then that a smart smith prepares for a fight nobody has declared yet, and none of us had argued with her, because she had been right about that kind of thing too many times before. When our own field guns took damage, repair became a matter of minutes, rather than a wagon ride back to a forge that might not even still be standing by the time it arrived. Positions that would have gone silent for a full day under the old way of doing things were back in action within the hour instead. More than one commander sent word back over the wire asking plainly how a besieged province was somehow managing to repair faster than the army attacking it. Field hospitals, built on the same safety reforms that had cost us so dearly in the aftermath of the factory tragedy, kept our own casualties lower than any siege in living memory. Trained physicians and clean supplies did quietly, competently, what Vero's forced labor medicine never once managed to match on his own side of the line. I ordered leaflets printed and sent across the lines by the thousand, promising any of Vero's soldiers who laid down arms guaranteed wages for their service, medical care for the wounded, and safe passage home, backed publicly by every allied city in the treaty. Yaren's press ran through the night to print them, the same press that had once nearly cost him his life saving it from a collapsing bridge, now working for the last time in this war to save lives instead of print blueprints. It was not mercy for its own sake, though it was that too. It was the plainest kind of arithmetic. A man fighting for a crown that has already stopped paying him has very little reason left to die for it, once someone else in the field is offering to actually pay. Whole squads began crossing our lines within days, muskets set down carefully rather than thrown, men who had marched in as an invading army walking out as what the leaflets had promised them, paid workers with somewhere safer to go. Varro understood exactly what those leaflets were doing to his own ranks faster than I had ever actually expected him to. In the last real strike of the siege, he threw his armored train directly at Arkenford's power station, the one piece of the whole system whose loss might have still turned the war back in his favor. The train never reached it. Every rail line for miles in every direction ran to Cora's open gauge now, the same standard his own narrow-gauge network had refused to match since the day he tried to outcompete it with a closed design of his own. He had spent years insisting a private, proprietary measure would always beat one shared freely with strangers. That single choice, made in pride years before this war ever started, was about to cost him the one weapon he had left to end it. His armored train hit the switch point at speed and simply could not continue. Wheels built to a measure that fit nowhere on the track ahead. It stranded itself on a short stretch of incompatible line that led nowhere except into a dead end we had left standing for this reason. Brom was waiting there with a crew and a length of modular bridge section, the same kind that had once launched Oscar's wagon into the air outside a cemetery, and calmly removed the one span of track behind the stalled train the moment it came to a full stop. He had positioned that crew there 3 days earlier on nothing more than a hunch about which dead-end spur an armored train might eventually be forced onto, and I have never once managed to get him to explain how he knew. The train was boxed in within minutes. One broken switch ahead, one missing bridge section behind, sitting on a stub of rail that connected to nothing at all, an armored fortress on wheels with nowhere left in the world for it to actually go. I stood on a rise overlooking that dead-end spur and watched a machine built to break the entire war open sit there, engine still hissing, doing absolutely nothing at all, and felt something close to peace I had not felt in weeks. Brom logged the capture in his little book with the same total seriousness he gives everything, describing it, word for word, as confiscation of an illegally parked vehicle. I do not believe he actually meant it as a joke, though half the crew standing with him laughed regardless of his intention. Word of the stranded train reached Vero's remaining officers within the hour, on top of a week of frozen credit, unpaid wages, and cannons that failed faster than they could be repaired. Something in the army's own will to keep fighting simply gave out all at once, the way a rope gives out not at the moment of the final strain, but at the sum of every strain that came before it. His officers handed him over rather than mount a doomed last stand for a treasury that had stopped paying them, and a war their own equipment could no longer reliably fight. They marched him out under their own flag, not ours, and set him down in front of the nearest Allied position without a single shot fired to force any of it. I had every reason a man in my position could want to see him executed on the spot. The confiscation, the blockade, the forced labor city, the 5 workers dead under pressure his own agitators had helped provoke. The war itself. I refused it anyway, and told the assembled officers plainly and directly why I was refusing it in front of all of them. A public trial, I told them, in front of every single city that had fought this war, and every city that helped fund it from the start. Not a quiet execution behind a wall where the truth could be shaped afterward by whoever controlled the telling of it. He would answer for what he had done in the open, the same way every open standard I had ever built answered for itself. The siege ended that same week without the massacre either side had been braced for since the day the border first fell. 25,000 men going home paid, fed, and alive, because the system that beat them had never actually needed their deaths to win. Cora stood beside me at the gate as the last of them marched out under escort, her side still healing under a fresh bandage, and said only that this was the first time in 5 years she had watched an army leave a battlefield instead of a graveyard. Livia joined us not long after, her voice hoarse from 3 straight days on the wire, and Mara arrived last of all, still carrying the same ledger she had used to track every neutral city's refusal, closed now after weeks of staying open. A rider reached me 3 days later carrying the king's own seal, summoning me to the capital to answer for what the crown was already calling the illegal command of an armed alliance never sanctioned by any throne. Mara read the summons over my shoulder, back in the exact posture I remembered from 5 years of ledgers signed side by side, and told me plainly that this fight, unlike the last one, was hers to help me win too. The war was won. The far larger fight, the one that had always been coming since the day I first climbed into that gatehouse wreckage, was only just now beginning in earnest. I rode into the capital the same morning as both the man who had just won a war nobody expected Arkenford to survive, and the man still formally named a state traitor for the trip that started it. Both titles belonged to me. Neither one had been withdrawn. 5 years earlier, I had entered a courtroom in this same city expecting to lose everything over a confiscation order. I entered this one expecting something stranger still, an empire that no longer knew whether to hang me or crown me. Delegates from every allied city crowded the courtyard outside the palace before I had even dismounted. Foreign trade envoys among them, union representatives, a dozen faces I recognized from 5 years of treaties signed on rail platforms and telegraph wire. Brom rode in beside me the whole way, silent for once, and I understood without asking that he had appointed himself my personal escort for this trial, the same way he once appointed himself escort for a wagon of silver nobody had asked him to guard. The king received me in a hall built for men smaller than the moment, gold on every surface, guards along every wall, and an offer already prepared before I had said a single word in my own defense. He looked younger than I expected for a man who had spent a decade letting Varro run half his kingdom's real decisions, and I wondered, watching him, how much of the war we had just fought had ever actually been his choice to begin with. Full pardon, he told me. The traitor's charge dissolved entirely, erased from every record in the empire. A dukedom, hereditary, real land, and real title. And with it, command of the empire's entire industry. Every open standard I had ever built, folded under one crown-appointed authority. Mine. It was, on its face, everything a man in my position could ever have wanted, everything the old system had trained every ambitious commoner to dream of, wrapped in gold lettering and offered across a table like a kindness. I thought, standing there, of the man I had been in another life, another century, an engineer who once stayed at a crane alone rather than trust an evacuation to finish without him. That same instinct had killed him. I had spent 5 years of this second life learning, slowly and at real cost, not to let it decide things for me again. The price sat quietly under the offer's surface, plain enough once I looked past the title. Every factory, every standard, every mile of open rail and wire, folded back under one authority answerable only to the crown. Mine to command, which meant, in the end, the crown's to command through me alone. A duke in name and a clerk in practice. Varro, brought up from his cell to witness the proceedings, endorsed the king's offer without hesitation, and I understood immediately why. A dukedom, with sole authority over the whole industry, was not a reward for beating him. It was his own centralizing dream, handed to the one man who had spent 5 years fighting against exactly that dream, now wearing my name instead of his. He said it plainly, almost warmly, the closest thing to praise he had ever offered me. "Take it," he said. "You have already proven you can run it better than I ever could." "Why hand your victory to 100 squabbling councils," he asked, "when the crown is finally willing to let you keep it whole?" Word of the king's offer reached the capital's own workshop district before the session had even properly opened, carried by servants and clerks who move faster through a palace than any official message ever does. Within the hour, we heard it through the hall's own windows, the unmistakable sound of gates slamming shut across the capital's factory rows. Workers who had never met me were locking their own workshops in protest of a deal that would have handed every open standard back to a single crown-appointed lord. The king's own ministers exchanged uneasy looks at that sound, because it meant the offer sitting on the table in front of me was already failing before I had said a word to accept or refuse it. I told the king plainly that I could not sell him what he was offering to buy, because it was not mine to sell. Every factory in Arkenford belonged to the people who worked it. Every open standard belonged to a joint council with one seat per city, not to me. Every rail mile and telegraph wire answered to an alliance, not to any single duke. Your paper won't open one gate, I told him, and I meant it as fact, not defiance. You are offering me a crown over a kingdom I already gave away, piece by piece, 5 years before you thought to ask for it. Varro's own trial opened that same afternoon. Evidence laid out across the same table where the king's dukedom had sat untouched only hours earlier. Ledgers and testimonies from the forced labor city, the blockade, the confiscation attempts, the war itself. I watched him sit through the reading of his own crimes with the same stillness he had shown at the fair, at the courtroom over the flood, in every silent room he had ever occupied. Even now, sitting in a cell's own chains, he was still calculating, still watching quietly for whatever angle might still remain to him. The king, watching the evidence mount higher than his own comfort could apparently withstand, declared partway through the session that the material touched matters of state security. He ordered the proceedings sealed, the record closed to anyone beyond the Crown's own private archive from that point forward. It was the same move Varro had made a dozen times across 5 years, dressing plain confiscation up as law for whoever was watching. I watched the king reach for it with the same practiced ease, as if sealing an inconvenient truth were simply how power always eventually behaved once it was finally cornered. A printing press started running audibly in the room next door before the king had even finished his order, the rhythmic clatter unmistakable to anyone who had spent 5 years around Yaren's shop. I did not need to ask who had arranged for a press to be standing ready in that particular building, on that particular day. Guards were sent to seize the press within minutes, and they seized it eventually, a single machine standing alone in a single room. By then, copies of the ledgers Varro's trial had already exposed were moving through the crowd outside, faster than any guard could confiscate a single page. I confirmed for the king, plainly and without apology, that this was never the only press in the empire willing to run these pages. Copies of every document in that trial already sat in 14 allied cities and half a dozen foreign embassies, delivered by the same open network he had just tried and failed to seal shut in a single afternoon. A telegram arrived at the hall within the hour, read aloud by a clerk too nervous to soften a single word of its language. It carried the joint signature of all 14 allied cities, refusing as one voice to recognize any treaty or settlement that did not include me at the negotiating table. The king's own ministers began doing arithmetic I could see on their faces even without hearing the numbers spoken aloud. 14 cities trade, refused in unison, against one dukedom nobody outside this room actually wanted enforced. It was not a fight the crown could win by simply sealing a record. I stood before the king and told him plainly that I would not accept the dukedom, would not accept sole command of the industry, and would not accept a pardon that erased the truth of what had happened here instead of simply admitting it in the open. I do not want to own this alone, I told the hall. I never did. Not really. Even on the day I decided it alone, the very first time. Every open standard, every treaty, every distributed council exists because owning it alone was always going to be the mistake, mine or anyone else's who tried it. Mara stepped forward from the gallery before I had finished speaking, carrying a single folded document I recognized from the corner of my eye before she had even unfolded it fully. The old ducal patent, the founding paper of everything Arkenford had once been, back when it still answered to a single lord's hand alone. I am not here as an official, she said, loud enough to carry the length of the hall. I should have said that part before I ever left your side, but this document belongs in the past this province already outgrew, and it is going to stay there. She tore the patent in half in front of the entire court, the sound of old parchment giving way somehow louder in that gilded hall than any of the shouting the trial had produced all day, and let both halves fall to the floor at the king's own feet. I had not asked her to do it, and I do not believe she would have accepted the suggestion even if I had actually offered it to her. This was hers to close. The same civic body loophole she had found years earlier had finally grown large enough to swallow the very paper it was first built to work around. Foreign envoys, watching quietly from the gallery, laid their own copies of the ledger onto the court table one after another. It was a quiet, deliberate procession of proof that closed whatever argument the king's ministers might still have tried to raise about a single sealed record somewhere in a locked archive. The king had no move left that did not cost him more than the one he was refusing to make. He sat in silence long enough for the whole hall to understand the verdict before he ever spoke it aloud. When he finally did speak, it was not a pardon, and it was not a dukedom either. It was a simple, grudging acknowledgement of what already stood. Arkenford and its allied cities would stand as a constitutional commonwealth, answerable to no single lord. Crown included in that same answer. Varro, stripped of his office in the same proceeding, stood to be led back to his cell and stopped at the edge of the gallery, looking back at me with an expression I had never once seen on him across 5 years of silent, proactive war. The hall had gone quiet enough by then that I could hear his chains shift when he turned. The first sound I had ever actually heard him make that was not a calculated word chosen for effect. He had called me scrap lord, trash lord, traitor, saboteur, every label a careful man reaches for when he refuses to name an opponent honestly. He said none of those now. Engineer Kale, he said quietly, in open court, in front of every delegate and envoy and worker who had crowded that hall to watch the Empire's own chancellor finally run out of smaller words to use against me. It was one line, spoken by the one man who had spent 5 years refusing to grant me that much, and it landed harder than any verdict the king could have read aloud himself. It was the recognition Cora had planted the very first week I climbed out of a collapsing gate. Finally spoken, in the open, by the person who had fought hardest against ever having to say it at all. I did not answer him with a speech. I only nodded once, the way you nod at a debt finally settled between two men who both know what it cost to get here, and let the guards lead him out without another word between us. I have thought since about what I would have said if a speech had actually been the right answer that day, and I have never once found one that would have meant more than that single nod already did. Cora found me in the corridor outside the hall before the crowd had even finished filing out, still moving carefully around her healing wound, and did not wait for me to say anything about the verdict or the title I had just refused. You gave away a dukedom in the same breath you gave away sole ownership of everything we built, she said. And there was no accusation in it, only the particular pride she reserves for a job done right the first time. Mara reached us at nearly the same moment, the torn patent's two halves still visible in her hand, and for a moment, the three of us stood there in a hallway that had just watched an Empire's chancellor finally call me by my real name. I am not asking as an official, Mara said again, quieter this time, meant only for the two of us standing close enough to hear it. I should have said this before I ever left your side, she said. And I am done waiting for a better moment that was never actually going to arrive on its own. Livia arrived last, drawn by whatever instinct always seems to bring her to exactly the room where something true is finally being said out loud, and looked between the three of us with an expression that held no jealousy at all, only recognition of her own. She had known before any of us said a word, I think. Livia reads a room the way Mara reads a ledger, and this particular sum had clearly balanced itself out in her mind long before it balanced itself out for the rest of us standing there. None of us had ever spoken plainly about what the three of us actually were to each other. 5 years of trays colliding and blankets offered and kisses given without asking permission from the other two women standing just as close. I had spent those same 5 years terrified of this conversation, certain that naming it out loud would force one of them to walk away, rather than share whatever this had quietly become between the four of us. Standing in that corridor with a torn patent on the floor, and an Empire's chancellor still fresh off calling me by my real name, I understood I had been wrong to be afraid of it at all. We stopped pretending otherwise in that corridor. Not with any grand declaration, but with the particular quiet that settles over people who have finally stopped guarding something they all already knew. Cora took my hand first. Livia did not let go of my arm. Mara simply stood close enough that none of it needed any further explanation between the four of us. I had won a war that morning, and lost a title, and gained, standing in that gilded corridor with torn parchment on the floor behind us, something I had never once let myself plan for back on the day I first climbed into a condemned gatehouse's wreckage. I signed the new constitution the morning before my own coronation. The same table where Mara had once torn a ducal patent in half, now holding a different kind of paper entirely, one that named what the crown would never again be allowed to own. Mara stood over my shoulder while I signed it, the way she has stood over every signature I have made since the day of the first crane, checking each clause twice before she let the ink dry on any of it. No factories, no courts, no press, no citizens, not as property, not as subjects in the old sense the word had always quietly meant before. A crown that governed without owning was, as far as any clerk in that hall could find in the record, something the Empire had never once actually tried. The oldest clerk in the room, a man who had served 3 different chancellors before Vero, told me privately afterward that he had spent 40 years believing a crown without property was a contradiction in terms. He no longer believed that, he said, though he still was not entirely sure what to call the thing now standing in its place. The coronation itself started late, and not for any reason a proper royal ceremony would ever actually plan for in advance. Half the crowd gathered outside the hall had come straight from a shift change, still in work clothes under their good coats, because a coronation that asked people to lose a day's wage to attend would have missed the entire point of holding it at all. A factory whistle 3 streets over drowned out the opening music entirely. Some line running a shift that had never once stopped for a ceremony in 5 years and was not about to start now. Brahm, standing at the head of the honor guard in full dress uniform, ordered the whole formation to hold position and ignore what he called, with total seriousness, enemy noise, and not one soldier in that line so much as glanced toward the sound. He had commanded the Rescue and Safety Corps for exactly 1 month by then, a formal title finally attached to 5 years of work he had been doing without one, and he wore the new rank with the same dry pride he brought to everything else. Mara found me at the edge of the hall afterward, already carrying a ledger despite the occasion, because I do not believe Mara has attended a single event in 5 years without one somewhere on her person. She wore the head of government's own sash that morning, newly voted, a title the Allied cities had given her unanimously the week before, and carried it with the same brisk competence she had once carried a steward's smaller title. "You still owe the Treasury for the first crane," she told me, flat and completely serious, the exact tone she used the very first week she ever audited my accounts. I never actually logged that purchase properly, 5 years of interest by my count. A small crowd had gathered close enough to hear it, and I watched more than one face fight down a laugh at the sight of a newly appointed head of government dunning a coronation over a debt from a market stall auction half a decade old. I told her I was fairly certain saving the province several times over had already settled that particular debt long ago. She informed me, without a trace of a smile, that saving a province and settling a ledger were two entirely separate categories of accounting, and she would be sending an invoice. Cora took her seat on the newly formed Industrial Council that same week and refused, flatly, every offer of a noble title that came attached to the position. She wanted her name on the standards instead, she said, printed the same size as every other smith who had helped build them, not above the list, but beside it. The gauge blocks that now sat in workshops across 14 cities and 3 more countries beyond them carried her name where she had asked for it to sit, level with every worker's name who had ever cut a part to her measure. I do not believe any noble title the crown could have offered would have meant as much to her as that one placement finally did. 3 neighboring kings arrived within the month, drawn by the same open network that had already outcompeted every closed system Vero's crown had ever tried to build. Each one demanded exclusive rights to the trains, the engines, the machines that had just won a war without a single massacre. I refused all 3 of them equally, in the same room, on the same afternoon, which I understand did not make me popular with any of them individually, but seemed on balance the only fair way to say the same word to each. No exclusive deals, I told them. Shared standards, mutual patents, an industrial court where any city, any kingdom, any workshop answers to the same measure instead of whichever crown happened to seize it first. One of the 3 kings asked, not unreasonably, what exactly I stood to gain by refusing a fortune 3 separate crowns were each offering him individually. I told him the answer was the same one I had been giving for 5 years now. Nothing I could keep alone was ever actually worth keeping in the first place. 2 of the 3 kings threatened blockade on the spot, the same old threat Vero had once used against a single province. Their own merchants refused to enforce it, already running goods on the shared network and unwilling to trade minutes back for days again over a king's wounded pride. Livia negotiated every last clause of it herself, now formally sworn in as Arkenford's own Minister of Foreign Trade, 3 straight weeks of wire traffic and in-person sessions across all 3 kingdoms, refusing to let a single line favor one signatory over another. The First Continental Industrial Treaty was signed within the season. All 3 neighboring kings' own seals set beside 14 allied cities' marks on one page. No single ruler's name sitting above any others. It was the exact shape the whole story had been building toward since a caliber gauge first beat a royal engineer at a fair. Yeren opened his safety institute the same week, formal now, funded permanently by every treaty city's own contribution, training inspectors who carried real authority to halt any dangerous line anywhere the standard reached. He had come a long way from the credited inventor of a pedal drive nobody outside one small print shop had ever heard of, and I do not believe he has stopped being faintly embarrassed by the size of the title even now. He asked me, almost shyly for a man who had once stood in a ruined factory, holding ignored reports, whether the old weapons workshop where this had all effectively begun might become something other than another working floor. I told him it was entirely his call to make now, not mine, and watched something settle in him at hearing that. The same quiet certainty I remembered from the day he first handed me a stack of reports nobody else had bothered to read. We turned it into a museum instead. The first crane hung from the same rafters it had once been lowered from. The snapped rope from that first failed lift coiled beside it under glass. In a case Brahm insisted on personally curating sat the flooded inspector's boot from the very first water crisis, mud still dried into the leather after all these years. Children came through in school groups within the month, pointing at a crane older than most of their parents and asking, with the particular bluntness only children manage, whether it had really once lifted an entire gatehouse off a dying man. One small boy asked the docent, quite seriously, whether the crane had a name of its own, the way a good horse or a good ship earns one, and I understand the museum has been quietly calling it that ever since, though never in any official record. It had. I did not correct the story when I heard a docent tell it slightly larger than the truth, because some things earn the right to grow a little in the telling, and that crane had earned it more than most objects ever do. I stood at the back of that same tour group for a while, unrecognized in my work coat, listening to a version of my own first morning in this life told back to me by a stranger who had clearly never once met me. It was mostly right. The parts that were not right were the parts that made a better story, and I decided, standing there, that the museum could keep every one of them. The railway itself carried its own quiet monument that same season, a new passenger line built from melted-down cannon steel. The same metal that had once been aimed at Arkenford now ran smooth and ordinary under a train full of schoolchildren on their first trip to the capital. It passed through the old gatehouse gate on its route, the exact gate that had nearly collapsed on me the morning I first woke into this life. Rebuilt now, reinforced, it stood wide enough for a full rail line to run straight through it without anyone inside the cars sparing it a second glance. Nobody on that train knew, or needed to know, that the gate they rode through so easily had once been the whole story's first crisis. A dying man pinned under falling stone, with nothing but a stranger's crane standing between him and the same fate the gatehouse had already claimed once before. The circle closed itself quietly, the way the truest ones usually do, without a single word of narration required to explain what it meant to the four of us who actually remembered standing under that same stone 5 years earlier. I stood at the platform and watched that train pass through without stopping, and understood for the first time in 5 years that the gate no longer needed me standing anywhere near it to keep the people riding through it safe. A crane still sits in that yard. A newer one now, maintained by an inspection crew who has never once had to ask my permission to condemn a joint or replace a cable. The right to stop the line belongs to whoever is standing under the load, not to whoever happened to build the machine in the first place. Mara, Cora, Livia, and I sat down together that same evening. Not for a ceremony, not for a treaty, just the four of us around one plain table with no ledgers and no council seats attached to any of it. Livia arrived last, drawn by whatever instinct always seems to bring her to the room where something honest is about to be said out loud, and looked around the table with an expression that held no hesitation left in it at all. "We are not calling this anything the old world already has a word for," Livia said first, because every word the old world kept offering us came preloaded with somebody owning somebody else, and none of us are interested in that particular arrangement. She said it the way she once negotiated terms with 5 allied cities at once, plainly, already 3 steps ahead of any objection the rest of us might raise, and none of us actually raised one. "Each of us keeps our own work," Mara said next, "her own counsel, her own right to walk out that door tomorrow if any of this ever stopped being what she actually wanted. Nobody signs anything they cannot also unsign." She said it looking directly at me, not unkindly, but as a woman who had once left a room she loved on principle and was not about to promise anyone she would never do it again if the reason ever came back. Cora said the least of the four of us, which is exactly like her, only that she had spent enough of her life being told what she was allowed to want, and she was not about to let even the people she loved start doing the same thing to her now. She reached across the table and took my hand while she said it, the same plain gesture she has used since the day she watched me leave a dead stranger his sword in a field none of us have set foot in since. I told them plainly that I did not fully understand what to call the four of us either, and that I had stopped needing a word for it somewhere around the second time one of them saved my life without waiting to be asked first. Mara had done it with a loophole. Cora had done it with a forged wedge and later a burning cylinder. Livia had done it with a wire and a fortune spent on 9 countries' worth of trust. None of those rescues came with a tidy word attached to them either. We did not solve it that evening, not in any tidy sense a story usually demands. We simply agreed to keep building it the same way we had built everything else that actually lasted, together, in the open, with every person's name attached to their own share of it. It was, in the end, the same rule that had built a crane, a rail gauge, a telegraph line, and a constitutional commonwealth. Nobody owns it alone, and everybody who built it keeps a real stake in what it becomes. The courtiers who had once stood in that same capital and mocked a condemned war scrap inheritance as a joke 5 years earlier now stood in an ordinary contract queue outside the industrial court, waiting their turn. Behind them and ahead of them stood smiths and foremen and widows with a factory shared a register, like everyone else in that same line. Nobody moved them to the front. Nobody remembered or particularly cared which of them had laughed loudest the week the old Duke's will was first read aloud. The queue did not know titles anymore. It only knew whose turn was next. I recognized one face near the middle of that line. A courtier who had once called the inheritance a graveyard not worth burying a dog in, standing patiently now behind a widow with her factory share papers held tight in both hands. I remember where he was standing the day he said it. 5 years earlier, at an auction table Oscar Pell had rigged against a grieving heir, nobody in that room expected to survive the winter. He did not recognize me at first, dressed as I was in a work coat instead of anything a coronation guest would expect. And by the time he did, his own turn had already come, and he simply stepped forward to file his contract like everyone else in that line. I did not call out to him, and he did not linger to say anything at all to me either. That, in the end, felt like the truest measure of everything the last 5 years had actually built. Neither of us needed the moment to mean anything more than one more ordinary man's ordinary turn in an ordinary line that day. Someone in that queue asked me once, plainly, what I would call all of this if a stranger asked. I did not have a ready answer at first, the way I so rarely do when a question is that simple and that large at once. I told them the truth, the same way I have tried to tell it since a crane first proved a man could lift more than he was ever expected to alone. My father left me a graveyard of weapons. We built a place where the future finally learned not to destroy.
And that is the heart of Kyle's story. He inherited a graveyard of weapons and turned it into a commonwealth of workshops, railways, shared standards, and people who finally owned a real stake in their future. But his greatest achievement was not the crane, the engine, or even defeating Vero. It was learning that no leader should carry every cable, make every choice, or own every victory alone. Progress lasts only when knowledge is shared, workers can speak, safety matters more than pride, and the system keeps protecting people after its creator steps away. If you enjoyed watching a condemned province build a future from scrap, subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next story.